I'd like to welcome all in attendance to the December 5th Wildlife Board meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that this meeting is broadcast live, and if you come up to speak, that we'd like you to come up to this microphone and state your name, but do so in the microphone so that it is audible through video. My name is Kevin Albrecht. I'm representing the Southeast region, and I live in Farron. We will go through and do board presentations at this time.
Wade Heaton with Southern Region.
Carl Hurst, Central Region. Mike Fowkes, I'm the Director for the Division of Wildlife.
Tony Hunter, Southern Region.
Randy Dirth, Northeast Region.
Yeah.
Braden Richmond, representing the Southern Region.
Trish Hidding, Southeast Region.
Ben Louder, Central Region.
Brett Prevedel, Northeast Region.
Kevin McLeod, Northern Region.
Thank you. Also like to recognize Stacy and Tu. They help keep us in line and get everything ready, and I'm very thankful for all that they do. Then everyone had a chance to look at the agenda for a vote.
I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda as presented.
All in favor? I'd ask for approval of the minutes also.
I'll make a motion that we approve those minutes.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Unanimous. So for the action log, I will take care of that as I am the vice chairman. I forgot to mention that Byron Bateman couldn't be here today, and so as vice chair, I'm filling in for him. As far as the action log, we don't have any items today. I'd like to turn the time over to Director Fowkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of stuff going on in the Wildlife Division right now. This is a busy time of year for us, so I have a few updates I want to cover, some exciting stuff going on. For our law enforcement section, we just finished up with the hiring process. We have 8 new COs that will be starting in December. Jay, does that get us filled up now, or will all the positions be filled? Close? Okay. Anyway, it's been an ongoing struggle to make sure that we have all the law enforcement positions filled, but hiring 8 new COs is a good thing. Gets us close. Wildlife section. As you may recall, last go-around, Blair Stringham was able to present to you an increase in swan permits allowed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I was on the Pacific Flyway as well and helped to get that done. But we increased the number of swan permits available from 2,000 to 2,750, and we increased the trumpeter swan allowable take from 10 to 20. For whatever reason, there's been a lot of trumpeter swans that have moved down farther south than they have in the past, and we've harvested 19 trumpeter swans so far this year. So if we hit 20, we have to close the season down. So we're keeping a close eye on that, monitoring that. But I was out in the marshes and actually saw some trumpeters while I was out there. So anyway, we'll follow that, and we may have to announce a closure. Deer captures. We captured deer in all kinds of captures. 50 deer and 30 antelope on Antelope Island. These were captured for monitoring and disease testing. 30 sheep on San Rafael and 15 on Potash for monitoring and disease testing. We have a really ambitious goal this December to capture 800 deer around the state by the end of this month. So there's lots of stuff going on. LaSalle's, Pine Valley, South Slope, Boulders. There's lots of activity out there for capture. So if you want to help out on those things, RAC and board members, get a hold of your regional wildlife manager or your regional supervisor. In fact, I got a picture of Randy helping yesterday on some deer capture stuff, so thanks, Randy, for showing up and helping. I want to talk about the Mineral Mountains. We transplanted 51 desert bighorns there from Nevada, which is a good thing. The bad thing is we had a couple of them get ate by a cougar. We were able to have Wildlife Services harvest that cougar to protect those sheep. And I know there was a motion in the southern region to address that and have that unit reopened and add more permits. I have the authority to do that on an emergency basis, so we'll monitor those sheep down there. And if that becomes a problem, I can authorize opening that back up. So to help those sheep get started. Aquatic section. Some really good news in the aquatic section. The June sucker downlisting notice is out by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. That's a lot of hard work by our folks on that particular species to get that downlisted from endangered to threatened. Razorback sucker and humpback chub should follow shortly from the Fish and Wildlife Service. So, and that's due to the hard work that our folks do on those species. We're putting in deep water structures in Pineview Reservoir, provide cover for perch and crappie and improve that fishery. And the Pelican Lake work, which you may know about, continues. We did rotenone treatment on that, and now we're working on a sediment catchment basin that will keep the sediment out of the lake and improve water quality. So lots of good stuff going on with that. And unless somebody has questions, I'll turn it back to you.
I'd like to thank the director. There's a lot of good things going on. The collaring to help us with the studies, I think, is tremendous and will give us a great knowledge base for future management. So thanks for all the work that's going on there. We'll call for the first agenda item, which is the town of Castle Valley. Okay, before you start, I would like to, if there's any comments for this, I'd like you to fill out your comment cards, and please bring them up here to the front, and then you will state your name at the microphone. But if there's going to be any comments on this, please fill out the comment card.
Ready? Good morning. I'm Alice Drogan. This is Harry Holland, and we serve on the Castle Valley Town Council. We're here this morning representing the town of Castle Valley. Thank you, Vice Chairman Albrecht and the Wildlife Board, for having us in to present our proposal. We're seeking to change the hunting designation on lands that are immediately adjacent to the residential parts of our town to archery only. We're proposing this change for the safety of residents and recreational users of the area. Today, we would like to address concerns raised by members of the RAC when we made our presentation to them 2 weeks ago in Green River. And of course, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have for us. We would like to start by thanking you for your service. We know that it's your job to provide direction for the management of the state's wildlife and to serve the people of Utah as trustee and guardian of that wildlife. And we know that you take your jobs seriously. I'm guessing that your priorities would be to do what's best for the deer herd and by extension for hunting and the best hunting opportunities. Our job as members of the town council is to represent all the people of our town and to the best of our ability to provide for their safety. I don't think that our jobs here are in conflict. We are not against hunting. In fact, we're standing here today. We represent many hunters, and we don't want to take those opportunities away from hunters. We settled on archery hunting because we felt it was the safest type. It's, a hunter is far less likely to release an arrow accidentally than to discharge a firearm accidentally. So we figured that hunting would be the best type archery hunting would be the best type to do in concert with the other recreational uses that are happening on this parcel of land.
So good morning. Thanks for having us. I'm Harry Holland, and I'm on the Castle Valley Town Council, as Alice mentioned. For those of you who don't know, Castle Valley is situated about 15 miles east of Moab, and it's located at the base of the LaSalle Mountains, and is surrounded by public lands, mostly managed by the BLM. We did send you a lot of information, and I want to familiarize you with some of this. I know there's a lot in the packet that went through. So I'll just do a quick recap and point out the differences between the existing hunting areas and our proposed archery-only designation. So this map kind of shows it puts the town of Castle Valley in the yellow line there. That's the town boundaries right now, and it kind of puts it in a perspective. You can see the LaSalle Mountains down to the southeast. So our proposed change in Castle Valley is about 1,460 acres, which mostly is on the east end of town. So, you know, you can see that it's kind of a small area out there, and the yellow is where our hunting designation change we're proposing. So Castle Valley is actually divided into two sections. One is residential, which is shown here in the red areas, and the other is open to hunting, which is over to the east and is shown in the lighter yellow areas. There's a main residential section underneath the red overlay there to the east, and then there's an outlying area, that little rectangle down to the southeast is what we call the upper 80, because it's a residential section that's about 80 acres in size. So what I want to look at now is just a side-by-side comparison of the current and the proposed boundaries. Currently, the map on the left is our current boundaries, and the area next to the residential section, which is that red stripe right there, is the end of the residential section. And there's also, you can see the upper 80 in there, the bright red rectangle down in the bottom. So that is open to, currently it's open to archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun only. For safety reasons, what we're proposing, we'd like to change the archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun only area to archery only. And we feel like this would protect the main residential area, and it would also protect that upper 80 section that's down in the bottom of the area that's actually surrounded by the hunting areas. So just to give you a little close-up of the current boundaries, it's a little repetitious, but our maps are a little confusing. It's taken me a couple of months to figure them out too. So just to go look at the current boundaries, once again, we've got archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun next to the residential areas, and all hunting weapons out by Round Mountain that's further away from the residential. You know, we know that modern muzzleloaders have about the same range and velocity as standard rifles, so we're really concerned about those weapons being close to residential areas. Here you can see, in this map, you can see the main road, this kind of blue line, that smaller diagonal line, that's the main road. It's Castle Valley Drive that runs through the valley and continues on out through the hunting areas and is accessing the residential area that's down in that small rectangle down there. And so all of that is within the archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun hunting area. So on to what we're proposing. We want to change the western area to archery only to protect the main residential section and that outlying residential section. Also, the two areas are separated by a dirt road at this point, and you can see that's the blue line that's kind of coming from north to south there. So it makes a really good visible boundary, and that's where we've posted signs of the hunting designations that are currently out there. So along that road it's posted with the two different sections. You know, there are a lot of other users out there on the dirt roads. There are lots of dirt roads out there that have been used over the years. We've got ATVers, we've got horseback riders, we've got hikers. There are a couple of local ranchers that use it for their grazing, And we've seen a steady increase in usage out there over the years as the town has grown and as the whole area around Moab has gotten more influx of tourists and sightseers.
So I'd just like to share with you a little bit of Castle Valley history. Back in 2007, acting on many requests to address safety issues, the town of Castle Valley went through the DWR process, or at least we thought we did, and we passed ordinance 2007-7 designating archery only. We posted signs saying this. The number of hunting-related complaints dropped drastically. And for maybe 10 years, everything was great. We didn't have very many complaints at all. But then, a few years ago, the town of Castle Valley was notified that the state did not recognize our ordinance, and they directed us to remove the archery-only signs and replace them with signs allowing primitive weapons, like muzzleloaders, which we did. Immediately, the town was flooded with reports of incidents involving firearms. And so this is where we're at today, and this is why we're here today, because we would like to have DWR acknowledge our archery-only designation, or proposed designation, and we would like to partner with DWR, and we'd like to work on issues of compliance and law enforcement with you. The majority of these recent incidents were apparently not reported to the sheriff or the game warden, and there are many reasons for this. You know, nobody wants to be perceived as tattling or feeling like they need someone else to handle their business for them. People are a little bit more independent. A lot of people don't want to fill out paperwork forms, or they don't want to deal with law enforcement. For whatever reason, these reports are not reaching the game warden or the sheriff, but they are coming to the town. But there's a million reasons, but the one thing that we know for sure is that archery only works for us. It's been demonstrated, you know, for 10 years. I think your own reports show that there were no incidents reported, and we think that's the reason why. So we would love to have that designation back legally. We sort of inadvertently performed a little test, and but it worked. So anyway.
So, as Alice mentioned, since we removed the archery-only signs, safety concerns have again surfaced out in the valley. Just a month ago, we had a deer that was killed within about 500 feet of a residence. But before, you know, we've been working on this for almost a year now. So back in January of 2019, we decided we needed to take a survey of the residents in the valley just to see what their wishes were, since we're on the town council. You know, we've got a diverse community out there. We've got hunters, we've got hikers, bikers, as I mentioned, horseback riders. The rancher who uses the land out there lives right down the road. So, you know, in response to all these requests by the residents and people who are visiting the valley, we wanted to see you know, what the public opinion was on changing this designation. So we sent out a survey January 2019. We sent out about 250 surveys to residents via email and through mail and through just public notice. And we got about 86 respondents. So we feel like that, you know, 250 residents out of 86, or 86 respondents out of 250 residents was a pretty good polling of our citizens out there. We also did an open house, informational open house. Chris Wood came out. A couple of biologists from the DWR came out, and they answered our questions. We had a good turnout, and it gave us, the town council, a really good understanding of what the people in the town were thinking about. So I'll just go real quickly through the main points of the survey. Our main question in the survey was, in the hunting zone closest to the residential areas of town, do you support changing the types of weapons allowed from primitive weapons only, which included shotguns, modern and antique muzzle loaders, and archery equipment, to archery weapons only? And we got, our response back was about over 80% of our people who responded to the survey said, yes, I agree to the change. We also wanted to know a little bit more about the people who returned their surveys to us. So we said, are you a hunter? And we got about 20% of the people, 17 people, responded, yes, I'm a hunter. And what I thought was interesting to note is that that 13 out of the 17 hunters who identified themselves as a hunter agreed with changing the designation to archery only. So that was a nice fact to come up with. You know, we then asked people if they had any comments or concerns, questions for the DWR, and we got about 60 written comments back, which overwhelmed us a little bit going through all the comments. But it included everything from views on the health of the herd in the valley, weapons in general, and then also how people are using the public lands in the hunting areas. Some people also related stories about unpleasant and even dangerous interactions with hunters. So I'll just, we got a, you know, like I say, we got a range of comments. One of the comments, I just pulled out a few so you can kind of see what kind of range we had. One of the comments was, quote, I used to hunt, I'm a gun owner and an avid shooter. My feeling is there should not be any hunting within 1,000 feet of a residential area. And just to show you the diversity of our group out there, another comment was, quote, all areas within safe distance to residential, 600 feet, should be open to all firearms for hunting and recreational use, in my opinion, support our right to keep and bear arms. So you can see that we've got a diverse group out there, but our survey did show an overwhelming support, you know, over 80% for the designation change. Go back to Alice.
So we have been listening to many concerns, and one thing that comes up over and over again is that the proposed hunting ordinance would tie up large blocks of federal land. And this is just not true. As you can see, our town sits in the midst of the LaSalle Hunt Unit, which is over 1 million acres of land that's open to hunting. And we are maybe 5,000 acres is a rough estimate of, you know, our town. Of that, we are asking for less than 1,500 acres to be changed to archery only. It's a tiny parcel, but it would go a long way towards creating a safety buffer protecting the residential area known as the upper 80. And that would be that little purple square in the middle of our town. It's a tiny little area. We intentionally used an existing road to create the biggest part of the boundary, to make it really easy to sign, to make it very easy for people to understand. You know, on this side of the road, you hunt with a gun. On the other side of the road, you hunt with a bow and arrow. So by making it really easy like that, we feel like it's going to go a long way towards encouraging compliance. We also listened to concerns from hunters that our proposed ordinance would make public lands inaccessible to them. But an archery-only designation actually increases accessibility for all users, hunters and non-hunters alike. It does not mean that hunters can't be on that land. It does not mean that they cannot hunt on that land. It simply means if they wish to hunt there, they use a bow and arrow. And they must keep their firearm holstered. And hunters are not just hunters. I mean, these are people who love being outside. We've got a great outdoor situation here in Utah, so many hunters are out there wanting to share the outdoors with their family. There are many ways to recreate, and what we're trying to do is represent everybody, and our intention is not to close this area off, but to make it a safer place for everybody. There is an existing state law which prohibits anyone from discharging a firearm within 600 feet of a building unless you have the written permission of the property owner. And because we have this law, there is a perception that we don't need any other regulations to be safe. But what this law says is that I could invite a hunter to use my land. They could be hunting 100 feet from my house, and there in my yard, maybe landscaping or the terrain or any kind of natural screening of vegetation, that hunter could not see that they would be within just 100 or several hundred feet of an adjoining house, my neighbor's house. So they just couldn't be sure that they were safe there. And we don't know how this figure of 600 feet was determined to be a safe distance, but we do question it. Why else would it say that on this box of ammunition? It says dangerous within 1.5 miles, which I don't know. But there is a very simple way to test this out. And just stand in your window and get a rifleman to go 600 feet away from your house and take aim at you. Would you feel safe doing this? How about, would you want your kids to be playing in the yard? It's just, we want to create a wide buffer zone just for the safety of residents and recreational users. And we think that by having an archery-only designation, we'd be providing for safety.
You know, we also wanted to clear up today a misunderstanding about our draft ordinance. We did this draft ordinance a few months ago, and in our ordinance, it was really not our intention to prohibit the possession of firearms. We want you all to know that we're not trying to restrict the right of gun owners to carry their guns. I'm a gun owner. Most of my neighbors are gun owners. And I can guarantee that if we tried to restrict the right of our Castle Valley residents to carry guns, we'd be in a lot of trouble as a town council. So, you know, to clarify, we have amended our ordinance from that first draft, and I'm not sure you've seen the second draft yet. And we're dropping the ambiguous language about open carrying a firearm. We'll replace that language with, quote, within the archery-only zone, it is unlawful for any person to engage in the act of hunting with a firearm. So that's our proposal now. You know, we hope we can work with the DWR to come up with language that fits if that's not applicable at this point. You know, one other issue that we hadn't brought up yet today is the land that's within the hunting areas that is owned by the Utah Open Lands. This is a view looking out across the Utah open lands that are part of the valley in Castle Valley. UOL controls about 300 acres inside the town of Castle Valley boundaries and about the same amount of acreage outside the town of Castle Valley's and surrounded by BLM land. Castle Valley really would like for the DWR and UOL to work together on this parcel to designate archery only on the UOL land inside and outside the town boundaries. The town of Castle Valley understands that we can't regulate UOL land. It's not in our power. But because the UOL land is immediately adjacent to residences, the town is affected by hunting on that land. So we have a letter written by Wendy Fisher, the executive director of Utah Open Lands, that she sent us a few weeks ago that addresses this issue. And I'll just read a paragraph from the letter. Utah Open Lands agrees that hunting is a useful management tool, and we are not opposed to hunting. We do, however, have concerns regarding increased firearms on the property in close proximity to residential homes and the risk that poses to us, UOL, as an organization from a liability standpoint. So the town of Castle Valley is doing everything in its power to provide for safety and well-being of the public. Residents, hunters, recreationists alike, but ultimately the decision, the responsibility, and the liability reside with the DWR. So we hope that the DWR will work with the Utah Open Lands to address this issue of public safety and liability and administer the UOL property as an archery-only hunting area.
And finally, there's a concern that the town of Castle Valley's proposed ordinance makes no provision for law enforcement or wildlife management. This was an oversight on our part. We certainly don't oppose these measures. In fact, we would welcome the opportunity to partner with DWR to address some of these things. The town of Castle Valley enjoys a cooperating agency status with the Manti La Salle National Forest, working on revising their management plan. We would welcome a similar arrangement with the DWR that would allow us to work together on wildlife management issues. Many Castle Valley residents are concerned about chronic wasting disease. They're also concerned about the size of the herd that lives within the town boundary, within the residential part of the town. We have deer that just never leave the residential area. And so many people are wishing that we could do something about this. So maybe some of those deer could be culled. We just want this done safely and responsibly. So our emphasis is always going to be on safety. But to this end, the town of Castle Valley has agreed to amend our proposed ordinance to include provisions for law enforcement and wildlife management. In conclusion, the town invites DWR to join us in working proactively to safeguard the health and safety by doing what we can to prevent hunting accidents. Please don't wait until an accident occurs. Let's get in front of this one while we can. I urge you to approve the town of Castle Valley's proposed ordinance for an archery-only buffer around the residential parts of our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now have a presentation from the DWR.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the Wildlife Board. My name is Greg Hansen. I'm with the Utah Attorney General's Office and assigned to the Division of Wildlife Resources. In your board packet, you've received a technical evaluation and recommendation from the division on Castle Valley's initial proposal. We will reiterate some of the items contained in that proposal, and Regional Supervisor Chris Wood will also give a little bit of history of the current ordinance effective in Castle Valley and how the proposed ordinance may affect the division's objectives. So at the outset, the division has maybe one primary concern, and that is the large inclusion of federal land within the town boundaries and the effect that the proposed hunting enclosure may have on those lands. Given that the division does not have a long history or repeated history of receiving hunting-related complaints under the current ordinance, it would be the division's proposal that we remain under the current ordinance and evaluate evaluate how the hunting activity on the property continues. Now, the three additional items that we have here on the slide are more technical issues that we had with the old ordinance. And I think the Castle Valley's proposal today would address in large part those three items, and that is the consistency with Utah's firearm laws, the proposed ordinance having an effect outside of the town boundaries, and the provision for allowing wildlife management activities and law enforcement within the proposed ordinance. So I'll turn over to Chris Wood to discuss how the current ordinance operates and how the proposed ordinance may affect regional objectives.
Thank you. I'm Chris Wood. I'm the regional supervisor in the southeastern region. It's been great to work with the town of Castle Valley on their concern, and I look forward to working with them in the future on many endeavors and partnerships. As been discussed, in 1999, Mayor Keeler at the time came to the Regional Advisory Council in the southeastern part of the state, our southeastern RAC, and came with a proposal. I was reading the minutes from the board meeting from 1999, and he came to that RAC meeting with the proposed idea of closing this area to hunting, all weapon types. And it was through that Regional Advisory Council that night in 1999 that they came up with a compromise with the Regional Advisory Council. And the compromise was to restrict hunting to primitive weapons and shotguns only. And then that proposal was forwarded on to the Wildlife Board, and the Wildlife Board voted to approve that compromise proposal. It was mentioned that in 2007, there was another ordinance passed. In our records and looking at our searches, we could not find any time where the town of Castle Valley came to the Wildlife Board or the RAC in 2007 to have an additional restriction placed, which would be archery only. There was some talk with some town council old town council members and some citizens that there was a meeting among sportsmen at the Capitol, with the town members and some of the sportsman groups, and but in our records we couldn't find anything like that, and of course it didn't come through the RACs or the board process. So we're grateful that the town is honoring the 1999 wildlife and RAC process, and that they're coming here today to seek adjustments. Because from our point of view, the 2007 ordinance should not have been passed because it was beyond their authority. One of the as you can see the map in front of you, one of the concerns about restricting the large 1,400 acres to primitive weapons or archery and shotguns only is to limit the ability to hunt with rifles and rifle hunting. And this is mule deer winter range. There's not a whole lot of deer in this area. There might be some resident deer that migrate from the residential areas into the winter range, and a few bucks out there. But if the herd on the LaSalle is ever increased, and we hope that it does, and there ever needs to be more successful hunting types, weapon types such as rifle hunting, we would restrict our ability to do that. And with this being a CWD positive unit, we want to maintain that flexibility. Here's a picture of what some of the land looks like. Most of the land in this area is black brush and sagebrush. These pictures are taken from the Utah Open Lands area that's adjacent to the Upper 80, which is the residential area that has been discussed earlier. There is some pinyon and juniper trees in that area. The land is in a valley, but there are some ravines and some topography changes that help with hunter safety as well. And there's roads throughout as well, as you can see. We just want to reiterate as an agency how safe hunting is. It's one of the most safest recreational opportunities we have in this country. As an agency, we take hunter safety very seriously. We investigate every single hunting safety report that we have, and it's documented in our reports. And as you can see, other activities we do as a culture and as a society are much more dangerous than hunting. As the father of a high school daughter who does dance, I wish she spent her fall hunting because she's injured now from dancing. So there are things we do on a daily basis that have much greater risk than hunting, and we are proud that through our hunter safety programs and through hunter ethics and through existing laws, we consider hunting to be a very safe sport and recreation activity.
I guess just to reiterate, the town of Castle Valley has addressed a number of the division's technical concerns with the ordinance initially. Through their proposal and presentation today, I think we have addressed the final 3 items on this slide: the possession of firearms issue, the failure to recognize division management needs, and the further restriction on that large block of federal land continues to be the division's main concern. The town of Castle Valley may be unique in many respects, but it is not unique in that it is surrounded by a large block of federal land. And the division has some concerns about additional restrictions on public land and how that may come up in future hunting closure requests. In closing, the Wildlife Board has already compromised in approving a 1999 ordinance, and the division has not received the number of complaints and issues in the interim that would warrant changing from the status quo. And the division's proposal and recommendation to the board is that you deny the Castle Valley's request to amend their current ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
The 2 folks from Castle Valley, how did you end up with this federal land inside your city boundaries? I mean, what were the thought process there?
I believe it used to be Sitla land, which was traded to us in the creation of Canyonlands National Park. So we had Sitla land there, and then there was another land swap with Sitla, and we ended up with BLM land. That's what we have today.
And
The town of
UOL
Castle Valley really did not have a whole lot to do with it.
And UOL was part of that land swap too.
Right.
Just to make sure I understand this right. Right now, it's designated as muzzleloader, archery, and shotgun, not firearms.
The western half. So the western half closest to the residential area is archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun. And then the eastern half that's further away from residential, that's designated by that blue line that shows the road in there, that's open to all hunting weapons. Yeah, there we go.
But the part we're talking about today that we want to change, that you're asking for, it's open to muzzleloader, archery, and shotgun.
Yes, right.
I would just like to say, it's such a small area. We feel like it's not going to infringe on hunting opportunities. It's just a tiny little strip just to offer a safety buffer around that residential area that we call the upper 80.
I'm just wondering if the biologist for that area is here, and perhaps, Chris, you could answer this question. I'm just wondering how much hunting actually happens on this acreage.
Guy Wallace, I'm the Regional Wildlife Manager for the Southeast Region. To answer your question, it's, as Chris stated, it is winter range. There are some residential deer there, so most of the hunting that would occur there would be later in the year when deer move into that area. And as far as numbers, I don't have an idea. Maybe our law enforcement personnel might have an idea numbers-wise, but there are quite a few deer that winter in that area, around the Round Mountain area, east of town.
Questions from the rack?
Mr. Chairman, this matter was only brought up in the southeastern region. My question is, why wasn't this discussed in all 5 racks? And I asked that question because this could impact hunters from around the state.
Good question. Don't know who best answer that.
Greg, do you want to come up and speak to the process that we need to go through on this?
It is a very good point. My understanding is that historically hunting closures have gone to the rack in which the hunting closure is located. If the board feels that we do need to change that protocol in the future, that's something that we could look at. But Chris, you may want to weigh in too.
I'll just weigh in and say I think there was some sensitivity given to the fact that the presenters are the town of Castle Valley, and they're volunteer citizen members, and to ask them to go to all racks we thought was a little extreme, but maybe necessary. But we asked them this time just to come to our southeastern region rack.
Thank you. The other questions from?
In the last 10 years, how many incidents have we had there with the shotgun, muzzleload, and archery? How many problems have you had?
Are you asking us?
Anyone?
Law enforcement's coming there.
Roger Kerstetter, I'm the lieutenant in the Southeast region. We look back to when Officer T.J. Robertson in 2007 started in the Moab District, and we've had one confirmed incident involving a resident who lived in Castle Valley harvesting a deer on their own property with a muzzleloader, and he ended up discharging that firearm within 600 feet of another resident's house. We've had a couple of alleged incidents, but that's the only one that we can say was confirmed.
Thank you.
I guess just to reiterate, in our the division's recommendation packet, we did include a table of some of our reported incidents. A number of them were non-hunting related, but our officers responded.
Just another question, and I apologize. I've read through this several times, and I'm somewhat familiar with counties and city districts and boundaries, and I'm still just puzzled. Typically, towns only have private property within their exterior boundaries. It sounds like you have public lands inside your city limits. And so I guess my question is, and perhaps for the attorney, the property within their city limits, do they not have the ability to close hunting and have an ordinance that will not allow for firearm discharge? I mean, most other towns do, but that's on private lands.
Well, like Chris said, you know, we're volunteers at the town of Castle Valley. As things come up, we react to them. We're not real great about having a proactive approach on issues like this. And some of the record keeping throughout the years has been a little spotty. So it's a complicated situation out there, and it's something that we'll probably be looking into with legally what authority we actually have over that land out on the eastern part where the BLM has that federal land out there. So I'm not sure I've got a really good answer for you at this point. And it definitely is something that, you know, as soon as we got through with spending a lot of time on the hunting issue, we were going to turn our attention to that land out there too and get that firmed up legally.
Board Member Heaton, we did do a little bit of research into city authorities on incorporating public land into their boundaries, and the issue is somewhat vague. There are some statutes that speak to not including public land within the boundary without that land management entity's approval. However, city authorities for regulating the possession and discharge of firearms are typically limited to the city's ordinance prohibiting the discharge of firearms within their town boundaries. Elegantly, the board can avoid digging into that issue by remaining with the 1999 ordinance status quo, in that you are the entity that approves hunting closures. And so by adopting and recognizing that 1999 ordinance, you do have a valid restriction on hunting related activities, not specific to general discharge of firearms, but what lawful hunting activities can occur on that property. And that may be something for the board to consider.
May I speak? My understanding is that the town would have the authority to make an ordinance that said there would be no discharge of firearms within the town boundary. But as you can see, or you will see in a moment, our town is pretty big and it has all that land, and there are lots of hunting opportunities that would be lost if we were to close the whole. We don't really have a desire to close the whole town off to hunting or to discharging a firearm, that is. We just want that tiny little area for safety's sake. We want this 1,476 acres or something. I mean, do you see that whole area around Mountain? Like right now, that's open to any kind of hunting, any kind of legal hunting at all. We don't want to mess with that. We're not trying to shut down hunting. We're just looking for a little safety buffer zone around that residential 80 acres.
Just that kind of light yellow part that you can see.
So I don't know if that answers your question or not. It's like I think the town I think they would have the authority to make an ordinance saying no discharge of firearms in the town boundary, but we really don't want to do that. It's not our desire.
As was stated, this was only presented at the RAC in which the town presides, and so at this time we'll have motions from the southeastern region.
I'm just going to wrap up a few of the main comments too. Is that okay, Kevin, that were made in the RAC process, just if you haven't read through it? Some of the concerns were again restricting designation on public land, that many small townships throughout the state are intertwined with valuable hunting grounds, and these precedents haven't been set, that overall we would be setting a precedent that could trickle down throughout the state. We were concerned about the enforcement of this designation, that it lays another job on Adam's lap. We were, anyways, in the discussion, we basically kind of came up with a compromise. We felt that, you know, there's a lot of bird hunting opportunities in that area, and that a compromise would be to allow shotguns. So the overall motion was to accept the town of Castle Valley's proposed hunting restriction with the inclusion of shotguns. And the second part has already been cleaning up their verbiage, which they have already done. So that was our proposal, just more so as a compromise. But we had quite a bit of discussion.
Okay, as with our new process, the questions from the public are now given the opportunity to do that through the RAC process. So now we will go to comments from the audience. And I just want to state that throughout the day, I would request that each of us be respectful. I know that through this RAC process, there was a lot of emotion, and at times, probably too much emotion. And I would just ask that each of us today, that we be respectful to each other, and you know, jeers and cheering will not be tolerated. So at this time, we'll have Robin Steinman come up to this microphone and state your name, and she will be followed by Pam Hackley.
My name is Robin Steinman. I was not at the last meeting, but I just want to thank you all for hearing us today. I do live in the upper 80 that they've been talking about. The map's not there. I'm actually the first person that has Utah open lands in front of me, and the BLM and the towers, and also on the side of me. When we moved there in 2012, that was when we had the archery only signs up. So it was only up until last year that they put up the new signs for the muzzleloader, shotguns, and archery. Last year, in the fall, I was down there, and I tend to get up, rise very early in the morning while the sky is still pink, and get out there before sunrise. We live right by Round Mountain, and my dog and I, we get up, we walk the perimeter of our lot, which would be the road that is the separation from the upper 80. One morning, I went to walk her, and we always go the same way. We have a path. You can go down there and see it now. And she just stopped, and she's not a bright dog. She just sat down. She's not a pointer, anything like that. And she pulled on the collar. I thought, oh, maybe there's coyotes out there or something like that, or deer. So I looked, and I didn't see anything. And so I finally got her to go, and I did the perimeter, and I come around the loop. And as I'm coming up to our front door, which faces the road and the BLM and the Utah open lands, I saw the reflection, and my husband had met me at the door. I saw this reflection of a man coming out of the trees right across the street. And he had a big rifle. I don't know if it was a rifle or it was a gun, or shotgun. And he was coming right out of the trees right there, and then going up the street where apparently he met another person. But I guess the thought was, when I saw that he had come right out of the trees right where I had been, was that I walked there within feet every morning, and he was chances are he was probably hunkered down in the trees that my dog could sense him, was that I had my grandchildren there 2 weeks before, and we frequently walked that loop. And I do see so many neighbors coming down, and they like to walk that stretch of the peaceful street of Castle Valley Drive. Sorry, my mouth gets very dry. My husband is also a hunter, so I'm not against hunting. I just have concerns having them so close. And like I said, we did have archery only that we were under the assumption of for many years until last year. Thank you for listening to me.
Following Pam, we have Colleen Thompson.
Good morning, Wildlife Board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Pam Hackley. I live in Castle Valley, and I've lived there with my husband, Bob Lipman, since 1999. And we are part of this upper 80 population that's up there. It's about 13 lots. They're 5-acre lots. We own 2 of them. And there's 7 full-time residents up there and 4 part-time residents. So and there's structures up there. I'm standing here this morning, as I was in front of the RAC, a couple weeks ago, to be in support of what the town's proposal is for archery-only designation in this area. And as Alice was saying, the complaints that have been recorded through the legal process through DWR do not exist through that 2008 period. And what I wanted to share with you is that in 2006 hunting season, my husband and I were up on our roof deck with the game warden, and I don't think it was TJ, it was somebody else whose name I don't have. And we were watching, we live in the southeast corner of that upper 80 parcel, so we're looking directly over Round Mountain. It's within the slopes are within a half a mile of our house. And we were watching 3 hunting parties converge on the same buck, within several hundred feet of the property line that goes north-south through there. And we were concerned about the hunters. They were shooting, and because of there's just enough topography out there that sometimes you can't see beyond, and sometimes you can't see the houses either. So as everyone has said in the proposal, and Robin, we're not here to restrict hunting in a larger area. We want to provide for a safety buffer for around the upper 80, as well as the eastern boundary of all the lots in Castle Valley. And we feel that the archery only has proven itself to work, even though it wasn't recognized by DWR at the time. And I'm a hunter, have been. I don't hunt now. I hunted in Montana for many years. My family still hunts in Utah and Arizona. So it's definitely not about restricting hunting. It's about the safety issue. And wanting to say, too, my hat is off to Adam Wallerstein, because in 2017, we had a separate incident which caught this whole ball rolling of DNR not realizing that the 2008 or 2007 ordinance wasn't valid for them. We had bear hunters with dogs that were coming down valley, and they treed a bear just outside of the upper 80, and they came up and parked on private property and then went off and shot relatively close. We couldn't determine how close it was, but it was too close for comfort. And Adam was out there within 45 minutes, and we live literally 25 miles from the post office in Moab. So I just wanted to hats off to him to his efforts to try and see what this incident was about. So again, in closing, I just wanted to say thanks again for the opportunity to comment, and I would really urge you to designate this area as archery only. Thank you.
Colleen Thompson, followed by Ron Camp, and that is the last comment card I have. If you'd like to comment on this, please turn in a comment card.
Hi, thank you for hearing our concerns. My name's Colleen Thompson. I've lived in Castle Valley since 2015. I live in the main residential part of the town. So I'm not as close to the hunting areas as the other people who are speaking. One thing that people might not be aware of is Casa Valley was originally a subdivision that got incorporated. The lots are all by ordinance, a minimum 5 acres. So even though we're 5,000 acres, we have fewer than 300 people. So we're really low density. The area where the hunting is allowed has a lot of juniper trees. So it might be hard for some hunters to even see that there are houses there at all. I go to all the town meetings because I live near the town hall and I don't have TV. And over the years, I've heard maybe 4 or 5 people speak up at town meetings about incidents they've had personally. And it's not like there's a lot of people at meetings. Sometimes I'm the only one there besides the town council. So, and the other thing is we're a long way in terms of law enforcement. We're maybe 25 miles from by road from Moab, but the travel time can be 40 minutes depending on the time of year. So the attitude of a lot of residents is there's no point calling the animal enforcement people or the sheriff or anybody but the fire department, actually, because by the time somebody got out there, the whatever it is that was of concern would be gone. So that's one reason you're not getting a lot of reports. And the other one is, like Alice said, a lot of people out there really independent, but mostly they just don't see any point. We're trying to encourage them to report incidents. And I have had 3 or 4 neighbors at least tell me of hearing bullets whizzing by themselves in their yard. So I just wanted to point out those factors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron?
Good morning. My name is Ron Camp. I represent the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. In regards to this, I just have a couple of comments. One of the concerns that they had was that they had too many deer in their area, but then they want to close it off to more opportunity. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me from a hunting standpoint. I'm actually okay with private land designating no hunting areas, as in my town of South Jordan, I can't even discharge a firearm, let alone hunt a bird or the rooster pheasants to go through my backyard. Also, I hate to set a precedent that we legislate on what ifs. What could happen, what possibly could happen. If that was the case, none of us would drive, none of us would go anywhere, because what happens if somebody hits us? I mean, once we start legislating what ifs, then that becomes a bigger problem. But my biggest concern obviously would be the fact is that Castle Valley, unfortunately, is not unique through this whole state, that there are many small towns that have similar deals and setups that way. Although I am very concerned with the safety of their town. I believe also we have laws already on the books that do designate that they cannot discharge a firearm within that close residency area. As with every area in hunting, you're going to have some people that may not follow that law, then they need to be dealt with from a legal standpoint. But I'm not sure we need to legislate that we close off certain areas of certain types of hunting. There could be an argument made that that archers injure more deer than kill deer, and that we could go down that road as well versus firearms. So my own opinion on this is that we believe the decision from the division is the correct decision, and not to change anything at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. We'll now go to clarification of the comments from the division.
Mr. Chairman, can I interject real quick? Being my first time representing the RAC, I don't know protocol here. I'd love to comment on this personally. Is it appropriate for me to do so? I haven't submitted a comment card, but.
How about we do that at times when we go to comments from the board?
Okay.
And we'll do that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We don't have any clarifications.
All right, at this time, before we go to board discussion, let's open it up to comments from the RAC.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Otter, here representing the Central Region RAC, but on this subject, I'll just represent myself. I do wish we would have had the opportunity to speak to this at the Central RAC, as it pertains to hunting on public land within the state of Utah. and I think that the rack would probably fill largely the same way that I do. It's been commented that this is insignificant impact to hunters because it's a small parcel of land, approximately 1,500 acres. Whether or not this is a small parcel of land is really relevant to perspective. I've been hunting for 10 years on a private ranch in Wyoming that's about 2,000 acres, so a little bit bigger. I probably hunt half of it, so less than this, and I feel like that's a pretty big piece of land. I don't think this is a small piece of land. Looking at the pictures and the maps here, there's no reason this ranch that I hunt on in Wyoming, it's partially surrounded by houses as well because it's in ranch country. I see no reason why this couldn't be hunted with any weapon very safely. I don't share the concerns of the town on this, the safety issues here. And just like Ron, I'd hate to see a precedent set in a negative way towards hunters on this. So personally, I would be opposed to this. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate that. Braden?
Yeah, I'd also like to comment on this and probably echo a lot of what Ben said. Sorry, Braden Richmond representing Southern RAC, but primarily representing myself because we didn't speak to this as part of the RAC process. But where I live in my home, I think would be very similar to this situation. In fact, one of my kids' pet deer was shot probably within 10 feet of my back fence this year, which was illegal. But we have deer shot about 1,000 feet from my yard every year that are also my kids' pets. So I'm very sensitive to this issue and frankly empathetic to Castle Valley Town. But here's my concern. I get very concerned when I see us passing additional laws. I think we need to be very, very careful with that. I would ask the board to be cautious in stepping into this. I think it might set a precedence that we may not want to get into. I think it would be much better to go through current routes of, if this is part of the town, let it be a town ordinance. Let them handle it that way. But I don't think we want to get into this as the board would be my input.
Chris already spoke to this, but I'm also a hunter education instructor in that area in Moab, and I take a great amount of pride in making sure that my students leave understanding hunting ethics and values, hunting ethics, values, and laws. And so I want to try to assure those residents that we're doing all we can to make sure that they're safe.
All right, we'll open up for board discussion.
City I live in Orem, and we're bordered on one side by WMA, on the other side by a waterfowl management area, and we have faced this issue. As a city, we adjusted our boundaries to make a nice, clean border for the sportsmen, so they knew where they could hunt and where they couldn't hunt, and also protected the residents. And so I don't know how you ended up with that big chunk of public in your ground or in your city. I would recommend that you guys try to adjust it to make a nice clean boundary so that the public land is readily available to the public to hunt, and your residents are also protected. So I mean, my position right now is that I'll honor the 1999 agreement with that.
I mean, I really sympathize with the town. I understand, live in the country myself and have a lot of trees around and little acreage, and hunters I see out there, mainly muzzleloader hunters and archery hunters, and I see them from my back of my property or my home too. But do I like it? Sometimes it's okay if my grandkids want to go out there, okay? But sometimes it's not when it's somebody else out there. But it's not my decision. It's not my property over there either. So that property owner can do whatever he wants with his property. So I kind of, even though I have a lot of sympathy with the town, I feel for them. But I think I'd stay with the 1999 decision also.
I sit on a couple of planning and zoning commissions, and we deal with private property rights and city boundaries and this kind of thing a lot. And that's why I was so puzzled as to, I just couldn't quite understand exactly how this worked, and it's because it is a unique situation. To have public land inside of a city limit like this is unique, and it does come with its own set of problems. I believe really strongly in local control, that the people in the area should be the ones making the decisions that affect them the most. Having said that, typically that revolves around private land, not public land. And so that's why, to me, this is a unique situation, and it kind of muddies the water. I think we've got a couple of conflicting principles here that I'd both like to uphold, but we can't. From a safety standpoint, I live in the middle of nowhere as well. I have hunters right on my back property line all the time. And so I can sympathize a little as well, but as Randy mentioned, really is the principle of this. If we start setting a precedent that we're going to close hunting or have archery only hunting around every subdivision in every town, it really does open us up to some significant issues that won't stop. And so while I sympathize that I'd love to see some local control happen here, I just don't think I can take that step.
I would give my comments as well. As this went through the RAC process, and that evening as I drove home after went to the RAC, and I listened to our Southeastern Region RAC deliberate, they actually voted for this. And to be honest with you, I think that I was on the side that I could understand the concerns and the amount of information that was presented to us at that time. I would have voted to allow the presentation from Castle Valley. But today, giving a better understanding of the boundaries of what the land looks like, that the public land is within the boundary, I too feel like the other board members in that something could be done by the town, that you have some local control to be able to do that. And I do want to state that although I am sympathetic to the RAC, and I do represent that region, I think them having seen this additional information and clarity today, I feel that I would could support going back to that 1999 rule. And I also want to say that there is an importance in each of us in the choices that we make. And when we make a choice to live out in the country, there are some things that come with that. With the serenity and peace, there is also a choice that comes that there is hunting. There are deer that may live in town. There may be mountain lions or bears that may come through town, and that is absolutely a choice when we live there. And I think that also needs to be spoken of as well.
Yeah, being public ground, we need to respect that. And as our chairman said, when you move into those areas, you got to expect that there's going to be wildlife around and there's going to be hunting around. Sometimes the things that you do there attract the deer and the lions and the bears. But I think there's another process that you guys need to do more on your own and not affect our hunting rights on private ground. Public ground, sorry.
So due to process, once we close to the public, and I'll keep this the same to everyone, but I'm not allowed to open it back up to the public, and I hope you understand that. That'll be the same for everyone. So at this time.
So do we need a motion to just continue with the 2019, or is that in effect? 99, sorry.
I think you need a motion on the current agenda item. The way that motion is framed would then import either continuing with the 1999 motion or taking action on their current proposal.
I'll make the motion that we continue with the 1999 agreement between Castle Valley City and DWR to limit it to primitive weapons, muzzleloaders, shotguns, and archery on the 1,400 acres.
Second that.
Motion made by Carl Hurst, seconded by Wade Heaton. Any discussion on the motion? That's clear. Okay, all in favor? Motion passed unanimous. I want to just state that to the town, although we didn't make action here today, I think that there was a lot of effort done. There was surveys, there was a lot of discussion, and I think that there's absolutely an answer. I do value that you guys take the time to come here, take time off work, travel this way. I feel that there's absolutely an answer, and don't want you to feel that you were devalued, because I think that there are some issues that you have some options to choose. All right, with that, we will go to the statewide deer management plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That moves. All right. I'm Covey Jones, and I'm here to present the 2019 statewide mule deer management plan. Okay. All right. So I did add a slide to this presentation since we've seen it online and in the racks, and the reason for this is because what I've noticed as I've traveled around the state and listened to the comments and the concerns is that there's a lot of misunderstanding in mule deer management. And one of the things that's probably most understood is the difference between a statewide plan and a unit plan. So the division manages 29 general season units, and we do that because each unit is specific. It has specific needs, it has specific issues that affect those units, and so we manage deer a little bit differently. But we also want to provide some consistency across the state. You know, there are some general truths. Mule deer are managed using some of the same biological concepts from the Sonoran Desert all the way up to the boreal forests in Canada. You know, they use a lot of the same biological concepts for deer that are very, very different and have very different environments. And so we like to bring some of that consistency to our state through a statewide plan. And so I just thought I'd list some of the things that a statewide plan does. So the statewide plan for mule deer, it provides the history of deer and deer management in our state. This is where we maintain that. Where were deer when the state was first settled, and what's happened to deer through time, what's happened with permit numbers, what's happened with hunting strategies. That's all in this plan. It provides a life history for the species, you know, and addresses that. It contains a brief description of the research done in our state. What do we know about deer in our state? It provides consistency, and this one's important. It provides a lot of consistency in how we hunt bucks. As we've talked a lot, buck hunting, without hitting very, very low buck-doe ratios or biological thresholds, it doesn't have a population level effect. But that said, what we do in northern Utah affects residents in southern Utah, because sometimes, even if we live in St. George, we hunt on the cache, and vice versa. You know, even if we live on the cache, there are individuals who hunt in St. George, and the actions that we take in one area of the state impact draws, impact hunters, impact things all across the state. And that's the reason why we want to provide some consistency in how we hunt. It sets expectations throughout the state, and it gives guidance. You know, unit plans are very, very important. As I mentioned before, they're probably not as interesting, right? They address, they're probably not as interesting, but in the same note, they're more important. They address the real issues that affect our mule deer herds. So what's in a unit plan? And the board, when we make major changes to a unit plan, the board will see those plans and see those changes, and we rewrite them on a 5-year rotational basis. So unit plans, they set the target herd objectives. And what that means is in a unit plan, we decide how many deer we can actually have on the landscape in a unit. Unit plan identifies and attempts to address the limiting factors. So if we don't have the number of deer that we want to have, what do we need to fix to get there? That's in a unit plan. And it provides directions for specific habitat projects. You know, I've heard a lot of concern from sportsmen saying that this statewide plan missed a lot, and that's absolutely true. It is not the goal of the statewide plan to drill down into specific units and address those, but we already have that. And as sportsmen, if you want to get involved in deer and doing what's good for deer, I would suggest that you work closely with your district biologists, closely with your local wildlife folks, get involved in those unit plans, and help us address limiting factors. So with that, let's talk a little bit about what we did with the statewide plan. This is not just Covey Jones's plan. This is not my plan. This is not just the Division of Wildlife's plan. We backed way, way up. And we looked at constituencies across the state from very diverse groups. You know, we brought in folks from sportsmen's organizations, MDF, SFW, Utah Archery Association, and Southern Utah Deer Alliance. We brought in general sportsmen, individuals that aren't affiliated, but yet have a passionate interest in mule deer. We wanted to represent all groups. We brought in our state and federal land management agencies to see what impacts we'd have in there. Utah Department of Agriculture, Farm Bureau, and we also brought in members of the RAC and the board, elected officials, and academia. You know, we had on this mule deer plan one of the leading researchers in mule deer in the West right now, and very lucky to have Brock on the plan. And when we wrote this, we wrote it, and the committee understood from the beginning that they were advisory to the division. That said, I don't think anybody that sat on the committee would argue that over 99% of what was recommended by the committee was adopted by the division. And what we're presenting today is what we could all agree to and come to consensus on. And that's tough. You know, writing a plan with 17 people it's tough. But you end up with a product where everybody gives a little and everybody gets a little too. When we did this, we didn't take it lightly. We had 8 meetings held March 5th to September 5th. We started our meetings out going over all the new research. A lot had changed in the last 5 years with what we know about deer. So we sat the committee down and we went through all the current research, what we're doing and what that means. You know, we brought folks in from Colorado to help us understand how they're managing CWD and what that means. We brought in our researchers and went over everything that we're doing with collaring, cause-specific mortality, body condition, all the things that we're learning, and that went into this plan to help with statewide management as well as give some direction to the unit management plans. And with that, we spent 30 hours together, which was a long 30 hours. I mean, I like these folks, but that was enough. And we're proposing that this is a 7-year plan. And the reason why we're doing that for a couple of reasons. One is, in 5 years, wildlife doesn't always move that fast. If we're always chasing our tails, it's hard to understand if we're meeting management metrics or not. And if you have a little bit longer time period, it's easier to see whether or not you hit the mark with the plan or miss the mark. And that's the rationale behind the 7-year plan. We covered a lot of topics, but today we'll address some of those. We started with issues and concerns and what is working well. So we just laid it out there. What don't we like about the current mule deer plan? And what do we like? What needs fixed and what needs left alone? We then wanted to check what our ideas were against what the hunting public felt. So we surveyed 9,300 hunters that had either applied for or obtained a mule deer permit in the previous year. And from that, we got 2,055 responses. We addressed the population, habitat, and recreation goals and strategies. And for the first time ever, we took a stab at what managing chronic wasting disease in our state would look like. Starting out with the population goal and what were the major changes there and what were we doing. So the population goal, first of all, we want to expand and improve mule deer populations throughout the state within the carrying capacity of available habitats. Now, we want deer where we can have deer. We don't want to ruin habitat. And with that, the objective came to manage all deer within the state as conditions allow and bring all populations to their unit objective. In 2019, we do not set the statewide objective for mule deer in the plan. That statewide objective of 453,000 is just a summary of all the unit objectives. Population objectives are set in the unit plans. So as unit plans are rewritten, that number could change. That's where we dive into the details of a population. Just looking back at where we've been in the state and where we are, and as a reminder that when you see this last modeled year, that's looking back a year. So in the state, quite a hard fall off in mule deer there in the early 90s. We bounced around at about 300,000 mule deer for several years. 2012, 13, we started to grow, and we grew a lot of deer across the state. And then in 2016, we know we fell off. Some severe drought, severe winters, and we've fallen off again this year. I'm sure as we model the population this year, that'll be down again. So what are some of the directives in the population strategy? What do we want to do? Well, we want to manage for healthy mule deer herds. At the end of the day, we want healthy habitats, healthy herds, producing great fawns, and it's tough. A lot of this, it's hard to admit that a lot of this is out of our control. A lot of this is weather dependent. A lot of this we can't have as much of an impact on as we would like. And so in the plan, we want to make sure that we're having the impact that we can have where we can have it. So we give some directives to the unit plans. We tell them, look, when you're setting herd unit objectives, base it on body condition. Look at body condition. Do you have skinny deer that are having poor fawn survival? If you've got fat deer, look at your cause-specific mortality. What are your limiting factors? If you have healthy deer, look at your collar data. And if the primary cause of mortality is predators, let's address predators. If it's roadkill, let's address roadkill. Look at your range trend. Is your population having a negative impact on your habitat? Right? Are you where you need to be? Are there areas you need to address? Also, take into account historic population estimates. Where have you been? Where do you see yourself going if we can address these limiting factors? And look at your production, which is another indicator of body condition. And then we give a directive. Manage mule deer below carrying capacity to improve overall health and increase herd productivity. And there's something, and I'm gonna take this from Justin Shannon. There's something that we're really good at managing mule deer populations when they're on the decline. We know how to do that. We pull back on permits. We keep doing habitat work. We work to address predators and other issues. But where we really struggle to manage mule deer is when they're on their way up. And catching them before they hit a carrying capacity in a major crash, that's something that we want to start to do in this plan. In wildlife management, we know that wildlife populations, they oscillate, right? Especially density-dependent populations, which mule deer are density-dependent. The more of them you have on the landscape, the poorer the body condition gets, and then recruitment starts to slow down. As they go up, then they start to fall off, right? They fall off and they hit a bottom. They start to bounce back up. They climb, they hit the top again, they bounce back down. And in wildlife management, what we attempt to do at times is take off that top, take off that peak. And the reason why we want to take off that peak of a population is because that makes it so that we don't fall as hard when we do hit those hard times. You take off the tops to try to minimize the bottoms. And we've struggled to do that because socially, at times, that means antlerless harvest. We're always trying to improve habitat. You know, the other way you can do this is to improve the number of animals you can carry on the landscape, and we're always trying to do that. But at times, when you're headed towards that peak, you've got to have some antlerless harvest to take that off, or else the crash is even bigger. And so this does direct us to do that, to use antlerless harvest as a primary tool to manage deer populations. When we see poor herd health, when we see poor condition and those things coming, to use that. It also directs us to monitor and manage the CWD in the state in accordance with the CWD plan, and we'll get into that at the end of the presentation. I want to mention that the CWD plan was written as an appendix to this plan. And the reason why, and the committee agreed upon this, is that there's a lot we don't know about chronic wasting disease. You know, there are some things we know, but there's a lot we don't know. And we left it as an appendix so that as new research becomes available, we can update that and we can add those things in. Back to antlerless harvest really quick. Little scared talking about antlerless harvest, knowing the social implications of that, so we decided to go to the survey to see how the public felt about it. And we asked the public, would you support antlerless harvest if we can show that a deer population has poor health? And over 80% said yes, they would. 80% of the survey respondents. So we said, okay, would you support antlerless harvest to prevent poor herd health if we saw a herd climbing towards carrying capacity? Again, over 60% said yes. And then we got a little more brave and we said, would you support antlerless harvest as a source of meat? And this one surprised me at 50% said yes, they would support that. So that's it for population. You know, some more active tools to manage populations and have healthier deer on the landscape. And mostly a lot of directives for the unit plans. On to habitat. And the habitat goal, we want to conserve and improve and restore mule deer habitat throughout the state with an emphasis on crucial ranges. So basically, two objectives. Conserve what we have and improve what's in poor shape. This is very similar to the last plan. And I think it's what we're doing with the Watershed Restoration Initiative and everything out there. Some of the strategies, and we have better tools to do this, but continue to identify, map, and characterize crucial mule deer habitats, including migration routes. It's 4 years ago, 4 years ago now, we started the Migration Initiative. And with that, we're finding out a lot more about what really is crucial habitat for mule deer. And we're starting to map those routes, and we can focus in on exactly what habitat the deer are using. To identify and rank threats and limiting factors within each unit plan. So this comes back to the cause-specific mortality that I talked about before, to use our collar data to see what our threats and what our issues, what our limiting factors are for a population, why it's not growing. To work with municipalities and counties to minimize and mitigate the loss of crucial mule deer habitat and migration corridors. I mean, we understand that our state is growing and it's growing quickly. But what this is saying is that we can work with counties, work with municipalities, say, if we're going to grow here, let's grow as smart as we can and preserve what we have. And to support and provide leadership for the Utah Watershed Restoration Initiative. I think I mentioned this just before briefly, but the Watershed Restoration Initiative really is the machine with which we do all the mule deer habitat restoration. And we need to continue to provide that direction as to where that needs to be done. Okay, jumping into recreation. So recreation goal is to provide a diversity of high quality hunting and viewing opportunities. Utah is very diverse in how we hunt deer. And I love it. I love our system with 2-point systems and the opportunity to draw a permit quite frequently and hunt general season. And at the same time put in for a limited entry unit and dream about the opportunity to harvest a high quality buck. So for objective 1, it's to maintain mule deer hunting that encourages a variety of quality hunting opportunities while maintaining population objectives. And objective 2 is to increase opportunities to educate the public about the needs of mule deer and the importance of habitat and other limiting factors. I feel like we've got objective 1 down. You know, as I mentioned before, we have quite a diversity of hunting in our state. Where I hope we can improve is on objective 2 over this plan than we did the last plan, and that is just educate the public about what mule deer need and what the division is doing to help provide that for the species that we're trustee and guardian for. Really work to get that information out there and talk more about mule deer management with our constituents. Diving down into the strategies, not a lot changed here, but I'll highlight what did. The recommendation is to continue to manage for 11 units that are managed for 15 to 17 bucks per 100 does postseason, and 18 units that are managed for 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does postseason. When making permit recommendations, we added some things that biologists should consider. So we started with buck-doe ratios, current estimate and 3-year average, as well as trend, which are things that we've always taken into consideration. But on a general season unit, these units are really fed on that adult and fawn survival. So the fawn survival especially, they're really dependent on those yearling bucks coming back into the system. And we have better data on that than we've ever had. It's not that we didn't want to take this into account in the past, but it's that we didn't always have the data to, and now we do. And so it directs biologists to look at what we have always looked at and managed for, but as well as adult and fawn survival and what's coming into that population this current year for buck permit recommendations. The other change here is this line below, and it looks pretty subtle, but it says permits will be recommended to achieve the objective. And the way this was written in the past plan was that permits will be recommended to make progress toward the objective. And one of the complaints we heard is that we would like to see the division be more reactive, make sharper changes, both up and down, cut quicker, raise quicker. And so that's what this does. It says every year we're going to manage not to make progress towards the objective, but to attain the objective. And again, what that will lead to is sharper increases and decreases in permit recommendations. On to limited entry, not a lot changed here. Still managing for 7 units at 25 to 35 bucks per 100 does. When making permit recommendations, biologists consider buck-doe ratio, current estimate, 3-year average, and trend. You'll notice that we did not add fawn survival into this, and the reason why is because that does show up in the buck-doe ratio. So on a unit where you manage for an older age class buck by having more bucks on the landscape, it does show up. It just takes a few years, and it will show up on these units, and we'll address permits accordingly. It's general season units that are more dependent on that year's yearlings coming in, and that's why we added it to that. We also gave a directive that permits should be recommended to achieve the middle of the ground, 30 bucks per 100 does. And this wasn't in the last plan. It was just to manage for that 25 to 35. So this gives biologists a target with some room on both sides. Premium limited entry. So the plan directs us to manage, I'll just start out by saying nothing changed here. As we discussed this and went through it, there are pretty strong sentiments of let's leave this one alone. So still managing for 40 to 55 bucks per 100 does, and our buck-doe ratio is managed through management buck permits, and then also to manage so that at least 40% of the animals harvested are 5 years old or older. The permits were set in the plan at 49 for the Henry Mountains and 135 on the Paunsaugunt, and those permits, as recommended, would not increase throughout the life of this plan. They may decrease if they're not hitting the minimum target objectives. So if we're not hitting that, at least 40% of the harvested bucks are at least 5 years old, permits may decrease, and then when that would go back up, it'd go back to the baseline of 49 and 135. I mentioned before management buck hunts. And management buck hunts, there's a lot of misconception about why we have those. Some of the thoughts are, it's to cull bucks that are genetically inferior or other things, but that's not the reason. The reason why we have management buck hunts on these units is because we have a lot of bucks. And we have a lot of opportunity that would be wasted. And so in order to manage that 40 to 55 bucks per 100 does, we add those permits in. And we're recommending to do that at least 10 permits on each unit. On to season lengths. When we asked about season lengths in the survey as well, there wasn't a lot of desire to change. Overall majority of Utah's hunting public wanted to see the same season structure and same season lengths. So still recommending a 28-day archery, 9-day muzzleloader, 5-day early hunt on the units that it's on, and 9-day any weapon, with the addition of the 9-day muzzleloader on all units. Before, this was only on units that were managed for 18 to 20 and those that were exceeding their objective. The last plan was kind of a trial for this, and the reviews we received were really good. This does a couple things. One, it allows us to provide more limited entry opportunity for that segment of the hunting public that wants that opportunity of harvesting a quality buck without converting general season units to limited entry units. So it allows us to address point creep in the limited entry system without taking big units out of play. And that would be the other way that we could do this. And we chose this strategy to provide that additional opportunity instead of converting any other units. There was some debate about this strategy in the plan and those members on the committee. The majority supported this late season 9-day muzzleloader, but there was one that said he could support it, or they could support it, if we didn't have inconsistency in the number of permits across the state. And so there was a sentiment by the committee that if we set permits at 0.5% of the total draw number for general season permits, or 5 permits, whichever is greater, that way we'd have consistency across the state on this late season muzzleloader hunt. And that's the rationale behind that. As currently written, those permits are set based on general season permits in the plan. And here are the rest of the hunting strategies, or some of the other hunting strategies that are in the plan. Evaluate areas for limited entry handgun, archery, muzzleloader, shotgun hunts. We brought this to the board last year. This was Utah's attempt at having somewhat of a primitive weapon hunt. So all these weapons, handgun, archery, muzzleloader, shotgun, the rule for this type of hunt is no optics. No optics. And so the plan directs us to look at areas with low deer densities that are underutilized by hunters, possibly high potential for human conflict, or on migratory deer populations to have one of these types of hunts. Continue to evaluate areas for new extended archery units, to work with the mammals program coordinator to have a spot and stock cougar permit that overlaps deer seasons, and to support losing preference points if a hunter acquires a buck deer permit. Recreation strategies continued. Work with partners to increase outreach efforts to promote mule deer conservation, and use electronic media, podcasts, in addition to traditional media, to educate the public about mule deer and mule deer management. And as I mentioned before, this is one where we'd really like to make some progress on. And we are working to. Chronic wasting disease. All right, so I am not a CWD expert, but I'll do my best. So what is CWD? What is chronic wasting disease? It's a nervous system disease of cervids caused by prions. What does that mean? It's a protein. We're used to either a bacteria or a virus, and that's what causes a sickness. This is a little different in that it's a protein that folds in the wrong conformation. And then it tells the proteins next to it that are folded correctly, hey, you're folded in the wrong conformation. Change your conformation to what I am. It is spread through contact with saliva, feces, and carcass parts. Also, it can get into environments. It can get into soils. It can get into plant materials and contaminate the environments. The important thing is that last bullet point there. It is always fatal for deer, right? There is no deer that's going to get CWD and get better. And so That's why we decided to address this, because this can have a real impact on our mule deer hunting, on our mule deer populations, on the health of our herds. Prevalence, we've been monitoring CWD since 2003, and this number is from before this season. I'm aware of at least 3 additional, so it would be 97 deer and 2 elk have tested positive, and we found it in 6 wildlife management units. The plan recommends some surveillance. It recommends that we rotate through a few units every year until we hit every unit on a 5-year rotational basis. And surveillance means sampling to see what the prevalence rates are at and to see where it's spreading. The goals of the plan are pretty simple. We want to slow the spatial spread of CWD. We don't want it getting outside of where it already is. We want to prevent further increase in CWD positive areas. So right now, our prevalence rates are between 1% and 5% in the infected areas. There are areas in Wyoming, Colorado. Wyoming has areas at 50%. Colorado, over 30% in certain areas. We don't want to get there. We don't want to get to where 30% of our deer have this disease. And we want to detect newly infected areas as soon as possible to begin some management strategies that will help reduce that. Here's a list of strategies that are in the plan, and these would come back before the board if and when they're implemented on a unit that is positive. So one of them is CWD is more oftenly found in prime age bucks. So a buck 4 to 6 years old that spends a lot of time moving around the landscape has a higher likelihood of contracting CWD than a younger buck. And so if you manage a unit for 15 to 17 bucks per 100 does, you end up with overall a lower age class bucks on the landscape, and that's why that's one of the strategies. Another one is to look at our hot spots and have late season hunts that target those prime age class bucks, those 4 to 6 year old bucks, to remove those. This strategy has been employed in Colorado, and they have some data back on this. It shows that it could be reducing prevalence on the landscape, which is very promising. Another option would be to lower the overall population density. The more dense a population is, the more chance for contraction. We want to restrict the importation of whole carcasses from CWD positive states. This is a slight change. Before, the way this was written is that we restricted, and this was in rule, and it's in rule again. We're going to recommend a rule change later today. But we used to restrict it from positive counties or wildlife management units. And now we just said, no, we're not going to take the chance on a state that's positive. If you hunt in a state that's positive, just to simplify things, you can bring in your meat, make sure it's boned out, hides with no heads attached, clean skull plates, or finished taxidermy heads. We do not want the brain matter. We do not want the brain stem coming into our state. That's one of the ways that it's transmitted. The plan recommends to limit translocation of cervids to the largest extent possible, to prohibit rehabilitation of cervids. Where we tend to find CWD hotspots are often located around where we've artificially increased densities. If we look at some of our neighboring states and issues they've had, it's where you have high fence ranches of mule deer, you can create a real problem, or whitetails. And so we don't want to go down that road. And then to limit baiting and feeding. So as a summary for the mule deer plan, it provides guidance and direction for managing Utah's mule deer populations, overall minor changes, more active population management and directives for those unit plans, more tools for biologists. Mule deer recommendations for the next 7 years were made in accordance with this plan. And just, again, I'd like to thank those individuals that took a lot of hours out of their personal time to come and make this their plan too. And that's all.
Thank you, Colby. I too would like to thank the efforts of all those that set in on that plan. That was a tremendous effort, and a lot of work and thought went into that. Questions from the board?
I'll take one. Colby, I see in the limited entry units, you're looking at more of on the middle of the ground instead of the 25 to 35 range, maybe closer to the 30 range. Why wouldn't you want to just make it a 31, 30, 29, 30 to 31 or something? If you're going to narrow it that, and why wouldn't you just want to say that?
We could. A lot of our limited entry populations are smaller, which means that annual fluctuation is higher, right? Because they are smaller populations. When we pick limited entry units, some folks think that we picked them because they were the best in the state, and the truth is most of them were the worst in the state, and they were closed for one reason or another, and making them limited entry was the division's way of managing hunting pressure at a time when we didn't have the system we have now. And so that just gives us a little bit of room, but it gives us a bullseye or a target. The target's here, but if you're at 25, you're okay. If you're at 35, you could probably offer a little more opportunity. And on these smaller populations that have the ability to fluctuate in buck-to ratio a little more, I think it's good to have that window.
If that's the case, on your general season units, we're pretty tight with our buck-to-doe ratios. Why can't that be spread out? Why can't we go like from 12 to 17? Give us some wiggle room, maybe go from 18 to 22. Give us some wiggle room in there for our biologists to maybe try to do a better job and have more of a latitude. See what I'm getting at?
Yeah, Donnie, I think that's a fair point. I think, and again, we could do that. On our general season units, they are more opportunity. There are larger deer herds, and our classification sample size is a lot higher, which means that it's obviously reduces your error, right? But that's if that's what the public wants to see, that's a possibility. You could widen those ranges. What we've seen is that if we widen them, and just being honest, everybody wants to be at the top, and that's probably the reason why in limited entry we set it in the middle, so we'd have wiggle room on either side. But we could do something like that, Donnie, and say, here's the thing, and then give a directive to manage somewhere in the middle. But you've got a little wiggle room on either side.
Along that same question line with widening those ranges, it always seems like we're behind. That we have a year that it doesn't look. Maybe it doesn't look good. Maybe the next year, oh gosh, it's looking bad, and real bad, then really, really bad, and then we react. Would widening that at a really, really, really bad before we react on those?
I don't know if it would, Carl. When we changed the wording in the plan, let me go back to the slide. Now, we're always reactive in wildlife management. That first of all, I'll say that, right? Because you have to react to the data that you got that last year. And we try to be proactive. We try to monitor survival. But I think one of the things that you're pointing at, Carl, is taken care of by this. Permits will be recommended to achieve the objective, and that is no longer, you'll see sharper increases, but you'll also see sharper decreases. And I hope that this language addresses some of that concern. I see your concern with widening that and having that be more of an issue of, hey, well, we're going to fall all the way to the bottom before we get out. And maybe that's why if we were to go this way, we'd want a directive that said manage for the middle.
Colby, just a couple of questions, if I could. So we talked about that carrying capacity number a lot in the committee. And we talked about the wisdom of why we don't want to manage right at carrying capacity. But we didn't identify a number as to how far under K we would manage toward. So I guess my question is, why don't we have a number there, and would that make sense? And let me just finish up with this. Here's my concern. Is that going to be the new go-to answer for everything? Well, the reason we're doing this is so that we, because of the carrying capacity, we're managing to this arbitrary number in our head. That's why we did this. That's why we're doing this. That's why we're having an antlerless hunt. That's why we're not having an antlerless hunt. It's because we're managing to a number that we didn't identify.
Wait, I think that's a really good question. And I would answer it like this. We need to take a hard look at units and identify what those numbers look like and set realistic population objectives. We know we need to do that. But I think the directives we gave, that's going to be a really hard discussion, and it's the discussion that is for the unit plan. We've got to sit down, slow down, take the time, look at what that really means, and address that in the unit plan. And then when those are set, if they're changed, they'll come back before the board, and that's when we'll have the discussion of we're managing for here, and that's why. And we'll do that on an individual unit basis.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's actually what I wanted to hear, so thank you. Second question. So we made the adjustment as we managed toward the objectives. We made the adjustment in the wording of award and changed it to achieve or obtain. I can't remember what we did. Sorry, that slide's not up. But
yeah,
here's my concern, and I've had a lot of people share this with me. Are we going to be mandated to get there in 1 year? And what's the danger in what we've done managing toward? I guess you can probably see where I'm going with this. If it says we managed to achieve, is that required it happens in 1 year? And we obviously all know what that's going to require. How many thousands of permits on some units increase and decrease?
It's going to cause some sticker shock, yeah, and that's the way that it's currently written. It's currently written to manage to your objective annually. And one of the reasons why we did that is because we've seen, frankly, one of the things that we identified where we'd failed at in the last Mule Deer plan is that we spent 5 years trying to make progress towards objective that we never made any progress towards. And when we did that, it was, well, we've tried a lot of different things, but the one thing we haven't tried is throwing the number of permits at it that'll get us there. Both cutting and increasing. And absolutely, yeah, it does mean sticker shock. It means that you'll see sharper increases as well as sharper decreases when things are bad. But that's the number one complaint we heard, is that we're not reactive enough. Be more reactive to what's going on in the landscape. And hunt recommendations always come as that. They always come as recommendations. This is what it looks like. This is what it means if we get there this year. But then as we bring those through the public process, they get shaped and changed and modified. And the plan would say that we recommend to that annually. But we know that it doesn't always get there annually.
Any questions from the RAC?
Covey, on chronic wasting disease, I know you say you're not an expert, but I'm pretty impressed. I've heard that there's nothing that will kill that cold, dry, wet, chemical, nothing will kill it. I'm just wondering if that's true.
That's fairly accurate. You can incinerate it at a certain level, and that will denature the protein, but it's hotter than what most incinerators cook at. And I don't know what the exact level is, but yeah, there's actually some concern that it would go up as ash if something that was positive were incinerated and didn't hit that level. It's really stable. Most of the time, cooking denatures proteins, right? You cook meat, you denature proteins, you kill bacteria, it's safe to eat it. It doesn't work on these highly stable prions that cause chronic wasting disease.
To follow up on that just a little bit, Colby.
Yep.
If I understand it right, then there's places like over in the southeast region, or the northeast region, I'm sorry, where you've got maybe the book clubs, Diamond Mountain, some of our limited entry areas that are, have some good deer. Some of those could be reduced down to a general season possibly because we're taking some of these older mature bucks out of there. Is that a possibility with this?
It's a strategy, but there are other strategies to address it as well. You know, it's kind of the have your cake and eat it too. One is maybe the targeted late season hunts. So maybe some of the data that Colorado had showed that they were able to continue to manage for a higher buck-doe ratio, but possibly decrease prevalence and manage it by having some targeted late season hunts. So I think that's why we have so many strategies, is because not one is going to fit anything. You know, if we brought in here that we were going to manage Diamond Mountain for $15 per 100 does, I assume we'd probably have some pushback. And so maybe one of the other strategies like late season buck hunts is a good compromise where we could say, hey, we're not going to do that, but we're going to have a few targeted hunts to see if we can't continue to manage this on that unit.
Would we then be putting more late season, taking more out of the regular season hunts and more tags? Possibly leave it to try to maintain our buck to doe ratio to keep it in that, or?
Possibly. I mean, if we want to still manage for what the objective states in the plan, we'd have to pull them from somewhere. Yep.
Could I just ask one more question while you're there?
Sure.
In this plan, you showed that we were going a little bit downhill with our deer and expecting that to be even more severe this next go-round.
Yeah.
Is there some guidelines with our predators in this plan that will take care of that?
That's a really good question, Donnie. Some of the research that we have been doing shows that predators can have an impact, and when they can have the most impact is right when you fall off that peak or right when you're below carrying capacity. And so we're working right now as an agency to rewrite our predator management policy, you know. And we said this all the time, you know, we wouldn't manage deer at the expense of their habitat. We wouldn't want to manage lions at the expense of their habitat, which are deer. And so we're working to rewrite a predator management policy right now that will address some of that. So that's not all addressed specifically in this plan, because it's two programs, and I'm working with the Mammals Program Coordinator, Darren, to write a policy that addresses that and allows our deer to rebound when they fall off more quickly. Do you have anything to add to that, Director Fowles? Or sorry, I didn't mean to call you on this.
I saw Darren walking up. I think maybe did you want to come to the mic, Darren, and explain what we're trying to do?
The only thing I'd add, Darren DeBoyce, Mammals Program Coordinator. The only thing I'd add to what Covey said is that we've got a lot of really good data now, both on the predator side with this lion study we've been doing with USU, and on the prey side, and we felt like it's timely to look at our predator management plan strategies and plans to see if there's some ways that we can really target and identify areas where predators are an issue and manage accordingly.
I'm really glad you guys asked Darren to stand up. He got all dressed up, and it would have been in vain.
All right, thank you. We'll go to RAC motions. Let's start on this side with Kevin.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I just want to say how much I appreciate being a part of this process and the opportunity to do that. In the Northern Region RAC meeting, in regards to this plan, as with others, I'm sure there was just a lot of discussion. One of the things that I think came out of the meeting is people that were at attendance, the public that was there, came up afterwards, and the people that I talked to were amazed at what they learned about deer management and biology during that meeting. Covey did an outstanding job, and I think the division did a great job of presenting that. And then just further that notion that public education would certainly help. I work in a firearms industry, and I work with guys that hunt all the time, and they're all experts. Just ask them. And discussions that I had with them after this meeting were, I think I learned a lot and they learned a lot. So in regards to motions that were made in this regard, the motion was made to recommend the Wildlife Board add clean deer skulls, no brain tissue, to the items that may be imported to Utah from CWD positive states. That motion passed unanimous. And just to add a little bit to that, when we talked about clean and no brain matter, it was a process, a beetle, make sure that every bit of the brain tissue or tissue in that skull was removed. The motion was made to recommend the Wildlife Board require previous year target buck to doe ratios be achieved on the unit before the 0.5% additional tags were allocated to the late muzzleloader hunts for the year. If not achieved, only the maximum of 5 permits may be added to the late muzzleloader hunts. And that passed unanimous. Motion was made to recommend the Wildlife Board require Division of Wildlife Resources to educate the public on proper disposal of deer from CWD contaminated units in Utah. That motion passed unanimous. A motion was made to recommend the Wildlife Board convert late muzzleloader deer units to hams units. That motion passed 7-4, 2 against, and 1 abstention. The next motion that was made to recommend the Wildlife Board accept the remainder of the deer management plan as presented. That passed unanimous.
Okay, on the northeastern rack, we had a lot of discussion about buck to doe ratio, mostly from the public, and Covey addressed that. You know, kind of a little tougher hunt this year after last winter, and people judge the buck to doe ratio by what they saw during their hunt, not a postseason count in a little more optimum times to count them during the rut. So there was a lot of suspicion about the buck doe ratio on the general season units as to whether it really was achieved or not. And Covey handled them questions well. There was some discussion about another tier of age class in the general season to improve the quality of bucks on some units, and we always struggle with that opportunity versus quality. Even on the general season, everybody wants bigger bucks, and even though the 2 points are the primary management goal, that's not how the public views it. And then spend most of our time debating the late season muzzleloader hunt on the general units. Covey repeatedly had to say it's not a biological issue, and it's more of a social issue and a point creep issue and an opportunity issue, and that these relatively small number of permits are not going to affect your buck to doe ratio. But I don't think anybody ever really got past that. So the motions that came out, the first motion was to approve the plan as presented and change the late season muzzleloader tags to a minimum of 5 and then less than or equal to 0.5%. Basically have some annual adjustment there. That motion failed 3-4. And then the motion that was passed was to pass the plan as presented, and on the late season hunt, a minimum of 5 tags per unit up to 0.025, so half of what was recommended, and also in our region they recommended changing it to a hams hunt. And that's the one that passed, and that still just passed 4-3. So we never did come up with a great consensus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Ben Louder representing the Central Region RAC. First, I had the opportunity to sit on this committee personally. This committee was awesome. I've sat on a lot of committees with the DWR, and this was by far the best. And I say that for multiple reasons. One, the education that we received throughout the committee was phenomenal. It was I think we all learned a lot. We had a lot of good discussions, some good debates, and I feel like we ended up in a pretty good place. So my compliments to the DWR and also my fellow committee members as well. We had some good discussion in the Central Region RAC on this. We came out with 4 motions. I'll go over those each individually. The first motion, similar to the Northern Region RAC, was concerning bringing in skulls from out of state. The motion was to remove the word plate out of the document and just use the word skull where there's no brain tissue or matter. And this motion passed unanimously. Now, to speak to that a little bit more, I think our intent was a little different than the Northern Region. We weren't looking specifically for a beetled skull, but just rather a cleaned skull. And where this came from was a discussion around a lot of hunters like to have European mounts as opposed to just a skull plate. That's where this conversation came from. And while we're definitely sensitive to the CWD issue, we also want to be reasonable with our constituents and being able to bring their trophies home across state lines. The second motion was in regards to the late season muzzleloader hunts. The motion was to maintain the late season muzzleloader hunts that exist on 18 to 20 buck-to-doe ratio objective units that are over objective. In other words, follow the current plan. This motion failed 3-6. Our next motion was again in regards to CWD. The motion was to modify the CWD plan to prohibit the transfer of carcasses with CWD positive management units within the state. So, like the Manta unit, you wouldn't be able to bring your deer home, your whole carcass home to Salt Lake County. We discussed this quite a bit. And again, we felt the intention was good, but after much discussion, we felt it was too restrictive on our hunters and our constituents, and that motion was withdrawn. Our final motion was to accept the balance of the recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you.
In the southeastern region, we had quite a bit of conversation specifically about the buck-to-doe ratio and the San Juan Abajo unit. So in the end, we moved to make a motion to change that buck-to-doe ratio within the San Juan Abajo unit to 18 to 20. We also, and this was just a sidebar, it was not a motion, that we not include yearlings in a buck-to-doe ratio count. Again, not a motion, but just a sidebar from one of our members. And then the motion about the buck-to-doe ratio in the San Juan, that passed 5-2 with 3 abstentions. And then we moved to accept the remainder of the plan as presented, and that was unanimous.
Thank you.
The southern region, to echo what everyone else said, we had a lot of discussion on this, and perhaps one of the best attended meetings we've had in quite a while, which I think is really good. I think that's very positive. That's the purpose of these meetings. The majority of those in attendance came in regard to our first motion. So the motion was that we would add a third tier of 21 to 25 bucks per 100 does as an option for the general season units. And this passed unanimously. But I want to speak to that just briefly to clarify a little bit. This really comes down to quality is the real argument here, and there's a lot of emotion on this. But one of the things that we talked about in the plan is that we're changing the plan to achieve the objective. And the concern is, in order to achieve objective, we'd have to increase permits drastically on most of the units in the southern region. Many of our units have never been below the objective. So there's some real concern there of what does achieve mean, and that says it drastic, as we heard. So second motion was similar to others, is that we'd had a motion to change the restrictions on deer being transported into Utah from CWD positive states to read clean skulls instead of skull plates, and that also passed unanimously. We had another motion to change the language of the plan for the late muzzleloader season hunts from set at to no more than 0.5, which would give some leeway on that. That also passed unanimous. And then we had another motion to keep the statewide management plan at 5 years instead of a 7-year plan. That passed 7 in favor, 3 opposed. And the discussion on that was just the concern of kind of what I spoke to a second ago is we had a very well-attended RAC with a lot of input, and the concern is if we spread these meetings out or make it too difficult to have input, what does that mean? And that was kind of the discussion behind that. Finally, the last motion was to accept the remainder of the plan as presented, and that passed unanimous.
Thank you. All right, we will now go to comments from the audience. We will first hear from David Jordan, then he'll be followed by Todd Black. I just want to reiterate that we absolutely want to hear your comments, and we appreciate you coming up. We do ask that you be respectful, and we ask that there be no jeers or cheering.
Thank you, Board and RAC Chairman and the DNR. I am here representing the Southern Utah Deer Alliance, and I think it's very valuable. It is very valuable to have hunter involvement with this in this process. And I know, as has been discussed, that the units are different, and they need to be managed that way. And some of these southern units, they have a lot of winter range. And something that's very encouraging that I've seen is that where we just have had solid cheatgrass, where they've seeded the 4-H kochia, out there I can see red sprigs coming all over up in that cheatgrass, and it's going to be good for wildlife and cattle. Anyway, the third tier recommendation originated out of the Southern RAC as a simple solution to consistently over objective units in southern Utah, and the many hunters' continual objections to yearly tag increases and hunter congestion. It also gives other units the flexibility to be managed in a way that makes sense for their specific needs and challenges. Overall, we feel it is important to our current ratio objectives. This is not something that will be forced upon any unit, but should be an additional option that is available. We hope the fact that the Southern RAC passed this proposal unanimously is significant to the board members. 11 of the RAC members from all walks of life across the political spectrum all agree that this makes sense and is something worth implementing. They're the ones closest to the people and to the challenge the units face. And to have a public process this way and a unanimous vote should not be dismissed because of different positions. And we appreciate that we understand that the Southern RAC is only 1/5 of the RACs, but it did vote unanimously. We hope the board respects all the time and effort and consensus of the Southern Regional Advisory Council. And we hope that time and effort and energy and unanimous votes are not ignored. And another thing that is very important when you have a 25 buck to doe ratio, you are more biologically sound, and that's from biologists. And anyway, that's all I have. Thank you, Board.
Thanks, David. Todd, followed by Riley Hutchinson.
Todd Black, appreciate the time. 3 minutes is pretty limited with what I have on my list. I was told by a couple of board members it's important to mention that I'm a wildlife biologist. So I'm a wildlife biologist. I'm going to start out real quick. Cal Black told me one time, if you can't tell a good story, you're not very good at all. So I'm going to tell you a couple stories. Long time ago, when I was down at that school where Brock works, one of his colleagues that is no longer there told a group of us that as long as you're managing mule deer based on license sales, you really shouldn't be managing mule deer the way you really aren't managing mule deer the way you are. And I'm sympathetic of the state or wildlife management agency that has to generate a large portion of their budget from license sales. But we're coming to a point where we really need to be managing the resource and not managing resource for license sales. It seems like I haven't heard everybody's comments yet, but some of the questions that the board asked and some of the comments from the RAC meeting, from the RAC chairs really kind of, to me, boils down to one thing. And I think that's what I want to ask and recommend and emphasize more than anything is that we need to put more emphasis on our local management plans, unit by unit management plans. I thought that this is why we went to that 5 years ago, and I'm not sure where these population objective numbers, which we talk about population objective, but we don't talk a whole lot about carrying capacity. We should be basing our actions, our strategies, our limiting factors all need to be addressed at a local level. And another good friend and colleague told me a long time ago that if it's not good for the communities, it's not good for wildlife. And we really need to be listening and putting more weight and emphasis on what our local communities say and what our local people say. Oftentimes they've been there their whole lives. And the biologists that work for the division, many who are my friends, and I have the utmost respect for them, have only been there for a few years. And they need to rely upon the local people. So again, just in the amount of time that I have, I'm going to make one recommendation, and that's that when we start, hopefully the board will say, let's start tomorrow on implementing these local management plans, that we literally look at, we did this for sage grouse, it worked for sage grouse, that we'll look at contracting, hiring out, having somebody else that's a neutral facilitator to run these meetings. Invite anybody that wants to come to these meetings to participate in these meetings and let them voice their opinions and their concerns. Listen to them. The division should be there to explain biology and explain natural history, but listen to what these local people have to say. And let's base our plans based on those things. Let's base our buck to doe ratios based on those things. Let's base carrying capacity on some of those things so that we can really start to drill down and manage mule deer locally. Thank you.
Riley, followed by Jeremy Anderson.
My name is Riley Hutchinson. First off, I want to thank the board for taking the time to hear us out and everybody that sat in on the meetings and going over this plan. I'm here representing myself. I'm a very avid outdoorsman. I travel all across states and the world hunting, but this is my home state and I love it, and I donate a lot of time here to manage the mule deer, and it's part of the heart when you're a sportsman. Also, I represent Mule Deer Foundation and everybody that's a member of them. We were able to sit down with the division and go through the plan before the racks even started. It was great to learn things that I had never known of how the management was, went about how we get the deer numbers and the tags go out and how we go about all the plans. I mean, not just to the benefit of opportunity for hunters, but to benefit the wildlife for the future now. And
the kids growing up now, like how are they going to be able to hunt if we don't manage the herds properly? So it's been a really great and fun, and thanks for all the rack that, you know, takes their time as well. With the new technology of the collaring the deer and all the new information we have about the mule deer, I feel the plan best fits the sportsman, hunting, public, and it gives the biologists the latitude to do their job successfully and fully. I've been able to be a part of a lot of these collarings lately, and it's been a great opportunity to be able to, you know, see the overall health and how they are now and how we can benefit them for the future, so we can help these herds and help the wildlife and the opportunity of hunting more and more and more. I think the 5-year plan compared to this new one is subpar. I think Covey's done a great job and everybody on it. I fully support it as myself as a sportsman and Mule Deer Foundation. I want to thank you guys and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeremy, followed by Darren West.
Jeremy Anderson, Mule Deer Foundation. First off, I'd like to thank the board for a chance to come up and speak, and all the racks as well. I was able to visit all but one, and had a volunteer leadership team member fit in on that one. I wanted to first off thank Covey. He's put a lot of hard work into this. I want to thank him, number one, for inviting me into this committee. I was on the Mule Deer Management Committee. And I also want to thank Jason Vernon, Kent Hersey. They supplied a lot of great topics and content. Jason was much like our dad. He kept us in line, had to smack us around a little bit. Never brought snacks, though. But, so I want to just real quickly just kind of discuss with the board and the public to make sure everybody understands how seriously we took this. It was quite a group. I mean, the diversity in that group, I was questioning as I got there. I didn't understand quite why. I soon learned why. I learned something from every single person in that group. Not just the Division of Wildlife, the biologists and things like that, but, you know, ag, sportsmen, Southern Deer Alliance, you know, everybody. So it was great. In our first meetings, we set some ground rules about, you know, hey, we're going to differ. We're not going to see eye to eye all the time. And these are how we're going to solve those issues. And I really felt like, you know, we handled those things. Not everybody in that committee left with exactly how they wanted it. It's not perfect. I don't think you can make a perfect plan with 20 people. But we all decided that we were willing and happy to have Covey present this. One thing I wanted to talk about real quickly, just with all the racks I've visited, I think there's some issues there where, find my note here, some misconceptions, sorry. Nowhere in the plan are we setting hunting numbers. We do set the buck to doe ratios, but those things are handled by local biologists that know their area. And so I think that's, it got a little construed a few times as if we were saying, hey, the Manti LaSalle gets 5,000 tags and this gets that tags. And it's not how we were doing it at all. So we're giving that latitude to those biologists to, number one, look at the deer condition, the body condition, buck to doe ratio, and things like that. Looks like I'm running out of time here. Real quickly, I just want to make sure I understand, to put out there that we all learned something. I really want to thank Brock from BYU. He taught us many things that we're learning from this collaring, and we're able to take one little unit and say they're dying. We're looking at these deer within 48 hours of them dying. They're dying because of predator, roadkill, bad body condition. So, I mean, we are so much further ahead, and that's why this plan is so much further ahead. Last thing, and I'll let you go with, is Troy Justin from SFW had a family emergency. Wanted me to mention that he also supported the plan as he sat in there. He again said also that, hey, we didn't always agree. Not everybody got exactly what they wanted, but it is a good, strong plan. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren, followed by Brock.
First off, I'd like to thank the board and
RAC for allowing our comments today. My name is Darren West. I am the Utah Volunteer Conservation Habitat Coordinator for the Mule Deer Foundation. I was also very humbled and honored to be appointed to this committee to help write this plan. We put a lot of hours into it, and through some healthy debate, I think we put out a really good plan. And I would just like to throw my full support behind it. And just thank y'all for all you do, and that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. Brock, followed by Scott Jensen.
My name's Brock McMillan. I'm here representing myself as a sportsman, an avid mule deer hunter, as an academic that's spent the last 30 years of my life studying mammals, and the last 10 years studying mule deer, and as a member of the Mule Deer Committee. It was an honor for me to be asked to be on the committee, and I appreciate it. And I want to thank the board for listening to my comments. A lot of the guys that have already spoken have stole my thunder, so I don't want to rehash that, but I did want to say that I think that this plan was a compromise. Nobody got everything they wanted. There were some things that I definitely voted against, but I'm here to tell you that I support the plan as written, even though there are a couple things in there that I didn't like when we were voting on it. I think that everybody walked out of there having a couple things they wish would have been different. And so if you choose to start tinkering with it, know that there were those compromises made when we were in there. And I want to comment on two of the tinkerings that have been commented here. And one is the third tier. As a strategy, having a higher buck-to-doe ratio. We had a question on the survey that we sent out to the public to address that exact issue. The question was, currently across Utah, you can draw a tag on average every 2 years. Would you rather, one, draw a tag less frequently with a greater chance of harvesting a mature buck, so increase the buck-to-doe ratios? Would you like to keep it as it is, or would you like to draw a tag more frequently with a less chance of harvesting a mature buck, decrease the buck-to-doe ratios? And 71% of the people that responded that had hunted general units that year said they want it as it is or they want more opportunity. Only 29% said they wanted more quality. And so based on that, we had discussed the third tier as the committee, and based on that, only 2 of the 17 members wanted to continue discussing it further. They wanted to represent the will of the public, so we didn't add that into the mule deer plan. The second thing I wanted to talk is I didn't want the late season muzzleloader hunt personally, but I was the only one and I got voted out, and I'm supporting the late season hunt. But I was the one that said if we're going to do it, let's apply it fairly across the entire state. Let's put it on every unit and let's have everybody do it the same way. And there was not a single dissenting opinion on the committee when we changed the wording to put it at 0.5%. Originally in the plan, it was up to 0.5%, and we took that up to out of the plan, and there was not a single dissenting vote in the committee. And so, anyway, I appreciate all you do, and I'll support whatever you guys decide. Thank you.
Thanks, Brock. That Scott will be followed by Wade Garrett.
Scott Jensen. I also had the privilege of sitting on the Mule Deer Committee, and I'm a member of the Central Region RAC as well. So much of what I wanted to say has been touched on already, so I'm just going to hit a couple of highlights. Maybe the most important thought, though, is that simply that the comments and the ideas that came through the RAC process and that are being discussed here today, they're not new. These were kind of the starting points for most of us when we began this Mule Deer Committee. These were the ideas and the biases and the thoughts that we had. And as we went through that process of education, of discussion, of compromise, we came up with the Mule Deer Plan. And as everyone has said, there's parts in there that none of us like, that we wouldn't have come up with on our own, but after discussion and after education, we felt that that was the best compromise on a statewide level. So I won't go belabor all the points, but I would just encourage you to leave the plan as it is and pass it in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Wade coming up, followed by Bryce Pilling.
Wade Garrett, Utah Farm Bureau. I also had the privilege of serving with this fine bunch of people and working through this plan. And as was stated, and most of what has been said, or I wanted to say has been stated, so it makes it easier for me. I don't like the hams hunt. I like the shams hunt better because my pork producers don't want you taking their name of hams. So other than that, I was very impressed as we got together and as we had good, healthy discussion and questions were always answered. And like most of the rest of the folks that sat on that committee, I too encourage you to vote for the plan as whole. And many of the concerns that did come up there, but I think we really vetted them deeply and spent lots of hours on them. And I appreciate the privilege and encourage you to support the plan.
Bryce coming up, followed by Richard Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bryce Pilling, Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. Troy had to leave, and so gave me a couple of quick notes. Hope I get it right. We support the recommendation as presented with 2 exceptions. We ask that the muzzleloader, late muzzleloader, only be allowed on the units that are currently participating. And then also our Dixie chapter had concerns about a 3rd hunt added to the plan and said it would create a influx of applications, and they don't support it. So I'd like to thank everybody that's involved. Troy had an emergency and had to leave, so he wanted me to reiterate what Mule Deer Foundation said, and I'd like to thank Kobe for all his hard work and the division and you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We got Richard, and followed by Michael Christensen, and that's the last comment card I have.
It's good to see some of you again. One part of this plan, I generally like the plan that Covey's put together in the committee. One area that really concerns me, and maybe it's sort of addressed in there, Covey spoke to that at the RAC meeting, but it's my feeling, and it's a big issue among the people that talk to me. I'm a county commissioner, and I get a lot of feedback from people, and they like to talk to me about hunting and all that stuff too. But one of the big concerns is about predators. Predators are going to take their piece of the pie, okay? You determine whether or not how big that is, okay? We either take it as predators or you allow bears and cougars to take it. In a study that I read about 3 years ago, I think it was out of Washington or Oregon, it says that a lactating female cougar will kill 2.5 deer per week. Okay, that's what they do. That's how they live. Okay, the only way to keep them from taking so many deer is to reduce their numbers. And I know you'll get a lot of pushback from the hounds guys. I understand that. I get that, and I don't blame them for doing that. But the point is, I'll bet the tags and the permits that those people purchase to hunt those animals wouldn't pay 2 people in the division's salaries. Okay, the big game hunters have to be highly considered, and what they do for this division is should hold more weight. One thing that's always bothered me, and I'll tell you this, when I first was chosen to be on the RAC, we went to a RAC training meeting out by the airport. Director Kapowicz was there at that time, and the first thing he said to us is, whatever you decide, whatever you do, make it revenue neutral. I hope that's not the case. I hope that the animals are more important than that, and what we do is more important than that. I would like to encourage that as part of the plan, that if its predators are causing the problem in a unit, that gets addressed, and it gets addressed really hard, and you're not afraid to do it. And that's how I feel. I think all the habitat we've done, we've spent millions of dollars, we've done millions of acres, and the only thing we've never done is really substantially increased predator harvest. Ever. When it was brought up in Iraq, it'd get so far and then it'd just die. You know, Kevin knows that. And Randy probably does too, and Donnie. I mean, it's just, we need to be willing to do it because that's a hard thing to do. If we keep doing the same thing, we're going to get the same results. It's just how it is. So I appreciate your time. Thank you, and thank you for helping us.
Thank you. We got Michael coming up, and he's the last card I have.
My name's Michael Christensen, just representing myself. Had the opportunity to serve on the prior two mule deer committees, and I appreciate what these men did and the time they dedicated to come up with the plan. A couple of points I want to hit on is there's some discussion earlier about increasing the buck-to-doe ratio window. I was on the previous plan when we lowered it down from 15 to 20 down to these two-tiered system of 15 to 17 and 18 to 20. I think Kevin was on that plan also. The reasoning for that is, like Covey said, we've got there's a lot more deer on the landscape in these general season units, and we can get a better number, and we can manage those to a more precise number, so we don't go too high or too low. It allows us to be more reactionary, and it allows the public to have the opportunity to hunt, but it also allows the deer to be safeguarded, because I think everybody in this room feels the same way. The deer should come first, and we get to hunt what that surplus is, so we don't affect them negatively. You're going to hear a lot about, like a third-tier system. You're going to hear a lot today about point creep, and how are we going to deal with point creep? Well, you go to a third-tier system, you're going to take that point creep to another level. And as we discuss unit plans in the future, of course the local people should be involved. But just because I live in northern Utah doesn't mean I might not hunt in southern Utah. Or some guy down south might want to come up north and hunt a moose. We're all Utahns. We need to remember that. And the last thing I want to talk about really quick is the cleaning the skull plates. To have a beetle clean skull, if you want to put language in there, that's so far out in left field, doesn't compute at all. You have citizenry of Utah that are going to go to Colorado and shoot a deer. They're going to hike out off that mountain at 10 o'clock at night. They're going to get in their truck. They're going to want to drive home. They're not going to want to find a taxidermist and stop and pay him to do the taxidermy work on it, to clean that skull, to clean the whole skull, and then have it shipped home. They're not going to do that. You're just going to create, people that are breaking laws and rules. So it's really easy. Just have it state that the brain tissue needs to be removed from the skull before they come home. There's easy ways to do that. Somebody could do that in a few minutes, or maybe a little bit longer, but they're able to come back. So when we say a clean skull, it can be interpreted that clean skull is completely cleaned with all the flesh off the skull, when the whole point of it is to get the brain matter out of it. So, and appreciate your time, and good luck with your decisions.
Thank you. I just want to state there's a great presence today. That does mean a lot. There is a lot of value and a lot of weight from each of us that goes into each of the statements that you said. Along with all of you that presented today, this is by far probably the largest amount of emails and phone calls that I've received based on a decision that we're going to make, and that does weigh on us, and we will do our best with that. But thank you for being respectful and for taking the time to come. With that, we'll give the division time for clarification on comments.
Honestly, I don't have much. If you have questions for me, that's good, but I think that everything everybody said was pretty clear.
Okay. Do a summarization on the rack real quick. Well, again, in the central region, in the central region, we had a motion to remove the word plate. I think we heard a lot of discussion on that today, and replace that with skull. That passed unanimous. And then we had a motion to accept the remainder. And I'll kind of go through this quick. Northern region, we had a motion, again with the skulls. We had a recommendation from the Wildlife Board to require the previous year target buck-to-doe ratios to be achieved in a unit by a 0.5% additional tags, only a maximum of 5 permits, and that passed unanimous. Motion to educate the public on proper deer disposal of CWD, passed unanimous. Southern region, to add a third tier of 21 to 25 bucks per 100 does, and that passed unanimous. Motion to change the language of the plan for the late season muzzleloader hunts from set at to no more than 0.05, and that passed unanimous. Another motion to change the restrictions on the skull plate. Then a motion that the deer plan only be 5 years instead of 7. That motion, 7 in favor, 3 opposed. Southeastern region, to change the buck-to-doe ratio on the San Juan Abajo to 18 to 20 bucks. That motion passed 5-2 with 2 abstaining. In the northeastern region, to accept the statewide mule deer plan as presented with exception to those late season deer hunts to a minimum of 5, not to exceed 0.25%, and to provide the opportunity to have the hams hunt. And that motion passed 4 in favor, 3 opposed. I'd open it up for board discussion.
I'll start. We got a tremendous amount of emails in reference to the third tier, and a lot of time and effort was spent in discussing that, or bringing that to our attention. I just wanted to give my own personal feeling on that. Most of those emails dealt with the hunt experience. They dealt with a higher buck-to-doe ratio and a possibility of killing a bigger deer and then hunting less often. That to me is almost a textbook definition for limited entry on that. And the 21 to 25 just got too close to limited entry for me. But we all get accused of not listening. It's amazing how often you answer emails or talk to people and then there's somebody you miss. So I appreciate everybody who took the time to express, took the time to out of their life to contact us on that. I just, my own personal thought is that is limited entry. And I'd rather combine it as a limited entry rather than increase it on a general season. I'll just start it off with that.
Yeah, I need to probably talk a little bit about that too. 99% of the emails I got supported the third tier. The people that I talked to on the ground, the families, the kids, general hunting public, they want opportunity. They're the ones that need that opportunity to be hunters and be successful. And we all want to kill a big buck, and a lot of them do too. We all want to harvest mature deer, but these general season units are opportunity, and that's what we need to keep them. We need to keep our hunters happy, and the biggest share of our hunters want the opportunity. Thank you.
Jump in. I guess first I want to apologize to my fellow board members. I've got a lot to say, and please forgive me. I'm going to try not to hog all the time, but I do think it's important that we
need the 3-minute rule.
We might have to implement the 30-minute rule. Can we go with that? I just think it's important. You know, the Mule Deer Committee spent 30 hours on this. There's been several hundreds of hours spent in RAC and phone calls and emails. I hope we don't rush through this. I really do hope we spend our time, and hopefully we don't get tired of listening to one another. But I guess I just want to start off with some periphery things. I was also on the statewide committee. It was a great committee. I think we came out of there with a great product, and hats off to Jason and Colby. Again, everybody said it, but they ran a great committee. It was educational. It was insightful. We learned a lot. We tried to work through as many issues as we could, and so I appreciate them for what we've done. Committees of that nature are limiting and restrictive in and of themselves by nature, but I thought they did a good job with what they were working with. And I love our process. Well, let me even go back to the product that's been presented, the plan. I think it's great. I really do. I think it addresses what it needs to, and I think we need to consider that the purpose of a statewide plan is to give us some guidelines, give us some sidebars, some things to work within, and I think we got really close. I might want to tweak a few things, but I think it's a great plan. I think we've really done good. I also want to share appreciation for the process. I appreciate everyone that came here today. I appreciate everyone that came to the racks, the emails, the phone calls. This is a great process. Most other states don't have this, and most other departments and divisions in Utah don't have this. I want you to know it really does make a difference. We received a few emails that said, you know, no one's listening. And that's not true. We really are listening. And I had emails and phone calls from people that did change my mind on issues. And so I love this process. Let's make sure that it continues, and please continue to be a part of it. I thought the DWR has done an outstanding job. They've worked through a host of issues and complex. I mean, there's a lot of pressure from all sides on this, including from the top, from legislators and governor's office and everything in between. And they're in a tight spot, and I think they've done an outstanding job. I guess I'll go to that point.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I too have a lot of, I guess not a lot of input to give, but I happen to be invited to the last Mule Deer Plan team, and so I have a good idea of what it took this group to come, and these are some of the best minds in the deer industry in Utah, and I appreciate all the work they've done. It's not an easy job. It's not an easy thing they did. I'm sure there's a lot of negotiations that took place. I can appreciate that. The third tier thing, you know, it might be the right thing to do it. You know, I just don't know because I haven't researched it enough, and I know it was mentioned at the Northeastern RAC on that issue, and they dismissed it. There just wasn't a big discussion upon it with that group. I guess I would not feel comfortable voting for a third tier without it going through the RAC process. I think that process would have to be gone through, and so I guess right now I appreciate what the plan as it is. I would hate to modify that without it going through.
I would just share some of my thoughts as well. I spent a lot a lot of nights and evenings on the phone with a lot of concerned sportsmen. I think one of the things that come out to me is after this mule deer plan, I believe that there was some things that all of us were caught off guard with, and I think a lot of it had to do with a couple seasons that stacked up that this plan was done before the hunts hit, and when the division as well as sportsmen hit the field this year, I think there was a lot of surprise, not only at the hunt success, but also at just the amount of deer in the field. And that is what I have got a tremendous amount of calls, as I'm sure that the board has. Things were just different than what I believe that the committee put all this effort in, but each of us expected as we went in the field. And I think that's one of the things that I would express, that we did hear that. We did hear that our deer herds are in a state right now that are not acceptable, and I think each one of us here, I absolutely know every one of the division employees is striving for something better. But sometimes, it's bigger than what each of us can do at in a motion of a pen. It'll take some help from nature and getting some things right, and I know that each of us will work at that. But I do want the people to know that called on that hey, I think there was some letters written on what we thought the hunts would be, and then when the people hit the ground, they were nothing like that. And we heard that. I think, all of us heard that. The division heard that. And we'll do our best to make a right decision.
Just to start this off, I guess I see one, at least in my mind, that is quite easy to reflect this is the deer skull versus a skull plate. So just to start off on where we go with this, I will make the motion that we adjust the word skull plate to clean skull in the mule deer management plan.
I'll second it, although I might want to amend it later if that's okay, Carl. I like the direction this is going. I think we've got to be careful just not to be too restrictive and make this hard. I have a lot of friends from California that hunt, and there's some restrictions in regard to what you can take back into California, and I don't want to turn into that. I have a fear of CWD. I think we need to be conscious of it and smart about it. But we also don't need to be make this so cumbersome that we can't accomplish anything and can't enjoy this resource. So I actually did appreciate the comment. Really, to me, the nuts and bolts of this is what's the definition of clean, and I thought Mike described it pretty well as free of brain matter. I don't know how we can incorporate that in. Does clean denote that, or do we need to add that particular language in the description as well?
I think maybe you ought to say something like cleaned of brain matter. To me, that would make it better, because the rest of it, some of these guys that are coming a long way, and I appreciate what Mike said, they're driving long distances, it's late at night. Brain matter, I guess, is if that's what we want out of it, just put that statement in there, cleaned of brain matter.
Can we have some clarification?
So what we would want then, it doesn't have to have every piece of meat off of the skull. It needs to be free of brain matter, and we don't want it to bring back in the lymph nodes attached to the neck either. So I think if the board will direct us to modify that to allow somebody to bring in a skull, we can come up with a language that would allow us to do that. If the intent is to allow somebody to bring in a skull to have a European mount, we can get the exact language and make that less cumbersome on our hunting public.
So I'll withdraw the motion and direct OV to come up with some language for that, on that I'm okay with all of the options. Just want to make it a little more, less restrictive than just a skull plate.
That's a motion, I'll second it.
understand that motion, says.
Thank you.
We like your magic. All in favor? Unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, could I bring up, this isn't one of the specifics, but it's just kind of a big picture with regard to the plan. And just some of my concerns. Again, like I said, I love this plan. I'm all in with about 96% of it. I think the bulk of what we've got and the framework we've got is right. But I guess, and Kobe did a great job explaining what this statewide plan does and what it doesn't do, you know, with regard to its relationship to unit plans and how those two work together. Here's my concern, and I forgive me, I'm going to say the word flexibility a lot today. I worry this gets just a bit tight, this statewide plan. I think more of this needs to be in unit plans, and I think it is, but I think there's just a couple little things here that take away some flexibility from the unit biologist as well as the unit plans. And I just think we've got, some of these numbers are too tight. As I listen to some of that, I question, why do we even have biologists? Why do we have unit biologists? It almost sounds like we have 2 general season plans for 30 units, and we have one office, you know, or one plan that's dictating how this is going to work. And I think there's some concern there. We all received an email from Josh Pollock, a former biologist for the division. And I hope you all had the chance to read that. I thought there were some very poignant statements in there that I do think there's a concern there. I think this statewide plan needs to provide us a framework, but not get very specific. And there are portions of this statewide plan that are very specific. And I think take away some autonomy from regions, the leadership in the regions, as well as, and especially, unit biologists. And so, to that end, I do think I would like to make some motions, not now, but as we get to that point, I do think we just need to take just a little bit of the handcuffs out of this. Nothing drastic, but that's my concern.
Let me make a motion right now. And this motion comes out of respect. It sounds like there may be some members that may want to make some adjustments. But out of respect for the committee, out of respect for everybody that showed up here today in support of the plan, and out of everybody that was involved in that, I think it needs a motion as presented. And if we vote that down, then we can move forward with some changes. But I'll make the motion that we approve the rest of the Mule Deer plan as presented with the adjustment that we made for the schools.
Got that motion? You have a second. Motion fails for lack of a second.
Could I just jump back in? I apologize again, but I appreciate where Carl's at, because I like I said, I do like where we came from, and I appreciate the committee. I do want to mention the committee a little bit, though. Great group of guys. I echo, you know, that there was a lot of experience, a lot of talent, a lot of insight, just a lot of wisdom in that group of individuals. Having said that, it's an advisory committee. You know, there is nothing with regard to the Mule Deer Committee that is sacred. We all shared our best opinions, and we all shared with Jason and Covey and the others what our ideas were. But at the end of the day, they get to write the plan. They get to write the proposal. And so, to me, there's nothing sacred about those advisory comments that were made, even those advisory votes that were made. And I don't want to take away from the process of the Mule Deer Committee, because I thought it was awesome. I loved it. I think we ought to continue to do it. But it's advisory in nature. There's nothing binding there. We didn't sign anything in blood that said this is what we will do. I just think it was a group of talented, experienced individuals that are able to share their experience with Covey, give him some greater insight so that he can move on and present a proposal. So, no disrespect is intended as we start to, as I perhaps start to tweak some of this. That's no disrespect to the committee, but they're advisory in nature, just like the RAC and the survey and all the other information that we've gathered so that we can make a better decision.
I guess I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the late season muzzleloader, because that was a topic of several of the RACs and several of the people that's commented today. So can we maybe throw that one out there as just discussion?
Have some discussion points you want to start with?
Well, there was at least one RAC that wanted to make sure the buck-to-doe target ratio is achieved before more than 5 late season muzzleloader hunts were allowed. Another one that wanted to lower it down to 0.25 instead of 0.5. Another one says no more than 0.5. And then, of course, some of the comments we heard today, I think I wrote down a couple of those too, but I don't have, I mean, there was a lot of comments on that. I think we ought to at least hear that, see that up there, and let's talk about that and see if there's anything we want to change there.
Just a question for Covey. Do the math for me on our unit with the most buck-to-doe tags. So how many of these
most buck
muzzleloader
tags?
Yeah.
You just asked me to do math on YouTube in front of everybody. It'd be roughly, the Manti, over 8,000 permits, roughly 40 of these, if we stayed with how it's currently written.
The way that it's currently written, every unit would get 5. Minimum would get at least 5.
Yeah, if you had like the 1,000 lakes, for example, that 300 permits, but even though the smallest unit would get at least 5, and then if they didn't meet that 5 at 0.5%, then it would go to then it goes to 0.5%. It's 5 or 0.5%, whichever is greater, the way it's currently written.
The unit with the most would get 42, roughly.
Yeah, just over 40.
And
Yep.
the others would get 5.
Yes, any that don't at least meet 5, correct.
I just comment on this. I appreciate Randy bringing it up. This was an item the Mule Deer Committee talked about a lot, and I think it's important to give a little framework for it and why, the kind of the why behind it. We have an issue with point creep in this state. Everyone knows it. We've been talking about it for a decade. And we all keep saying, we've got to attack it. We've got to deal with it. It's going to be hard. There will be sacrifices. But we've never done anything, quite frankly. And it continues to get worse. To me, I think this addresses it. This is a great step. And I think that was this is the motivation behind this idea. Yes, I don't love the idea. If I was king for a day, we probably wouldn't have it. But there's a purpose behind it. And I can support this simply because it starts to address point creep. It allows for more general season, limited entry permits to get out there and to help address that. This isn't going to be the fix, but to me, this is a good step in the right direction. I do have one concern, and again, flexibility. Right now, it's either 5 or 42, depending on the unit. And to me, that just doesn't make sense. Again, why do we have biologists? It's not just to go talk to people about how they can deal with bears and pick up stuff on the side of the road. These guys know. They're the ones out there in the field. They know what that unit looks like. They know what that herd looks like. Why do we not give them a little flexibility as to set this number, recommend this number, not set it, but recommend this number, somewhere between 5 and 42? I think what the Southern Region did is probably where I'm at. I would like to remove the or and allow there to be a full scale from 5 to that 0.5%. I would like that those recommendations could be anywhere in that range.
Make a comment and an observation. Here a few years ago, when we had brought before us the opportunity to add scopes to the muzzle loaders, there was a lot of excitement, and that first year there was an incredible amount of photos that were sent around of the harvest, and people were so excited by that. But the following year, I think the division and maybe the board got a brunt of comments that, hey, the following year was not the same. We did not see the mature bucks in the field like we have in the past. What are you guys doing? I think we as sportsmen got to recognize that we too cause consequences. And when we add a hunt and we do things, we are going to have effect on that. And this late muzzleloader hunt will take some of those older mature deer out of the pool. I think we need to recognize that one of the racks had the hams hunt as an option. I think one of the things as sportsmen, they don't have to harvest the biggest animals, but they do like to see them during a hunt. And I think that is a lot of what we've heard is from that, is people just aren't seeing those mature animals. So I think that we ought to consider, as we move forward, some of these hams hunt or restricting our harvest so that we're not so effective. I don't think we can continue down this road of 100% technology and not see effects from it.
Chairman, could I, again, I appreciate, your comment and where you're coming from. But having said that, I've talked to a lot of people that draw this hunt, this late season muzzleloader hunt, and they are excited. They're willing to burn their 15 points. But the idea of this hunt is scary. We've got bucks that are pre-rut that, these are the bucks that made it through the other 11 hunts or however many people think we have now. And there's just, the fact that they're still alive is a miracle. And it's not quite that easy in my mind. I think the success on this hunt, the success in carving off the bucks everyone is scared that will get killed is quite low. Some of the best units in the state, the people that I've talked with, this last season, the success was very low. 30–40% of the people are killing deer, and even only a percentage of those are killing the quality of bucks everyone's scared are going to get killed. I think the idea of this hunt is scary, but the reality of it is that it really biologically is not having that much impact. That it's allowing people to get through the system, it's helping with point creep, but we're not really losing that many of our older age class deer that we're scared of.
I guess I'm pretty worried about our mature bucks. They get hit pretty hard. With all the technology we've got, that's taken a toll on those mature bucks. We need to be very, very careful with these late season muzzleloader permits, because in my eyes, we're overdoing it right now. And I think probably we need to let our biologists, our local biologists, have more of an input on the number of permits that we're giving out and just not a number, so that we can go up and down a little bit as they see fit. They know what's out there. They're talking to the sportsmen, and that would be what I'd like to see is them have more input in what we're doing on those units.
I guess a question, the local biologist sets makes a recommendation for the number of the tags. So they do have input on that, and that would impact this. So I guess I don't see that we're taking them out of the equation. They have impact in the total number of tags for their unit, and then yes, there is a math equation the way that it's written. So I guess I don't see how they're being left out.
Could I address that? I guess the way the plan's written right now is, to me, they don't have a say. It's either the minimum or the maximum. I would like to allow them the flexibility to choose any number in between those two as well. They could still choose those. They can still have 0.5% or 5%, but they can also have any number in between. I love the idea of that flexibility. In the way it's currently written, they don't have that much.
Carl, I think that's where I was at too, is to try to allow that. I think I like what the southern region, the way they put that is five muzzleloader seasons, no more. Well, actually, I guess they didn't do that. It was one of the other ones. But I'll make a motion that we modify the language to have from a minimum of 5 8-season muzzleloader tags up to a maximum of 0.5 tags, and anything in between.
I'll second that.
Was that motion clear? Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Unanimous.
I guess, did we want to talk about which muzzle loaders those are? Is it ham or is it regular? Do we want to get into that? I guess not.
I'm good with the muzzleloader.
With just muzzleloader, but you're saying you said hams. Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what our timetable is, and I don't know that we want to tackle a whole lot more, but I guess this won't dive us right into the details of this. But with regard to the buck-to-doe ratios, I think it's important that we consider, as we dive into this topic, we got to review and consider and keep at the forefront the idea that our general season units are for opportunity. That's the purpose of them. That's why we have them, to get as many people out there as we can. And I don't think anything can come in front of that. I agree with Carl. These aren't limited entry units. They're general season units, and their main objective is to get people hunting. Having said that, I had a lot of calls this year, or this last month, from people that said, yes, we have done a great job. We've provided opportunity. We've especially provided opportunity for youth. That's been one of the great things the board's done in the last 5 years. It's pretty easy for youth to get a tag if they try hard at all. And so I think we've done some great things in the realm of opportunity, but a lot of people pointed out to me that that's not, just having a permit in hand is not the ultimate goal for a lot of them. It's also to go out there and have a good experience, a quality experience. And that doesn't mean a quality of buck. It's a quality of experience. That means I got to go out there with my family and friends. I got to see some deer. I've got my 12-year-old with me, and they saw deer and even saw some bucks. They got excited, and we didn't have 10,000 people mobbing us. You know, the overall experience is what people are wanting. That's what's going to recruit youth, not just a tag in their hand. That piece of paper really isn't the experience. So we can't forget that as we talk opportunity, we also have to talk quality of experience. So while I am all for the opportunity of this, and let's keep these things, our general season units, so that people have reasonable access at permits on a reasonable cycle, we can't just throw permits at this thing either. You know, we've got to consider either we split more hunts, we do something to get creative so that as they get all those tags in their hands, they don't go out there and have a terrible experience and wish they hadn't done it. And so I just think that's something that we've got to consider. You know, hunting, for better or worse, hunting has changed a little bit in the last quarter century. And it's probably naive for us to think that it won't. You know, that the last half century is going to stay the same. I think we do protect, you know, that opportunity and that family that wants to go out there and shoot 2 points and get meat. I mean, that's a great thing, and we've got to hold on to it. But I don't think we need to hold on to it so tightly that we aren't representing our constituents. I mean, the survey was pretty telling, but what we didn't talk about in the survey is that it changed a bit from the survey 5 years ago. Hunting is changing, and I hope we don't I hope we don't hold on to the, you know, that 50-year-old tradition so tightly that we're not willing to just entertain some of these new ideas and perhaps the fact that maybe we should make a change, a more major change. Anyway, just a thought. I know that's not a recommendation. I'm sorry.
You know, a couple things I've written down is the change the buck to doe halt on a Bajo. That would be the unit plan, not necessarily in this plan. That'd be a unit plan, wouldn't it? Or am I wrong, Colby? Would we have to do that something here if we?
No, we are attempting to set those in these plans for statewide consistency. So if we want to do that, now is the time. If we're gonna make that recommendation, though, I would ask that the board consult with the region. They're here today and find out why it is where it is and what the sentiments are there, just to make sure that we make it knowingly. Is that fair? Okay.
Let me make a comment with this, since it's the region where I live. Every year at the Southeastern RAC, we always hear from a group of sportsmen that always want to see a unit in the region that's 18 to 20. We currently have one. It's the Range Creek unit, but most of that unit is private land. And so it's very hard access and very low deer densities on the public land that's available. So we could set that objective at $5, but we would never probably get below what we are right now. And so you always have the sportsmen come. They want this 18 to 20. I think at whatever time, I really think that if we're going to stop not hearing that, I think that the Southeast region would like one unit that's in that 18 to 20. I think we continually hear that. You know, when that proper time is, I'm not certain, but that's just a little background of why we always continue to hear that. If you want to drop the Range Creek back to 15 to 17 and add additional unit, I don't think you would change anything. And one comment I would have, Donnie made the comment that if we adjusted the buck to doe ratios, we could go like to 12 to 17. I would just say, coming from a region that has all of our units that are public land are 15 to 17, I would just say, please don't adjust that lower than 15. Because when those units get to 15, that is about the lowest end that you start to really hear screaming that, hey, the quality's not there. I think if you go below that on that end, you're really gonna hear it. And I can understand coming from a region that has all 18 to 20 units, you can say that, because I don't think you guys see that lower end. There's a difference. So,
Mr. Chairman, could I make a motion? And Randy, I don't know if this is headed in the direction you are, but Colby, could you bring up that slide that talks about hunt strategies, where it lists those buck to doe ratios, which units are which?
Yes, it doesn't list the specifics.
Sorry, yes, but it just, the numbers. So, again, flexibility. I do not understand why we have in our statewide plan, it's mandated in stone. Once these plans get approved, we seem like we can't go back and change them. And so my concern is, with this slide, we've got 11 units at 15 to 17 and 18 units at 18 to 20. I'm not going to propose that we juggle or shuffle or anything. I'm perfectly comfortable with where they are now, but why is this mandated in the statewide plan? Those numbers, 11 and 18. Could we not take those out and just say the units will be managed for, here's your options? And then as it comes through unit committees, as it comes through RACs, as it comes back to the board, if a unit in the southeastern region would like to make an adjustment, then great. But if we leave that in there, we can't without switching and flopping. And to me, these are general season units. I mean, we're not really talking about taking away opportunity here. Yes, there is a difference between 15 to 17 and 18 to 20, but when we talk about opportunity, it's minuscule as we start to change those numbers. So I guess my motion would be to remove that 11 and 18 numbers from the plan.
Motion on the table. Seconded by Donnie Hunter. Do you have that motion?
Can I comment on that motion?
Yeah.
The reason those are on there is everyone has a specific strategy. I don't believe it was arbitrary. I believe it was a way to, okay, this unit is a big unit, it's lots of deer, this may have less exit or access. There was a strategy in placing that in those. It wasn't just an arbitrary pick. I mean, if we take that out, what unit would ever want to be 15? Leave it to there, and then it is thousands and thousands of tags that go there. I would rather leave it in and let our sportsmen decide where they want to go and their choices. Because if I'm managing a unit, I'm going to go 18 to 20 every time. Every unit will go 18 to 20. So, I mean, I will oppose this because I believe there's a statewide strategy for mule deer that incorporates, yes, the units need to be managed separate, but the management needs to be in over a large umbrella. So that's why I'll oppose this motion.
I respond, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that, Carl, and it was unfair saying that those numbers were came up with just arbitrarily. I know they weren't. I know there's a reason why there's 11 units at 15 and then there's 18. I know there's reason whys those are there. And I guess that's not my concern. I don't want to change any of them. But I don't want them to be locked in either. Again, flexibility. Let's let it go through the process. And if we decide that 17 of those need to stay there so we can maintain opportunity, then as a board we can do that. But I just hate the idea that the statewide plan, which is only designed to provide framework, is giving these kinds of specifics and pigeonholing these units to where they have to be, mandating them where they have to be.
More discussion on the motion? Hands up. All in favor? 3 in favor, opposed?
What was your thoughts for breaking? We still have time?
Oh, I'm pretty sure your lunch has been posted by now.
So we should just keep going, is that what you're saying? All right, I'd like to make another motion, Mr. Chairman, and maybe a brief description why. Again, I hate to start with it, but it comes to flexibility for me. It really is not about quality of bucks for me. I'm not trying to change our general season units to limited entry units. I'm really not. I want our opportunities to stay the same, but I want there to be flexibility. I want the units, unit plans, unit committees, unit biologists to be able to have a little more say in this. And I feel that this plan just narrows them just more than I'm comfortable with. So having said that, I've really considered the idea of buck-to-doe ratios and how that's going to affect us and how it might not affect us. And I do like the idea of widening our current windows. You know, we're at 15 to 17 and 18 to 20. So even though we have a 3-year average, Josh Pollock presented some real dangers to that 3-year average. I've always loved it, but never looked at it from that side, that biology side. You know, it just seems like it's so narrow. We pinball back and forth between those two numbers, and that 3-year average, you know, can when we use that, it really does. I mean, it can magnify the problems we have and make us slow to react even. And I get that as we widen this, that could create a problem that we're even more slow to react. And I do want to address that later. That our triggers and how we get to the point where we react faster. But I like the idea of widening these windows and creating just a little more flexibility with each unit and each biologist. And so I would move that we change our 15 to 17 objective from 14 to 18, and that we overlap a little for that flexibility as well, and have our upper at 18 to 22.
Say the other one again.
So 14 to 18 and 18 to 22.
So you don't you lower the lower one, but you don't lower the upper one?
Okay, sorry, say that again.
So the 15 to 17, you lower that, but on the 18, you didn't lower it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. But we raised the lower one as well.
That's not helping the guys in the low units.
I hear you. (14 to 18, 18 to 22). I think that overlap, again, just provides a little more flexibility, a little more room to wiggle. And to me, this reaches more people, and to me, reaches to the biologist as well, to allow them that flexibility that we're just not constantly banging back and forth between those numbers. And then again, it does, as Kevin brings up, it raises that top from 20 to 22 while not going to 25. You know, even though that's what's been asked for in one of the regions, to me, this is kind of a compromise and kind of reaches the most people.
I have a comment, and then I think the DWR wants some clarification as well. But one of the comments I have is we went out to the statewide plan, and a lot of this was discussed with a tremendous amount of over 30 hours of discussion. And some of this, to do real quick, I really hesitate because this was only brought up in one rack, and it didn't go through all of the other racks. And so I really hesitate to make a motion, to accept a motion that was not vetted through the other rack process. I probably most of my life was more in the seat of where Wade's coming from. I grew up in the same regions that he did and come up from that same mindset. But sitting here today as vice chair, I think there's a real responsibility that we make sure that the vote that we do today has the public in mind. And so I would really counsel the Wildlife Board to think hard about this motion. If you make a motion, that I recommend that motion would take it back through the RAC process for everyone to vote on and discuss, or send it back to the division. After hearing all this, I think they can make some decisions, but I highly encourage us to think hard about just voting on a motion that come through one rack without the public process. I think we really endanger the board of losing the public's trust in making those type of decisions.
So I do want to speak a little bit to flexibility for biologists, just so everybody understands what that really means. Our biologists live across the state, around these towns, in these communities. And Josh's perspective is one perspective, and I've heard it. You know, I've heard it, and I understand that perspective, and I see it. But another perspective that I get all the time is, thank you, Covey, for helping me to continue to provide the opportunity that I can provide as a biologist. So when you embed yourself in one of these small communities, and you hunt bucks that are so highly, highly social, right? And you're the one making the recommendations, and you give a biologist these wide sideboards, our recommendations start to turn into whatever was mentioned at the local coffee shop. Because that biologist has to go back to that coffee shop. So there's a lot of appreciation from our biologists. What you're talking about, I can tell you, this wide range of, now I'm not speaking specifically to this motion, I'm speaking specifically to large amounts of flexibility. Guidelines protect our biologists, and they help our biologists make good recommendations to a plan. And whenever that gets too broad, we start to see local sentiment manage permit numbers for the whole state. And that's what I think we really need to safeguard about. If this is the direction that the board decides to go with, after Kevin's counsel and widening buck-doe ratios, I would ask that if this is the direction we decide to go, that we would allow the division to manage to the middle, just like we did with limited entry, or ask us to manage to the middle, with some flexibility on both sides, but that gives us a target or something to aim at.
Mr. Chairman, could I just comment on that? Colby and I have had this discussion several times, and I understand where he's coming from. But it also sounds very much like we have one biologist in the state. And I get that he's trying to buffer that local biologists. They're big boys as well. And I think they have at heart the best interest of the herds. And though, yes, they have to live there and they have to see those guys at the coffee shop, I think their recommendations are what they truly think the unit and the herd needs. And I think there's a real danger in having one biologist for the whole state, that all the biologists submit recommendations and the edges get carved off at the region level, and then they go to Salt Lake and get carved off even further and have no resemblance of what the biologist actually presented. And I mean, as a culture in a business and a department, that's a dangerous place to be. You're basically saying, I don't value the opinion of my local biologist. And I know that's only one side of it. I think Colby's portrayed the other side of it, and I think the truth's probably somewhere there in the middle. But I do think there's a danger there, and I think we really do need to safeguard it. And I think as these unit-wide committees that we've talked about come to light, and hopefully they will, that's going to help promote this process. But Kevin, let me mention too what you had your comment, and I appreciate where you're coming from. The process cannot be circumvented. I don't feel like this is. This isn't a recommendation for a third tier. This isn't a recommendation for 21 to 25. This is a recommendation just to spread some windows out just a little bit. And I do think everyone's had the chance to go through and consider this. Maybe not the exact language and the exact motion, but the idea of it. And I don't know that we would be circumventing the process, because I do think this idea has been fleshed out a bit.
Yes, I'm a little nervous about the comments that are being made. I represent a lot of folks on the Wasatch Front, and I probably have as many sportsmen as anybody in the region. They are as passionate about these areas as anybody that lives there. And so I guess I'm a little sensitive to the locals are the only ones that care about these units. That is far, far, far from the truth. I have I suspect that I have someone in my region that hunts every one of these units, puts in for every one of these limited entry. So I don't want to minimize those sportsmen. They are absolutely as important as the coffee shop guy, and I want them all considered in that. And so I don't know where this motion's going to go, but I do not want, and I'll throw the name on it, the Wasatch Front sportsman devalued on that. That's where most of them live. That's where most of them are. and they care just as much about these units as anybody that lives on them.
Well, I'll just make the comment. I support the process. I think that if we do something, it needs to go through the public process. But I want to make sure the board understands that they know what the motion we made. We took the 15 to 17 units that are the ones we usually hear that are really struggling. When they get to 15, the regions hear about it. That is on the borderline. People don't really, that's about the acceptable level. So those units in your state or in your region, Brett, that 15, the cash in many of those, you're going to lower those lower than that. And we're going to say the southern region that has the higher units, we're going to say you don't have to take that same pain of lowering. You just get to add to. I think that we each need to think about that really hard before we go that direction.
Personally, I don't feel comfortable approving something that hasn't gone through all the racks. So that's where I am on this one. I'm comfortable with the 15 to 17 and 18 to 20, and I don't think I could support changing it without it going through the public process. It's a major thing. It's not a minor thing like we did with the.
Have a motion on the table? Second it, Donnie? Oh. So there isn't? Okay. We got a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Fails for lack of a second.
Any other particular issues people want to bring up?
I think the southern region voted to make it a 5-year plan instead of a 7. I think we probably ought to talk about that just to make sure that we fleshed out everything that at least the racks have been motioned on.
And I would just say, that I've received so many phone calls, and I think the division after this plan, I think we were all blindsided by the year that we had the survival of our deer by the hunts that we had. If we're going to make some changes in this, I would ask that, instead of doing it at this level, I think we'd be better off to go the remainder of these things that go back to the division. I did serve on a mule deer plan. When we come back with the Henry Mountains, the board wasn't totally pleased with what we did. For one meeting, we went back. It actually took about an hour, but we revised to make sure that we didn't take the cream of the crop off the Henrys, and we put that 10% rule on the Henrys. If we need to adjust something, and we don't feel comfortable with 7 years, I'd rather see us get it right, go back, stay under the current plan for the remainder, and let the division, with all the comments that they've heard, make some adjustments and then come back.
With regard to the 7-year idea, I understand the need to have a plan go long enough that you can see if it's working. Having said that, there's nothing different about this plan than the previous two. And so we've got a decade of experience with basically this exact same plan with a few tweaks. I mean, in reality, there are no changes to this plan. There's some adjustments. And so my concern is we already have the track record. We already have the history. Now we're just stringing it out 2 years even farther. And here's my concern. Every time that the board or a RAC or even individuals see a need and we take it through the process, we're always told the same thing. Well, the plan comes back up again in 4.5 years. Why don't you come back then? And to me, again, it comes back to that flexibility. I'm fine if we go ahead and pass this for 7 years with the caveat that we're able to go back in and make tweaks along the way. And that's hasn't happened in the past. And so I am leery to extend it out 2 more years, even though the process that was went through this year was monumental. I mean, what Covey and Jason, those guys did with the committee was monumental and requires a lot of manpower and time. And I'm sensitive to that. This is probably also the most important thing that we're doing right now. Most of our sportsmen are deer hunters. We have to get this right, and if we don't, we need to have the flexibility to make adjustments along the way. So to extend this to 7 years with very little ability to go back in and make changes, honestly, I think is a step in the wrong direction. And I appreciate where Kevin's coming from too. Maybe we are where we're supposed to be, but I would just like the ability to go back in more often than every 7 years. No, sorry.
I'm comfortable with the 5 years on that. I think mule deer is our.
With 5?
Yeah, we're at 7, but the recommendation, we're talking 5. I'm comfortable with making the recommendation of going to 5. The mule deer is Utah's premier species, and I think we ought to look at it quite often. I guess I'll make the motion.
Sure. And even if we do that, can we go back in and change some things, Kobe? What? I don't want to have our hands tied. We need to, things are changing too fast.
So if we ever had new data that was going to completely revolutionize or change things, you better believe we'd bring it back to the Wildlife Board and say, hey, we found out some new things, let's fix this. That said, it needs to be a little bit firmed up and that we're not changing things annually on a whim. And providing consistency allows us to let us know if something is good or isn't good, working or isn't working. And so we don't want to open it and change things. But as an agency, we would never let good things pass us without saying something. If there was something that was going to revolutionize the way that we hunt deer, we'd bring it back to the board.
Well, I get from some of our sportsmen, they don't like it when we come back and say, well, that's not in the plan, we can't change that for 5 years. That's not a good answer.
I understand that sentiment. I think what we're trying to protect is knee-jerk reactions on whims from a particular segment. And that's what's scary, right? This plan took a lot of preparation, a lot of people, a lot of folks, a lot of sentiments, a lot of backgrounds, a lot of diversity. And so when one segment doesn't like one aspect, as I mentioned before, there were 17 individuals representing 17 different viewpoints in 17 constituencies besides division personnel. And so we do lock them up a little bit, but it's not because we don't care about those constituencies. It's because one constituency shouldn't come in and overrun 16 others. So that's why we provide that sort of protection for what we do. And again, I'll say it like I said before, but if there was something that was beneficial for deer, because that's what we manage, deer as a whole, we definitely bring it back.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a little comment if I could. I guess again, my concern is basically Covey's answer was no. We're not gonna go back in and change it unless new data comes in, and that's my concern. And I get that we're trying to avoid this very cumbersome and time-consuming process. I get that, and that's important. We've got better things to do, quite frankly. But I would almost rather say, let's revise plan process. let's not mandate that we have to have a committee and a survey and go through this super cumbersome process that's so hard we want to avoid it. Let's have a 3-year plan and then not require that much of a cumbersome process to get there. To talk about how we manage deer every 3 years is not a terrible thing. It's our biggest resource. But I understand the fact that this is a process that's, I mean, I was part of it. It's hard. And we want to kick it down the road as far long as we can because we don't want to do it again because the pain is still fresh. There's just, that's a long time. I mean, 7 years is a better part of a decade, and to not be able to go back and revisit a few things in all that time, to me, is a mistake.
Director, please.
Yes, quickly. There's other reasons. It's not that we avoid these because they're painful. It's because we want some consistency over a period of time. We just need to provide that consistent action over a 5-year period if that's what you choose to do. It's not because it's painful. It's because we want consistency. Besides that, if some compelling issue comes up that the board that you feel is compelling, you can direct us as the division to come back and revisit some part of the plan if there's a compelling issue that comes up.
And it's not the process. There are a lot of people that sat on that board that dedicated that time. I think we could do a poll right now and all of them would say, look, I'll do it again. It's not the process. It's because we value mule deer, we value Utah and everything. The process, it doesn't scare us. I love having the big process, but I think we need some structure, and 5 years is where I'm comfortable with that structure.
Casey, can you repeat that motion? And the motion is only for the, to change the years. It does not affect the rest of the plan. We can still discuss that. Okay. Any more discussion on that? Everyone understand it?
I'd just like to mention that with the new technology that they're using with these fawn mortalities and the lion studies that they're doing on what, where they follow these mountain lions around and visit the clusters and see what they're actually eating. I think that new technology could be game-changing stuff in the future, and I think that's important stuff, something that we haven't had for very many years prior to now, and so I kind of like the shorter idea than the longer one.
All right, so we have a motion on the table. All in favor? Or opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Chairman, that's all that I wrote down as far as, I still had a couple other things here about the growing more cougars and putting more emphasis on managing locally, but that's all the major issues that I wrote down that the public or the RACs had. So I guess I'd like to make a motion we accept the balance of the plan as it is, even though I don't like the middle target on the limited entry. I'll tell you that right now, but I'd like to make the motion to accept the balance of the plan as it is.
So I did just have one more item, Randy, and I guess let me bring it up, and if we vote on this, then it'll go away. But it was with regard to the change, and honestly, this came to me from division employees, and I think it's a legitimate concern. We changed that word, manage toward, and changed it to achieve or obtain this plan, and Covey said the plan is going to be annually. Quite frankly, this, whether or not we change this, probably have more impact on the 2020 hunt than everything else we've talked about up to this point. And here's why. To me, I'm comfortable with the idea that where it says we manage toward. If we're not doing it, then we're not managing toward. I mean, that's been the reason for the change in wording, is because that's the way it was the last 5 years and it didn't get us anywhere. Well, that doesn't mean anything. That means we didn't manage toward. My concern is when we say we're going to obtain that goal annually on a lot of these units that are under objective and over objective, there are going to be some crazy changes. And I do think we need some changes. And we need some more drastic changes than we've had. But we're going to have, as Covey described it, some sticker shock on permit recommendations that are going to be crazy. So as a board, what are we going to do? Are we going to try to soften the edges of it? Or are we just going to let it run and you know, add 50 more percent in some of our permits in some of the areas and decrease 50% in others? To me, I like the idea of working toward, and let's just do it. Let's just do what it says instead of this achieve annually. To me, that, yes, we're going to work toward the objective. That's the entire point of this. But to get there in 1 year and have it mandated, to me, this could be a big problem. I guess to make this easy for a process, I would make a motion that we amend Randy's motion to include this as an exception, that we pass the bulk of it with the exception that we change this word from achieve or obtain, I'm not sure what it is, achieve, to work toward, the way it has been the last 5 years. That'd be my motion, or amendment.
Willing to amend that, Randy?
I think an amendment needs a second, doesn't it? I think you just have to second it against it.
You need a second on the motion.
Okay, so is there a second on the amended motion?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
But I need to call for a vote on the first.
And so I call for a motion, call for a vote on the first motion. All in favor? All right, so what time do you think, Stacy?
3 o'clock? I would say you probably should give the full hour for that.
All right, we will go 1 hour. We will come back. Thank you. Lunch is upstairs in room 2000 for the rack chairs then. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Appreciate all the comments and quite a morning that we had. One thing we did discuss a lot, the importance of the unit by unit plans, and I'd like to invite Justin to come up and just give a brief discussion on how they will tackle those units and how they will write those plans.
There we go. Good afternoon, members of the Wildlife Board. My name is Justin Shannon, Chief of Wildlife, and just thanks for the opportunity to clarify. So with the unit plans, those are done on a rotational basis, and we have a range trend study that occurs where we go and we collect range data on each unit, and I think we just finished that up in southern Utah, and so this next year we'll work on southern Utah unit management plans, and that'll rotate regionally throughout the state. And so as the conversation was occurring with updates to unit plans, it's not that every unit plan in the state gets updated next year. It's based on what the habitat conditions are like, which then sets population objectives and the rest of the details associated with the unit plan. So that's how we go about it. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, bucks, bulls, once in a lifetime.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colby Jones, I'm here to present the recommendations for season dates and hunt structure for bucks, bulls, and once in a lifetime. Although we're on break. There we go. Somebody want to come show me where this is?
In that folder right in the middle, Cody.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you guys are still on break. That's good. You deserve a little more of a break. It was a long morning. All right, back live? Sweet. All right, starting right in with general season deer hunt dates. These are the same, no major changes here. The one change you see is that the late season limited entry muzzleloader hunt, that was previously an 8-day hunt. For consistency's sake, and in the plan, we recommended that be a 9-day hunt moving forward. On the general season elk hunt dates, if we look down through this, again, no major changes. All the dates are rolled back 2 days. That's because this is it's a leap year. And starting out, what we'll do is highlight the changes region by region. So we'll highlight the changes first, the region on top. On the left side there, you'll see the species, followed by the changes for that species. So starting with buck deer in the southern region, we're recommending 2 new extended archery units. One on the Pine Valley, New Harmony area, and one on the Southwest Desert Cedar Valley. These are both areas where we have agricultural conflicts. And trying to alleviate some of the damage here using public hunters, we hope will be helpful and give some of that opportunity back to the public. These are both areas where the division currently does a lot of removals to remove those animals that are causing damage to private landowners. And we just want to be able to share the resource. Recommending a new handgun archery muzzleloader shotgun hunt on the Caparowitz. And you'll see the dates there. These hunts are late. I think it's a rut hunt. It's intended to be that hunt, and they will be very limited to start with. We're not setting permit numbers today, but we intend to start out very slowly with these hunts and see what the public sentiment is on these hunts. And that the one is being recommended on the Caparowitz. It's an area where You wouldn't typically have a lot of deer during the regular seasons. There are a few deer that migrate into there. It's an area that's predominantly roadless. It's going to be a hike and a pack in and a lot of work with the chance at harvesting a great buck. Southern region continued, looking at desert bighorn sheep. We're recommending to change the unit boundaries on the Pine Valley and to split it up into 2 different units. Before this was 1 unit, and the statewide plan directs us to direct hunters to pockets of sheep that are currently being underutilized. And so if we look at this, we know there's an area where they're harvesting more rams in another area. So splitting this out will allow us to offer more hunters more opportunity on a population that's underutilized. We're splitting that into the Pine Valley Beaver Dam and the Pine Valley Virgin River. For pronghorn populations have done well, and we're recommending a few new hunts on those on the Panguitch Lake and Pine Valley. Southern region continued, Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, and this is one of the recommendations that I'm probably most excited about. Several years ago, we were fortunate enough to be able to start a new population of bighorn on the Oak Creeks. In our last flight, we estimate that population over 200 sheep. We counted 70 rams. And so we're recommending to split that into 2 hunts now to be able to provide that opportunity. We don't want these rams to leave the mountain or start to wander with high ram to ewe ratios. And so harvesting and managing that population is important, and that's the rationale behind this new hunt. Onto the southeastern region with buck deer, recommending a new extended archery unit in the 9-mile Green River Valley, and recommending another one of the new handgun archery muzzleloader shotgun hunts and the Book Cliffs, Floyd Canyon. So this is everything west of Thompson on the south end of the Book Cliffs. And this is hunting a population of deer that are primarily inaccessible, again, during those regular seasons. I should mention that all of the handgun archery muzzleloader shotgun hunts are limited entry. Those are not general season hunts. So whether they occur on a limited entry unit or a general season unit, it will take limited entry bonus points to draw. In the southeastern region for desert bighorn sheep, we're going to split up the San Juan. In order to do that, we had to have some boundary changes on the existing units, the San Juan Lockhart and San Juan South. And then we're recommending 2 new units, the San Juan North, to reopen that, and the San Juan River. And again, just dividing this up and directing hunters to pockets of sheep that currently aren't being pursued. In the northern region, starting with bull elk, some boundary changes for the Cache unit. We're recommending to remove the Clarkston Mountains from the Cache North limited entry unit. And this recommendation came with public sentiment as well. Last year, we recommended to remove the Wellsvilles from that unit because of high conflict and really low numbers of elk. We're in the same situation on the Clarkston Mountains. They're just north of the Wellsvilles up against the Idaho border. Not a lot of elk, but the elk that we have there, it's high conflict at times. And so removing that portion from limited entry allows us to better deal with those issues without affecting public hunters that have been waiting to draw that unit. Also recommending to remove a small portion of the Cache South limited entry unit, and that's just the area in and around Hiram, again, to help us deal with some depredation issues and conflict there. Recommending a boundary change to the Any Bull units to add those into the Any Bull units, add the Clarkston Mountains and add that small portion around Cache South. Continuing with bull elk, recommending a boundary change to the extended archery. So at the north end of the Wasatch extended archery, that used to just go to the ridge on the Wasatch front. And you can easily go over and stay on public land, and there's some CWMUs and some private property to navigate, but we feel like hunters have the tools to be able to navigate that, whereas before they didn't. So this recommendation adds that public land on the back side of the ridge for extended archery. And also recommending a new extended archery unit, the West Cache. This was previously deer only. This is part of the change that we just made. Those 2 units that were previously limited entry on the north, this West Cache encompasses some of that ground. Buck deer, recommending some boundary changes to extended archery units. Recommending to add some land to the West Cache extended archery unit. Recommending to add the same contiguous public land on the northeast portion of the Wasatch Front that we just talked about that we're going to add for elk. And recommending to discontinue the Cache Laketown Extended Archery Area. The population, the deer population on the Cache is definitely down. 2 of the last 3 years, they've had a really, really poor fawn recruitment along with poor adult doe survival. And so we don't have the conflicts in this area, in the Laketown area like we had before. And there's a sentiment that they would like to stop that. We can support that. Also recommending another handgun archery muzzleloader shotgun hunt there on the Morgan South Ridge to take advantage of a deer population that's always well above the buck-doe ratios there. For mountain goats, recommending to discontinue the Ogden Willard Peak nanny hunt. When we flew that population this year, numbers are definitely down. We don't have a need to control that population through a nanny hunt right now. And recommending, it's our year, again, for the Pilot Mountain permit. We share this permit with Nevada. We've been monitoring this population more closely, and we've realized that there are a lot of old rams out there. The ram taken this year was 11 years old. Our goal is to work this year with Nevada and be able to offer this to both our sportsmen and their sportsmen without shutting it off and on in Utah over the next several years. And so hopefully this will stay on a few years down the road. In the northeastern region, recommending some boundary changes, some new hunts, and some date changes. So as we watch the bison population of the Book Cliffs come into the population objective, a lot of this is to be able to manage to that objective. In managing bison over the years, the division's learned that these animals are very susceptible to pressure. And so what we want to do is be able to harvest the number that we need to harvest, to manage at the population objective we agreed to manage to, and not push these animals into areas where they're unavailable or where it becomes unproductive. And so that's what these changes are you see in front of us. We're recommending to remove the roadless portion and have some roadless specific hunts. Recommending some date changes to prevent weapon type overlap conflict. And this, Utah really tries to do a good job at this. We try to not hunt different weapon types on top of each other. Other states do not, they don't look at this as much. I've noticed as you look around the West, but we've tried to do a good job at this. We realized this year we did put 9 rifle bison hunters over the top of the archery hunt. And it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal, and it probably isn't. The difference is that where your elk and your deer are spread out, a lot of times your bison are highly congregated. And so it wasn't 9 bison hunters spread across the Book Cliffs on top of archers. It was 9 bison hunters in a canyon on top of archers, and that's where the conflict came from. We're recommending some new hunts. A Book Cliffs archery only, hunter's choice hunt, and that's again to address the weapon type overlap conflict. And then recommending the Book Cliffs Little Creek roadless cow only hunt. And I want everybody to notice this date, that October 17th through the 27th. That date was accidentally left out of the rack packet, and so I'm presenting it here to make sure everybody sees that date. It'll overlap the cow hunt that is on the rest of the Book Cliffs. So we're applying pressure at both places at the same time. Northeastern region continued, recommending to split for Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep, recommending to split the hunt on the North Slope into the North Slope Three Corners Bear Top and the North Slope West Daggett. Again, in an effort to direct hunters to where sheep are. Central region, buck deer, recommending a boundary change on the extended archery unit. This was a new unit last year, and we had some issues with enforcement on the current boundary. And so this boundary change just makes it more enforceable in Sanpete County. Recommending to split the hunt that was on the Wasatch Mountains. The Wasatch, the Nebo, and the Avinaquin were all together. And that's because at the time that we brought this hunt back, we didn't have enough sheep in any one population to be able to hunt them separately. Now the Avinaquin is really tailed off, and we're closing that hunt, and then recommending to split the Wasatch and the Nebo, where both those populations are doing better, and direct hunters to those areas. Here's some key dates just to remember. Big game application period starts the end of January and runs through March 5th with an extension there to the 19th if you're just buying a bonus or preference point. As always, Lindy guarantees that results will be posted before or on May 29th, but it's usually before. And just as a reminder, there is a season for the buying and selling of legally obtained heads, horns, and antlers, and that goes from February 1st to July 31st. Also, that we do have season date extensions for hunters with qualifying disabilities, and here are those. Okay, we're also recommending a few rule amendments to the big game rule. So one is new, and this is that the division may require mandatory CWD testing on certain units or specific hunts. So when we monitor CWD, one of the things that is key and critical is obtaining a number of samples that allows us to statistically know what prevalence rates are. And if we don't get that number of samples, we don't have enough of a representation to really say much. We have struggled to get the number of samples we need to monitor CWD. And in speaking with other states that are working with this, they've realized that the only way they've been able to do it is by making it mandatory. We're including the language may. You know, we hope to be able to encourage hunters to get the number of samples we need. We hope that we don't always have to make it mandatory, but we may, because this is so important to do. Also, it's the same language that was in the plan about not importing whole carcasses from CWD positive states. So if the board wants, just as a reminder, if the board wants to have this mirror the language in the plan and make the change, it's important to allow clean skulls. It's important to make that change here as well. One more change to the big game rule, and this is more of a change in philosophy than anything. State parks rule always said that hunting was prohibited in state parks, except the following parks and following conditions. And I think there's just a change in sentiment to be more accepting of all activities on the landscape, and that is, and state parks approached us a few months ago and said, we'd like to change our rule. And the way we want to write it is that hunting's allowed in state parks unless otherwise specified in rule. Well, we have this in our rule too. So this change just aligns us with the change that they just made, allowing hunting in state parks unless otherwise prohibited by their rule, R651 614-4. And you'll have to go there to find out the specifics of that, but that's the change. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Colby. We'll go to questions from the board. Stacy did remind me we need to make sure that we speak loudly in the microphone. The YouTube's having a hard time picking us all up. So. Questions from the rack? Rack motions? Braden?
We had a couple motions on this. The first one really just ties into the previous one regarding the skull plates, which we were asked to make because they need to be modified in both places. But the motion is exactly the other motion, that the restriction on deer being transported into Utah from CWD positive states to read clean skulls instead of clean skull plates. That passed unanimous. There's another motion that we would combine the Willard Peak mountain goat hunts into a single hunt, and that passed 7-2. Just a quick comment on that. That's been a split hunt. You're probably aware of this, but it's been a split hunt. But due to the population decrease and the amount of tags we expect to see this year, we'd like to see that go back to one hunt so you'd have longer dates. And then the final motion, well, actually, we did make another motion during this time. I guess I should bring it up, even though it's already been addressed. We didn't really know how to make this motion, but we wanted to ask the board to review and consider increasing the number of cougar permits on the Mineral Mountain, and that passed 8-1. Thank you for addressing that already, and we appreciate that. And then the last motion was to accept the rest of the plan as presented, which passed unanimous.
In the southeastern region, we had quite a bit of opposition to the extended archery hunt, specifically in the Green River Valley. And so there was a motion to not pass that extended archery hunt. And that passed 7 And we had 7 supporting and 2 abstentions, and then we accepted the remainder of the motion as presented, and that was unanimous.
You have some language to change the verbiage in the mule deer plan?
You know, that, I think, Kevin, that should have been on that last agenda item.
Okay.
And it ended up that that's the verbiage that we came to a conclusion, so it kind of worked out. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Letter with the Central Region. We had a couple of different motions in regard to this agenda item. The first was to address the wording on the skull or the skull plate, just like in the deer plan. So the motion was to remove the word plate from the CWD rule and include skull, meaning no brain tissue or matter. I think that was an exact mirror of our motion on the previous agenda item. That passed unanimously, and thank you for addressing that in the last agenda item on behalf of the RAC. And then our second motion was to accept the balance of the division's recommendation as presented. That also passed unanimously. One other thing that the RAC did want me to bring up, we had a discussion concerning baiting. It started into a good discussion, but we ended up cutting it off because we're aware that the DWR is looking into that and will be probably addressing that sometime in the nearest future. But the RAC did ask me to just bring that up so that you guys were aware that we are interested in discussing that issue.
Okay. So, thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you. In the Northeast RAC, we also had quite a few people show up that wanted to address baiting. So it was more of a question and answer for Covey at the time. But there is a definite interest there. And we were kind of told by Covey that it is being looked at. And at some point in time, it'll be a topic. So everybody was happy with that discussion. And then we spent a lot of time talking about the Uinta Basin Extended Archery. There were 4 landowners and the Mule Deer Foundation that lined up to propose that we end the buck season earlier before the rut in the Uinta Basin Extended Archery. And the situation we have out there is we have a lot of tribal land intermixed with the private land, and also some baiting issues that these individuals are having with legal baiting just over their fence, pulling deer out of their, the people that like deer. They're pulling it off their private property and out of tribal land. And so there were several situations that were brought up like that, and they did not receive support from the RAC. And so the motion was made to approve the plan as presented, and it passed 6-1, with the one opposition being the Ute tribe representative because of the extended archery buck rut hunt. And that's how it went. Thank you.
In the northern region, we had a like discussion on the baiting issue and same results. There was a motion made to recommend the Wildlife Board align the rule with the preceding motion to allow clean deer skulls, no brain tissue, be added to the items that may be imported to Utah from CWD positive states. And that passed unanimous. Then there was a motion made to recommend the Wildlife Board align the rule with the preceding motion to convert light muzzleloader hunts into hams hunts. That passed 7 for and 2 against and 1 abstention. And then the final motion was to recommend that the Wildlife Board accept the remainder of the Bucks, Bulls, and Once in a Lifetime presentation as presented, and that passed unanimous.
Thank you. All right, we will now go to comments from the audience. Right now, I just have one. We'll have you come up and present your name. Tim Pilling. If there's any other cards, please bring them up.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to address the board. So I think some of these gentlemen alluded to what we want to talk about today.
is the state statute 2320, section 3R, which allows the taking of wildlife over a bait. It allows your board or the Division of Wildlife to make that illegal. So I was hoping that I could get the board to address that statute. And the language is very specific. The language is very similar to adjacent western states. All the states in the interior west do not allow baiting. There's a lot of good reasons. There's biological reasons. There's ethical reasons. And then there's also the transmission of CWD through saliva. I mean, he mentioned about some issues that I wasn't aware of on the tribal lands. And it really compromises the deer on our premium deer units, especially on the Paunsaugunt, the Henry Mountains. You'll see countless people with big deer that are taking those deer over baits, and I think it raises a lot of ethical issues. Nobody brags about killing a deer over a bait. You know, they'll brag about killing a 220-inch buck, but it's just the deer, it's not the bait. So I'm hoping to convince the board. I know when I've worked with Covey and I've worked with the law enforcement a little bit through the Division of Wildlife that I think you can do a two-pronged approach. Taking deer over a bait could be made illegal in the 2020 proclamation. And I know there's a lot of questions about feeding, but feeding is a separate issue. I mean, Hardware Ranch, nobody wants to see that go away. So that's kind of our agenda. And to kind of couple that, there's a couple states that also have ethical hunting. They have a paragraph in their proclamation about ethical hunting. And I know they've mentioned that having a podcast on the ethics of hunting, but I think just putting a paragraph similar to Arizona and New Mexico in the proclamation, excuse me, would also help with some of the ethical boundaries that seem to be pushed with technology. So that's my request, is for the board to make a motion to invoke the current state statute. Anybody have questions or?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any clarification on the comments?
No.
Okay. Right, I think that our RAC motions were fairly straightforward. The one thing that I have that kind of stood out from the others was that in the northern region, they recommend that the Wildlife Board align the rule with the preceding motion to convert the late muzzleloader hunt into a hams hunt. That was a little bit different than what was mostly picked up from the other region that was stated several times. Anything else from the regions that stands out that from what was picked up from each of the regions? Discussion by the board?
Just need some more information on the Green Valley, the opposition to that.
And Kevin might be able to add to this, but it was interesting because obviously it's for, agricultural depredation, and yet we had representatives from ag there, and they were in opposition to it. So did you want to add anything to that? They didn't like, they don't like the overlap of varying seasons, and that's kind of the main gist. Did you have anything to add to that?
I did receive some phone calls on this, and I think some of the thought was a lot of these guys manage their properties for larger animals. They sell trespass fees, and this hunt would bypass all of their efforts to manage it that way. This hunt is after they move off their private land and would be more accessible, whereas most of the year they spend on their private land, and so they felt like this was a way around their management of their private land. Is what I received in phone calls. So.
And Colby, could you respond to the Willard Peak where we have two hunts there and combining them? I mean, that herd is hurting.
It wouldn't hurt to combine those hunts at all. We decided to cancel the nanny hunt, but didn't make the recommendation to combine those two hunts. We split those two hunts out because at the time we had so many hunters, there were crowding issues. Not a lot of places to hunt Willard Peak, but we will be hunting at a much lower level. So if the board wishes to combine those two hunts, that's not a problem right now.
Mr. Chairman, we've already talked a little bit about the clean skull issue as well as the hams hunt replacing the late muzzleloader. And we've already voted on those, really. We addressed those. I guess it's different than the proposed plan, so we need to address them again.
I would think the best thing would be to address them. If you want to use the template that we already have language in that. I think that where they're separate, they're wanting us to address them.
I guess I'd make that motion then, same as we did for the plan for the, part of the CWD plan for the clean skull.
Motion made by Wade Heaton, seconded by Carl, and we use the same language. All in favor? Discussion? Okay, all right. Thank you.
I'll make the motion that we combine the two Willard Peak goat seasons into one season.
Second it.
Motion by Carl, seconded by Randy. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
I'll make the motion that we approve the balance of the presentation for Bucks and Bulls.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Got the motion, Stacy? Yes. All in favor?
Was I accurate in my statement that the DWR is reviewing the baiting and it's at a future time that will be addressed, or if they choose to?
Yes, I believe that's correct. Do you want to address that a little?
Yeah, we took a look at it. We were not ready to bring it forward at this time. We're still working on it.
And I would just, I'd like to recognize, we did hear, as I read through all of the racks, we did hear a lot of comments on that. Here recently, a year or so ago, a couple years ago, there was quite a turmoil between sportsmen and landowners. And I think Justin Shannon was tasked with going out and really working on building that relationship. And a lot of that was through education. And I would say that, Colby, I think a big lack here is just an education piece. I think there's so many questions and concerns. And I think that one of the big parts of this, whatever the division decides and the recommendation that they bring out to the racks, I think a huge component of that just needs to be education. And I think it could really, really help, just like that helped with the landowner situation a couple years ago. All right, CWMU management plans.
Okay, Chad Wilson, the Private Lands Public Wildlife Coordinator. I'll go over the 2020 Cooperative Wildlife Management Unit and Landowner Association Buck Bowl recommendations today. Just to give you a little bit of a background of the difference between CWMUs and LOAs. CWMUs are generally large contingent chunks of land that create their own little unit within a unit or multiple units. LOAs are smaller chunks of private land that are in a limited entry unit that they band together to create a landowner association, and they also receive permits. So today we received 28 CWMU applications. 22 of those were renewal applications, 6 change applications that require RAC and board approval, and then we had one that did not renew. We also received 1 landowner association application, which was a change application, and there was also one that did not renew. So we'll jump into the CWMUs. CWMUs were created to help out with our population objective. A lot of times on these lands there maybe wasn't a real high tolerance for wildlife. With CWMUs, it gives them more incentive to tolerate the wildlife. So it also gives the public hunter an opportunity to hunt land that maybe otherwise was inaccessible to them. And it preserves open space over a long period of time rather than possibly development or other uses for those lands. As I said, the requirements for a deer pronghorn, they need 5,000 acres of contiguous land. For elk and moose, they need to have 10,000 acres. There's different split recommendations for the species. A lot of the deer elk are 90-10 splits. Moose is a 60-40, and we have an example here of the Weber Florence Creek. So they get 7 bull moose tags. So 4 of those would be private permits and 3 would go to the public. Here's an overview of the CWMUs currently in the state. So there's a total of 124. As you can see on that graph, majority of those are in the northern region. And there are currently more than 2.2 million acres enrolled in the CWMUs. This breaks down the amount of permits given out by each species, how many are going to the private and how many to the public. So you see that there's 2,897 private permits and 444 public permits. So we'll be going over 2 types of renewal or applications today. One is a renewal, which they hit the end of their 3-year COR. So they're just renewing for another 3 years. The other one's a change, which is in the middle of their COR that they're trying to make some changes. A lot of these are going to be permits. So the next few slides, in green will be the increases, in purple will be decreases. And the reason for increases or decreases are a lot of the reasons as you see on there. The distribution of the animals, if they have more or less animals on their CWMU, if they've added acreage or decreased acreage a significant amount, if they're seeing more quality or less quality on it, and the unit management objectives from the surrounding units. So we'll go through these region by region. So, and I'll just touch on the highlighted ones of the green or the purple. So northern region, we see Grass Valley Clark Canyon is adding a moose tag. Royal Ivory is dropping 3, and where it says out, that means Royal Ivory is actually dropping moose out of the CWMU. There'll still be a CWMU for other species. Mountaintop is, I will touch on the acreage here. They dropped below the 10,000 contiguous acres, so they no longer qualify to be a elk CWMU, so that's why they're dropping elk out of theirs. Cedar Springs is adding a pronghorn tag. Jacobs Creek used to be an elk CWMU, then they dropped out and they decided to come back in, so they'll be back in with 20 elk tags. As far as the change applications go, we'll do the pronghorn, that Deseret, and then you see the bottom 3, Strawberry Ridge, Middle Ridge, and SJ Ranch. All those are in pretty close to the same geographical area. There was a pretty large loss of pronghorn. So you see that Deseret's dropping a significant amount of pronghorn tags, and Strawberry Middle and SJ Ranch are all going out of the Pronghorn CWMU. Right above that, Weber Florence Creek is adding 10 elk. To touch on Junction Valley a little bit more, it says a permit change of 1. That's not a total permit, that would be a public permit. You see their acreage change. Out of that acreage change, about 360 acres of that is actually public land that is being included to create an enforceable boundary there. It's up on a cliff line, really tough area to access. So that one permit change would be 1 extra public permit, and that would be 1 extra public permit for every 3 years. Southern region just have Pavon Ensign that had a small acreage change. Northeastern region, Cottonwood Ridge with no changes. Central region, Allen Ranch is adding a pronghorn, and Deer Creek is dropping 3 deer. Southeastern region, Mini Mod is adding 5 elk tags. And that is it for the CWMU recommendations. To jump into the LOA recommendations, the Landowner Association program was built to make it so there would be toleration for wildlife on private lands in limited entry units. To form an association, you need to have at least 50% of the total private acreage within that species habitat. So the LOAs receive buck and bull permits based on the enrolled acreage and the available number of permits. To give an example, is Indian Peaks LOA, there's the total elk habitat in that unit is 909,000 acres. Of that, there's 28,000 total private acreage, and 24 of that 28,000 is enrolled in the LOA. So 86% of the private lands are enrolled in the LOA. That equals out that there's 3% of the total acreage that is private. So when they give out 132 tags, 3% of that 132 permits would equal 4 tags. So Henry Mountains was the one that did not renew their application. And Vernon just had some acreage change, but it wasn't enough to affect the permits. And yeah, with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board?
Go back to the CWMU slide on, I can't remember what unit it was, but they added, there's one of them that added 10 elk tags. I guess I'm just curious as to qualifications for elk tag. I don't know anything about, yeah, right there. I don't know anything about Weber Florence. I'm just curious as to why they haven't in the past. Is this something, are they just a new application for them, or they already got 10 tags, they just need 10 more?
Yeah, they have elk tags. I don't know off the top of my head how many, but they're just seeing an increase of elk, so there's an increase of opportunity there to add additional tags. So yeah, they're just adding 10 more to what they had.
I mean, with the LOAs, there's a percentage you go through. How do in the CWMUs do they determine how many tags CWMU can have?
Yeah, so they get a choice of different splits. Usually it's a 90-10. I don't know Weber Florence Creek off the top of my head, but usually it's a 90-10 split. So 9 of those tags would go private and 1 would go to the public. They do have the option of 85-15 or 80-20, and then it affects your antlerless permits too.
Could they have asked for 20 additional tags or 30 additional tags?
Yeah, so that goes through the regional biologist, and between the two of them, they decide how many would be supported. So yeah, potentially if the biologists and them agree that they could handle 30 more tags, yeah, it could go up 30 more tags.
Questions from the RAC?
I guess I do have a question, Chad. Are we going to deal with the Roan Cliffs, West Ridge separately?
Yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah, there's,
Okay.
they'll
I
do it
wasn't
through the
sure.
comment
Okay.
section.
Okay, great,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah, so just clarification. So you won't present anything on that. It'll just be from the comments.
Yeah, because the application was late, we didn't accept it, so it'll come through on the comment section.
Right, motions from the RAC?
Braden Richmond with the Southern RAC. We had the motion to accept as presented, and it passed unanimous.
In the southern, or the southeastern region, we did have some comments from a CWMU. They're going to obviously make a comment here soon, but I want to state that we basically kicked the can down the road to you guys because we felt like we had no information to actually go off of. So we didn't have the application, we didn't have any maps. We just felt somewhat, that it wasn't our job to make that decision at that time. So sorry, we kicked it to you guys. But we accepted the rest of the plan as presented. It was unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, in the Central Region, we had two motions on this agenda item. The first motion was to not approve the proposal to add 640 acres and the additional permit for the Junction Valley CWMU. That was passed unanimously. The second motion was to accept the balance of the division's recommendations as presented. That also passed unanimously. And for some clarification on that first motion, the RAC just wasn't comfortable throwing that much public acreage into a CWMU.
A question with that, is it's not surrounded?
I'm not familiar with it. I'll defer to him.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it is not surrounded. It's up on a cliff, so it's tough country to get down into and get out. So, yeah, that's why.
That helps, thank you. Yep.
On the Northeast RAC, we had some discussion about the private land one also, and there was a motion to accept the proposal as submitted. It passed 6-1, with the one opposition being because of the public land in the private CWMU.
Thank you. Kevin?
In the Northern Region, there was quite a bit of discussion about the split, whether it be 90-10, 80-20, or whatever. The public that was there had a lot of sentiment about increasing the number of public permits versus the private. But as it was explained, that would affect the number of, or the split on the antlerless. Would affect the antlerless permits in those units. We think the public was pretty well advised and accepted that. One thing that I wanted to mention also, being able to look at these emails from on the survey was very beneficial to all of us. And so there was a motion and a discussion and a motion on the, it says, recommend the Wildlife Board decline the request for inclusion of public land and additional permit for Junction Valley CWMU. That passed unanimous. And then a motion was made to recommend the Wildlife Board accept the remainder of the CWMU LOA presentation as presented, and that passed unanimous.
All right, I think one of the things that I think is important is in the Southeastern Region RAC, when these were presented, because there was nothing first presented by the division, we had the comments, and at the time our RAC didn't have a full understanding and kind of, as mentioned, kicked it down the road to us. And I think one of the reasons why is they had a hard time separating the issues. As we have each of the landowners come up and talk to us, what I would share with you is that they were all as one individual unit, and after the time frame, they separated, and they will each share the reasons why. But after they each discuss, what I would like to do is, if there's any motions made, I'd like to separate those. I think that's where our Southeastern Region struggled, was because there was too many to tackle. And so if we could separate them, I think you'll understand that as they present. So, all right, so we'll first go to comments from Ash Jenkins, and then we'll be followed by John Latter.
Hello, my name is Ash Jenkins, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you guys today. I am currently an operator for 2 CWMUs, the Schofield Canyons and the Hiawatha, and I also sit on the CWMU Association Board. Earlier this year, I think I sent an email out to most of you guys. Hopefully you've had a chance to review that. Then the Roan Cliff CWMU, some of the landowners had some disagreements and different things that caused them to decide to separate. Now, on some of the issues with at the southeastern rack, then they mentioned that, well, some of us didn't have an opportunity to submit it on time, and it was because of us that was the reason that it was separated. And it was because of the landowners that I'm representing here today is the reason that it was separated. And the reason that they decided to separate that was past the deadline, which approximately September 20th, there was an incident where one of the CWMU tags killed an elk illegally on one of the neighboring ranches that wasn't in the CWMU. And that's initially what instigated the separation, where the landowners decided they didn't want to have that association with the other landowners at the same time. So at that time, then I was contacted and told to please send in the paperwork to get that done. I submitted the paperwork, and it was obviously late because at this time it was already past the deadline of when it was due. We have filled out the application, and we have submitted, as I submitted to you all this morning, a copy of the application, a copy of the maps, and had this been turned in on time, it would be approved as a Deer CWMU. Currently, at this time, we're requesting to be approved because we did submit the application late, and also because we're requesting a variance for an elk CWMU, and we're under 10,000 acres. In the email that I passed out, I noted 11 different CWMUs that are all under 10,000 acres that are very good operating CWMUs, but yes, they are under 10,000. And but just 2 years ago, I think some of you were on the board when you also approved the Jump Creek CWMU, which was in a similar situation to us, where they came in with 7,200 acres. They hadn't been before the advisory committee either, because they were split up just kind of similar to the way that we were. And you guys approved them for an elk CWMU and also for a variance and being late as well. And so we're kind of requesting the same thing. I know my time is up. One of the landowners that I'm representing asked if I could read a statement that he sent me this morning. That will obviously take additional time. Would you?
That's fine.
Okay. This is from one of the landowners that represent the West Ridge property owners. He said, first of all, I'd like to clean up any misinformation about our support for public hunters. We are committed to making sure the public hunters have an excellent experience and will be welcome onto our property. Several incidents with either trespassers or a lack of communication as to when the public hunters would be on my property have created confusion and a lack of cooperation between myself and the operator, which was Todd Hinkins. This resulted in an incident where a public hunter was assumed by me to not be a public hunter, but to be another trespasser. I yelled at him from a couple hundred yards away to get off my property and then called the Division of Wildlife to get him charged. I was not told that he would be on my land by the operator, and I assumed that he was not a public hunter but a trespasser. He says, otherwise I would have never reacted this way. He says, I grew up as a public hunter. He says, you have my assurance that they will be treated with respect and given an excellent experience. I've spoken to myself, Ash Jenkins, at length on this subject and directed him to make sure that the public hunter's experience is a top priority for our CWMU. I understand that we are asking for things you would normally not be inclined to grant. The fact that you are taking the time to consider this is deeply appreciated. I make my living in an industry that commands integrity and honesty. You have my word that if you allow this new CWMU to move forward, we will deliver a great experience to public hunters, and all the rules and laws will be followed to the letter of the law. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Tim Finnegan. One other thing I'd like to note is I have been an operator for the past 17 years, and I have never once been in front of the grievance committee for a public hunter grievance, so.
Don, followed by Todd Hinkins.
I'd like to thank the board for letting me speak, and we're the Pace Canyon area of this CWMU. We were not aware of any grievance between any of the landowners. We kind of sat down at the bottom of the CWMU. We kind of got the rug pulled out from under us when, at the end of the season, we found out that the property that had joined us with Todd and that kept us all together was being pulled out. We did have our paperwork in on time for our original CWMU, and so we're requesting that we could possibly have our own, which is Pace Canyon. We have the acreage for the deer. We've always had an excellent reputation with our public hunters. We treat them as good or better than any of the hunters that come on the ranch. But just like to say that I'd appreciate if you'd look at what we're putting forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Director Fox, I'm Todd Hinkins. I'm the manager of the Roan Cliff CWMU and the Patmos Ridge CWMU. I managed the Roan Cliff CWMU for 20 years. We've never been late. Brad Crompton is our biologist and we've always been on time. On October 1st, I received a phone call from the Thane property letting us know that we had lost the lease that connects the two of us. I immediately called and talked to Brad, asked him what to do. I got a hold of the Patmos Ridge president, who I manage with, and was invited to join his CWMU. That was 24,000 acres. With our addition, we'll now have 26,000 acres on that CWMU. So my proposal is that I'm moving on to that CWMU. We'll disband the Roan Cliff CWMU since no one has enough acres for both deer and elk. We had 36 private deer, 18 private elk. We're dropping to 18 deer and 16 elk and adding 2,500 acres more than what we had originally. I know because of the rug being pulled out on October 1st, we're a little past the deadline for application. I appreciate the fact that you would consider us. And in public, I wouldn't talk down to any of our other committees, but I know some of you board members know what took place with the public hunters in the past and that landowner was informed weeks before that the public hunter would be on his property and who he was and to treat him respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
So Scott Jensen, just representing myself today. I wanted to speak momentarily about the Junction Valley CWMU. I don't know anything about this unit. I don't know the boundary issue or whatever's going on there, but what I do know is that this 640 acres or a sizable portion of it, sound like it was 320 acres today or something along like, is public land adjacent to the CWMU. It's not included in, and I guess I'm gonna throw Chad into the fire here for a minute. When we had this brought up at the Central Region RAC, we didn't have a map to look at, and we still don't have a map to look at. That would be very helpful had we had a map to look at. If you've got one, that'd be good for this discussion. My point is simply that the acreage that's included is very small and is probably appropriate for one permit over 3 years. But oftentimes these little areas are just little honey holes, and maybe this is somebody's favorite hunting spot. Maybe the fact that it's very difficult to get to means that there's 2 or 3 guys hunting that every year and harvesting a decent buck. It's not the size of the acre, it's just the fact that it's public land right next to a CWMU that's accessible. I see no reason to include it within the CWMU boundary.
All right, that's the last of the comment cards that I have. Any clarification from the division?
Yeah, I'd just like to speak a little bit on that. As far as the CWMU applications that we got, I guess in our mind that there's still the ability for them to be a CWMU together for one more year for next year. That takes all the heartache away from everybody doing late applications.
You're talking about the three.
Their own cliffs, yeah, if it stayed together one more year. Have sympathy for the two CWMUs that, or the two that, so West Ridge pulled out, so the other two were hit blindsided.
East Canyon and their own cliffs.
Yeah, and what would be Patmos Ridge? The one,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So West Ridge, it was a choice, and I can't say whether it's the right choice or wrong choice for them, but they had a choice whether to stay in, knowing that it was going to be late and that they'd have to go through this process. With the elk variants on the West Ridge too, would really like that to go through the process of what all the other CWMUs go through, of going through the February advisory meeting and have it be vetted out in that direction. So, is there any other questions on those?
I guess I have a question of the likelihood of the three of them staying together.
I don't know that likelihood. Like, I don't know what happened on the Hill or anything else, and maybe it's past that point. But yeah, it'd be one more year. And I know that from talking with Ash that they'd talked about that before the September 1st, that they'd actually talked about whether they were going to pull out or not, and they decided that they could do it one more year. So that was their plan going into this. So it sounds like to me that there was already some conflict there, and their decision was to try to go one more year. But yeah, whether that can still happen or not, I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like Ash is wanting to address the likelihood of that happening. You can come up and address that. I think it matters if we spend a lot of time on that or not.
One thing, as Chad mentioned, then this was something that we considered doing and turning in an application on time. I actually got the application from Brad Crompton and had it all filled out. And Tim elected to, rather than submit it on time, then he says, you know what, we are going to work this out for one more year. We're going to go through, we're going to see if the agreements that the gentleman's agreements between the landowners hold up. And they says, you know what, we're going to do it for one more year, and then next year we'll just submit it. And then when the incident happened in September, literally a couple days before I submitted the application, he called me and he says, listen, we are not going to be associated with this. I don't want to be any part of this. We're pulling out whether we have a CWMU in 2020 or not at all, period. We're not going to be associated with that. So there is zero chance that Tim Finnegan's land will be involved with the CWMU. It will not stay together for 2020.
Okay. Discussion by the board?
I'll start it off. This is year 3, and each year we have had a late applicant, and each year we've let them in. And last year, this time, I basically said, I'm not taking any more. There's hard deadlines in life. There isn't a sportsman that we're going to let in the draw that misses the draw on that, and there are consequences that come to all those things. So even though I feel for these folks, and from a sportsman, getting sportsmen on the ground, I support this program, but at some point a deadline has to be a deadline, and everybody has a circumstance. Everybody that's putting in for a tag has a circumstance. Lindy could get 100 people that say, hey, man, gosh, I try to. So, I mean, at some point, I can't just keep saying every year that I'm not going to support. And so this year's the year. I don't believe we should review these in my book.
The little bit of discussion we did have, that was a consensus that, we had multiple people state that we felt like deadlines need to be met.
Mr. Chairman, I am going to need to recuse myself from the vote, although I would like to be a part of the discussion. Just need to recuse myself because the overall agenda item, I am involved in the CWMU. As to these issues, we have a lot on our plate here. This is a pretty complex issue. The Roan Cliff CWMU in and of itself is a complex issue. One that's complex enough, I don't know if we can draw a line in the sand and say, all right, no matter what, we can't do this. I do think there's some issues that we need to address here. With regard to the, oh wow, I've already lost the name, the valley, the additional 640 acres, whatever the name. Junction Valley, thank you. No CWMU wants to include public land in it. That is not part of the program. That is not the intent. None want to do it. And I understand the sentiment that no public wants public land to be involved in the CWMU either. And I think that goes across the board for everybody. However, there are unique, rare circumstances where it does make sense. There are 3 criteria in the rule that allow for this to happen. And it is to help with an identifiable boundary. I think we need to consider, yes, we're including public land. We're considering including public land, 320 acres or 360 acres if this is public land. But what is the net result? Net result is that the additional permit is a public permit. There's not only is one more public hunter allowed now on the entire CWMU, but they also now have access to that 360 acres, which it sounded like for the topography of it wasn't allowing them to use it anyway. So not only do they get to use that, they also get to hunt the rest of the entire CWMU. The identifiable boundary issue is critical. We have to have boundaries on these CWMUs that easily identifiable and that just make it for law enforcement reasons. And so as people come wandering in, they've got a reasonable expectation of where that boundary might be. So with this Junction Valley issue, I think we need to seriously consider this. I mean, it's the recommendations coming from the division, and no one on the table here wants to add additional public land without a really good reason.
I'll make a comment. It was brought up that this is similar to the Jump Creek that we dealt with a couple years ago, and as Carl mentioned, we did take that very serious. But I believe that it's not the same as the Jump Creek, in that the Jump Creek was the same as the other 2 CWMUs here, in that they had somebody going behind the scenes getting land and after the deadline and had land pulled out, and so they were caught without getting their deadline in. And so I believe one of these landowners here today made a choice, knew the consequences, has served on the CWMU committee, is very aware of the consequences of not putting in. I think it's different for the other 2 that are separated. They were caught unaware. I think given the chance to stay this last year and then figured out, I think that was their choice. So I personally think that we're looking at 2 different circumstances. One, in that the 2 that were on the boundaries, they were left with no choice. But I believe that Westridge, they did have a choice. They knew consequences, and I think that that ought to be looked at.
Following Wade's lead, I think I need to recuse myself from this vote as well. We're involved with, we own 2 different CWMUs, but I would like to comment on the addition of the public ground. 320 acres is a half a section. That's 880 yards wide. If it's a half a section that is landlocked on 3 sides, in some instances, and a fellow could shoot 440 yards and be off, if he was standing in the middle, and be off of the CWMU. So it kind of clarifies to me the reason why to have some of these small public parcels included in a CWMU, but I need to recuse myself as well.
Guess I have a question for you two. Are you two involved in these CWMUs, or you just own a CWMU? There's no financial tie at all to you in reference to the decision that's made here.
We do not have one, but this will likely be, if we just pass this as the bulk of the division's recommendation, our CWMUs are included in that bulk vote. And so we get rolled into this, you know, whether we like it or not.
But if we separate it, would that?
I think that would change it, and I do think we'd be able to, Mike, maybe you could lend a little counsel?
I think, Greg, are you back there? We'll have our attorney come up and weigh in on conflict of interest.
Greg Hansen, Utah Attorney General's Office. At the outset, if you don't feel that you can make an impartial decision, it's best to put that on the record and formally recuse yourself. Specific to the late application issue and the public land inclusion issue, if those items are segregated out of the vote and you're not intimately tied with those two CWMUs and you still feel that you can remain impartial, I'd be comfortable with you continuing to vote. Recusing yourself from the remainder of the vote would then be you know, 1, can you remain impartial, and 2, do you have a vested financial interest in the decision? Now, Mr. Vice Chair, if they do recuse themselves, I would advise that you participate in the vote to ensure that we maintain a quorum on the remainder of the vote, just so we have 4 voting members from the board.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, after that bit of advice, I do have a vested financial interest in one of the CWMUs, so I probably should still recuse myself from the bulk of the vote. But if it gets separated out, I would like to vote on the individual issues.
And I would like to handle it that way. I think that's the best way to do it, is that we separate them out and handle them individually.
Mr. Chairman, it seems to me the Junction Valley CWMU is probably a little more straightforward and cut and dried. Maybe we ought to tackle that first. I'd make a motion that we approve that change as recommended by the division, including that 640 acres with that additional public permit.
Motion by Wade.
I'll second it.
Second by Brett. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor? Okay, we have Brett, Wade, and Donnie in favor, and opposed. Andy and Carl. Motion passes.
Could I, again, please? So this Runecliff CWMU is a different animal to me. It is pretty complex. I understand deadlines are important, and they really are. But I want to have a quick discussion on what's at stake here. And I don't mean necessarily financially for these 3 CWMUs. Although it is significant, let's be honest. This is a significant change for them, self-inflicted or not. But I don't really want to focus on that. I want to talk more about the purpose of the CWMU program. The purpose is to incentivize landowners to care about wildlife. And quite frankly, the more quality habitat that we can include in this CWMU program means the more landowners we can incentivize to care about wildlife and take care of them and put money back into the landscape for them. And this also, there's a public hunter component that's a part of this. This allows public hunters to come on private property and hunt. If we don't take action, if we don't try to give something to these 3 CWMUs, we're turning our back a little bit on those public hunters, as well as this 25,000 acre chunk that is wonderful habitat that needs to be enrolled in this program, so that they can be incentivized to care about wildlife. And so I think, again, this is more complex than just a deadline or two. I do think we need to consider some of the bigger picture.
I would add to that, Byron reached out to me, and one of the few comments that he had on this meeting was that his worry that if nothing was done, that the public hunter does lose out, that it does affect them. And his thought was that if the board does make the case that they would allow this, that he thinks that we ought to look at giving a little extra to the public hunter. He felt that given this situation would be appropriate. Now that's just Byron's thoughts, but I thought I would share.
When you say giving more to the public, that would be additional tags, the draw system, whether it's general season or limited entry, whatever.
Just a question then, Chad. Is it, I get the feeling it's probably not that simple. The application's already been, well, I guess the application, these are new applications. Could they be amended at this point from what's being presented?
That's a good question. I don't know if I know the answer to that, because I've thought about that too. Is you have an application, we have applications that are late. If we find errors after it gets approved today on acreage or anything else, I don't know how that gets handled.
Was it not, is this whole big original CWMU, the 3 landowners together, was approved? It still would be approved if the landowners could get along and do that, right?
Yes. And there's different complexities to each one of this. I was going to mention it earlier. The Patmos Ridge, adding that in, he could add his acreage in and fit the rule. We could do that without board approval. It's the tags on that one that would be the hang up. Pace Canyon was a CWMU, so there's a base there. Still have to look through it all. Westridge would be a new one, so yeah, we'd just have to go through that application still and vet everything and make sure it was correct.
Marty, can you come up and talk about board authority?
Thank you. Marty Bushman, Attorney General's Office. I just, maybe as the board's considering these late application issues, is give you a little bit of background on what our rules say, which are the laws that govern us. And in the CWMU rule, it states very clear is that a CWMU renewal application shall be filed no later than August 1st. So that's pretty absolute, shall, no later, pretty concrete language. Now, in another section of the rules, we have created a 30-day grace period for a number of certificates of registration that involve commercial interest, just because of what's often at stake. That includes like brain shrimp, CORs, CWMUs, commercial hunting areas, and so forth. And so there is a 30-day period that you could still, after August 1st, accept one of these applications. Once it goes beyond that, however, there is really nothing else where the board has authority to, to extend it any further than that. And so, I mean, I just want to make sure kind of, here are the rules we're operating under. And to the extent that's helpful in making your decision, I thought I'd pass it along.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chad, can you refresh us on when these were submitted?
September 26th is, I think, West Ridge, which was the first one since they pulled out, and the other ones were with shortly thereafter. I don't know exact dates.
Well, they were outside, they were all outside the 30 days?
Yeah, yeah. And the September 26th, that actually may have been a little bit later. That was, I think, when Ash first started talking to Brad, but the application may not have been done for a couple days after that.
How many, what percentage of public land would be in the PACE CWMU? I don't see that applications. I'm not sure on that one.
I believe that was 0. Yeah, there's none in the PACE.
Marty, I just want to clarify. Basically just told us that we can't do it, that we don't have the authority to do it. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, I was saying is the rule doesn't seem to allow it for a late application beyond that 30 days. Now, I know these are tough things in all aspects of every license we issue, these deadlines, and some may question why we write rules with that rigid of a requirement, but on the other hand, if you don't, you really don't have a deadline anymore, and what you're trying to achieve by that deadline is lost. And I mean, we've gone in similar matters down the path historically with the Wildlife Board. We created variances to any variety of things that people might run into because they lost their opportunity to hunt because of injury or illness. They had something else that prevented them from filing an application, and we did this for a couple of years, and the board sat through a lot of requests. And each year it just mounted greater and greater to that, these variants were just kind of cascading out of control to the extent that we were granting them on general season hunts and antlerless hunts and things like that. And so the board then took a very different position and came back and scaled back that variance rule to where it's very narrow now. And it's, and I say that only as it was, I think, an experiment in trying to help people and to recognize people have hardships and they, lose opportunities, which we hate to see and don't want to happen. But on the other hand, we have programs we're trying to run. And if we're giving basically season extensions under this variance rule into the next year, it started creating complications. How many hunters we had on a unit, because we were getting so many carrying over from one year to the next. That it just, the board went back and I say now our variance rule is very, very limited in what type of relief you can. It won't cover a COR. It's very limited in that. And so, I mean, the board, if it were inclined, wanted to write a rule to open this up more, to allow maybe people under some type, certain circumstances to come in. That would certainly be the prerogative of the board. I mean, you'd have to go through the process and get that done. But wherever you draw the line, there are always going to be people that are going to fall just on the other side of it. And it's, it's hard. It's a tough consequence. And I don't know that I have the ideal solution to it other than just to tell you what our rules say right now.
Well, I just share my thoughts. As vice chair today, I won't make a motion, so if whether you guys pick up on this or not is fine, but living in the region where this has taken place and having seen some of the things that's developed over the past couple years and having heard of some of the grievances as they've happened, I feel that those grievances ought to have some weight, and I feel like with West Ridge that they should not be allowed. I think that there was some situations that they didn't meet those requirements, and they're outside of the variance on the 10,000 acres. And so, but I believe, given the situation, that the Roan Cliffs and the Pace Canyon, that they should. They didn't make that decision. They were put in this decision. They both aren't requesting variances, and I I see that they could make that, they could continue next year if the board so see it.
Sorry, guys, I've expressed my opinion, and so one of you else is, if you wanna go here, it's gonna have to come from somebody else, not me.
Mr. Chairman, let me just chime in again. I'm inclined to, what we need to do to help these CWMUs, just so that they can stay enrolled in the program and public hunters are a part of it, and I just think there's some value in that. Having said that, Marty's telling us is that we don't really have a choice. If we don't have the authority to go against rule, and that's what the rule says, I mean, that does disappoint me. That is not the direction I thought we were gonna go, and certainly not the direction I would like to go, but if we don't have a choice, we don't have a choice. And am I reading that wrong? How, the other board members?
October 1st is past the 30-day deadline.
And I'll make the motion that we approve the remainder of the CWMU management plan and permit numbers for 2020.
Okay, before we vote on that motion, we've got a request to come to the pulpit, and I'll grant that.
Being that we were past the deadline, what I would make as a proposal is there are variances with the Folly Ridge, even though that the Pace Canyon and Roan Cliffs along with Limperts are not touching. There are variances that have been made. This wouldn't be a new application. This would be a variance that you guys could approve, even though we don't touch. That's done on Folly Ridge, and they are big enough that they could be standalone CWMUs. That's deer, but combined we could still do elk also. And we could just leave the application in Roan Cliffs for one more year. That way, even without the other two partners. So I would ask for you to consider that as the variance.
And so maybe many of us not understanding what that means, tell us about that.
If you guys will look on your map on the second page, you'll see the blue there that cuts us off, the two red pieces. Even though we're not contiguous, we are big enough to be standalone CWMUs. And I believe that you have made variances with Folly Ridge that they have a CWMU for elk, even though they don't touch. And so you can go ahead and use the Roan Cliffs. We have one more year on the COR, and then just do a variance, and then next year we'll reapply separately and do that.
You have a clarification from Chad?
Yeah, I hadn't seen that or heard of that idea, so it's catching me a little cold, but Folly Ridge does have, I know they have two separate chunks. I'm not sure if one of those is 10,000 acres. I think it may be, so to come up with those numbers right off the top of my head would be hard, but I think they have 10,000 acres in another section, but they do have two distinct sections there. I guess the other part of it would be to see how much a percentage of change, if it's more than a 34% change, requires a new application, and I don't know those numbers off the top of my head.
We have a motion and a second discussion on the motion.
We have discussion on a possible amendment. So I hadn't considered this idea either. So Chad, help me work through this then. This would be a variance so that Roan Cliffs would not be contiguous anymore. Is that an option?
Yeah, this is a welcome to the new job, right? I don't know that happening. I don't even know how Folly Ridge came about with that, you know, because we have a lot of these that are kind of outliers that honestly were grandfathered in quite some time ago. It seems like we used to be a lot more creative than we are now. I don't know how that would look. I don't know if having a variance, if that should go through that same process as like an under acreage elk, like if they should really go through the February advisory committee and then move forward. I just don't have a lot of good answers, I guess, today.
So another one then, technically there would still need to be change to the original application. Is that not true? Because the CWMU is different now, because there would be less acreage in it and there would just be a gap. So there would still have to be a change application. What is the deadline for change applications?
So that depends on the percentage of acreage. So if it's under the 34% change, then it doesn't require RAC or board approval. This one would be unique because it wouldn't be contiguous. But yeah, I mean, at this point in time, to add or subtract acreage under that amount, you can do that pretty much at any time.
As long as it's under the 34%.
Yeah.
So I know of several CWMUs that are not contiguous and that they've been approved simply because it was in the best interest of trying to put a CWMU together. Even though that is outside the plan, that is a variance that's often granted. I'm just trying to work through the timeline in my head on the fly. Marty, do you see any problems with us trying that? I mean, I'm shooting in the dark here too.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like a wet blanket on a lot of these ideas, and I don't have a personal opinion one way or another on this, but just trying to advise you, you know, what our rules and laws say. And I don't have the CWMU right in front of me, but here's what my recollection is, and I'm pretty sure it's right, and Greg could maybe be pulling it up on the computer and checking while I'm talking, but anytime that you don't have enough acreage to meet the minimum of 5,000 or 10,000, or if your property parcels are not contiguous, you have to go through a process that starts almost a year before you actually file your application. It goes through the CWMU advisory committee, who makes a recommendation on it, and then it would come in with the application, a timely application, for the board to consider as to whether they're going to grant that variance or not. Greg, is that? Okay. I know for sure that's the process if you've got under acreage. And I say I'm almost certain it's the same for contiguous as well. And I say I'm really not trying to scuttle these ideas or anything. It's just kind of where we are, how we've written our rules. And
so, Mr. Chairman, I guess the question then for the board is, are we comfortable granting a variance without a recommendation from the advisory committee? Because that's I think where we're at least on this particular idea.
I think that's a question for the board. I think that we have done it before. Since I've been on the board, I've seen us make that. And I know Carl made it very clear last time that it shouldn't be a precedent that we set, but it has happened before.
Help me understand this just a little bit. If I'm looking at this right, Ace now would be about 6,700 acres. And is Patmos really almost 26,000 acres now? Under the,
If we were to add, it's 8,100 acres that we're taking from Roan Cliffs between my property and Limpert's, putting into Patmos Ridge. So we would have the close to 7,000 plus 8,100 of ours. So you'd be 15,000, give or take, acreage if we did those three properties that aren't contiguous.
It'd be the 26,000.
Well, the Patmos Ridge is 26,000 if we go that way. But if you're not going to approve it that way, if we stay together with the original Roan Cliffs less what he's taken out, we would have around 15,000 acres.
Can I make a comment, Kevin? One of the things we talked about earlier today with Castle Valley is setting a precedent, and I just think we have to be really cognizant of that going into this. I mean, we know the application deadline, we know the 30-day grace period, and it was past that. So I worry about the future.
We have set that precedent, and maybe that's partly why we're here.
Yeah, just so I can make another comment, Brad just ran the numbers for me, and it would be a 35% change, so, just so you know that.
And I think it's compounding against us. I was trying to figure out how to make it work, because I think is in the best interest of the public to have these CWMUs active, but we got to follow the rules. We got to follow our own rules.
So Chad, one last question for you. So if they giving that the board looking at all these things would not approve them to be individual, would the board have to do anything if they decided to continue one last year? Would we have to make any motions here? Or they could do that?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, we have some deadlines with proclamation and whatnot that we got to get those numbers in, but I think if they decided, probably relatively quick, maybe even the end of this week, that they could continue one more year, that we would work with that, maybe even to middle next week.
Well, given all that we've heard today, I think that's probably the best option. I don't know if the landowners are willing to do that, but I think that if they're going to move forward this next year, that's going to be probably their best option.
Motion and second to approve the.
Motion by Carl. Did you get that?
Second by Donnie.
Any discussion? I believe I was asked to vote too. Okay. All in favor?
Kevin, will you just announce for the record that they recused from the vote?
Yeah, so we had four in favor and 2 recuse, Brett and Wade. Colby, can I have you come up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was getting bored back there. I hadn't spoke for a while. So we realized, I want to make sure that I understand the intent of the board for the Willard Goat recommendation. So right now there's 2 seasons and 2 season dates. One ends mid-October and the other one goes through November 15th. I believe the intent was not to cancel one of those hunts, but to merge those 2 hunts and offer a longer season date. Was that the intent of the motion from the board?
That was my intent of the motion.
Okay. Then we need to make sure that we capture that, and that's what we'll do. Thank you.
I guess, does that change anyone's vote here on the board?
Now I can come.
All right, Lindy?
All right. Okay. Oh. Lindy Varney, I'm the licensing coordinator. Thanks for having me come up this afternoon. Today I'll be presenting proposals to address point creep, lost opportunities, and equity in the hunt drawings. So, as we all know, the demand in Utah the demand to hunt in Utah is continuing to increase each year, And as it continues to increase, the demand, hunters have been bringing concerns to the division, to the RAC members, and of course to you guys board members. And those concerns are about point creep, lost opportunities, and equity in the draw process itself. So today I'll be presenting recommendations to help address some of those concerns to you. Want to point out though is this is not a solve all. These recommendations I'm bringing you today won't solve these issues, but they'll put a dent into these issues. So as we're going through, there's like 16 different recommendations as I'm making to you guys today. So the more that all these go through, the more that we make dents and little pinholes into the barrel, the better the opportunity will be for our hunters, and we can solve some of these problems that we're seeing. So first I want to talk to you about surrenders and reallocations of our limited entry and once in lifetime permits. Currently, hunters can surrender their permit for any reason before the season opens. And when they do surrender it, they'll get their bonus points reinstated, they'll gain a point for the current year, and then they have the waiting period waived. So when you're looking at these graphs, if you look at the graph on the left, this shows you how many permits were surrendered into the division in 2018 when there was more than 30 days before the hunt started. And then the graph on the right shows you how many permits were surrendered when there was less than 30 days before the hunt started. So I want to take a second and talk to you about the ones that are surrendered more than 30 days. So as you can see, there's a little over 400 permits that were surrendered into us when there's more than 30 days. And we were able to reallocate about 90% of those permits back out to other hunters. And then if you look on the graph on the right hand, the permits that are surrendered into us less than 30 days, there's about 375 permits. And we're roughly only able to get about 6 or 7% of those permits back out. So when talking about numbers, that's actually around 400 permits that we're unable to get back out to other hunters. When we were trying to get those permits back out, we call hunters to say, hey, there's an opportunity, would you like to accept it? Most of the time these hunters don't want to accept it because the problem is we're getting these permits a few days before the hunt starts. So the hunters already have other obligations. They have work, family, and a lot of them they say is, I want the full hunt experience. I want to draw out, I want to scout, I want to enjoy it, and not just pack up and hurry and go out before the season opens. So roughly what this is saying is there's 408 lost opportunities that we weren't able to get out to other hunters because hunters were surrendering just days before the hunt starts. Currently, right now, our rule allows our hunters to surrender for any reason. These are just some prime examples of reasons why hunters have surrendered. These are actually statements that I took off the surrender forms. So just take a second to read through them. First one is, I want a permit in a different unit. I have too many tags this year. Lack of sheep. No good bulls. My guide changed jobs. One is, I didn't have time to scout, and I'll know I'll draw next year. Another example that I've been giving out is we have a max point holder that's been drawing out on the Henry's Mountain for the last 10 years straight. This hunter is a max point holder, so this person knows that they'll draw this permit every year. And they've been surrendering this permit just days before for various reasons. Sometimes I don't have the time, not seeing what I'm wanting, or family obligations. And they know that they'll draw next year, so they've just been continuously surrendering that permit. Out of that 10 years, we've only been able to reallocate it around like 2 times. So really it's 8 lost opportunities on the Henrys. The next example is this year in 2019, we had the 2 max point holders that drew on the Desert Bighorn Sheep Zion unit surrender the permit the day before the hunt started. They came into us, surrendered it. One of them surrendered it because their guide wasn't seeing the quality of ram on the unit. And since he was a max point holder, they said, surrender it, we'll try again next year. The other person didn't give us a reason, which we don't require a reason. They just said, just don't want it this year. So because of that, of the unintended consequences and the continued loss of opportunities to other hunters, the division is recommending the following changes to the rule on surrenders. So if you surrender your permit when there's at least 30 days before the season opens, We will reinstate your bonus or preference points, but you will not get a point for the current year. We will also waive the waiting period if applicable. The same benefits apply to group applications, but all group members must surrender their permit at least 30 days before the season starts. I want to point out, this is how we currently are doing groups applications and group surrenders. All group members must surrender at least 30 days before the hunt starts. What we're recommending is they won't get a point for the current year if all group members surrender. If you surrender less than 30 days before the season starts, we're recommending that you'll lose all of your bonus or preference points, and you will not get a point for the current year. But we will waive your waiting period if applicable. This applies same to group applications as well. If some group members surrender less than 30 days, still all members will lose their points if they surrendered. But whoever surrendered their permit will get the waiting period waived. If the permit surrender merits a full refund, so due to death, injury, illness, or military deployment or mobilization, you must return your permit before the season ends. I want to point out that is in statute, that they're allowed to the end of the season to surrender that permit for one of those following reasons I just listed. What the division is recommending is you must submit all required forms and paperwork within the 90 days of the season ending. What currently is happening is they're surrendering their permit, marking injury, illness, and we're waiting for that paperwork to come in, and it's taking 3, 4, 5 months to get that paperwork in, and we just want to finish those up so that we can get people's points reinstated and get them their refunds if they qualify for one. Recommendations on reallocated permits and surrenders. So if you surrender a general season permit because you accepted a reallocated permit for the same species, currently we give you a refund minus the $25 handling fee. What we're recommending today is you receive a full refund for that surrendered permit. So instead of the $15 that you would currently get this year, we'd give you the full $40 for that general season deer permit if you accepted a limited entry deer permit. And then also we would have all of your preference points reinstated, plus 1 for the current year. The same benefits apply if you're in a group, even if other group members don't surrender their permit. So right now, if you're in a group with general season, you surrender your general season deer permit because you accepted a reallocated limited entry deer permit. You don't get your preference points back because you're in a group application. We would like to change that so you can get your preference points back because you took a limited entry opportunity. We want to make you whole like you drew out in the drawing. So moving away from surrenders, the next thing I want to talk to you guys about is limited entry waiting periods. Like I said, the demand in Utah is increasing, and our applications are going up at least 5% over the last few years for limited entry deer and limited entry elk. So the odds of drawing a limited entry permit for limited entry deer is 1 in 45. And for elk, it's 1 in 33. So as that shows you, it's harder to draw a limited entry deer permit than it is an elk permit right now in the state of Utah. If you draw a limited entry permit, you incur a waiting period. And the reason why we do that is because it keeps successful applicants out of the drawing for a few years. So it gives other hunters a better chance of drawing that permit that takes a while to draw out for, give them that chance. So with the demand increasing each year, the division is recommending a 5-year waiting period for limited entry buck deer. This is the same as limited entry bull elk. This is more equitable and will give other applicants a better chance of drawing out on that limited entry deer permit. Like I said, the increase to draw a permit is going up each year, even for general season permits. So for general season buck deer, the odds are drawing out 1 in 2. Now I want to remind you this is statewide across all weapon types. If you start going into units by weapon types, it can be 1 in 3, 1 in 4. It can be higher for general season deer permit. And then for general season antlerless elk, your odds are 1 in 5. And depending on the unit or weapon type, that can actually be higher as well. Even though we do have leftover permits from these drawings, and that we sell over the counter, and we also offer additional opportunities to hunt in July when those permits go on sale. Even though the increase is going up, we still have the opportunities. But hunters that buy those permits over the counter currently don't lose their preference points if they purchase a permit for that species. So the division is recommending the following. Preference points will be forfeited for any of the purchases of the following hunts or permits: general season buck deer, antlerless deer, antlerless elk, doe pronghorn, sandhill crane, sharp-tailed grouse, greater sage grouse, and swan. However, the division is recommending that preference points will not be forfeited for any purchases of the following hunts or permits: the youth archery general season buck deer permits. So these are the ones that are above and beyond the quota that are sold in July to youth only, and it's an archery only permit. The mitigation permits that are issued to our landowners, those are the depredation hunts to help depredation issues, and then the antlerless elk control permits. Moving on to general season dedicated hunter and general season applications. In 2019, 71% of our dedicated hunter applicants also applied for a general season buck deer permit. So what that does is gives those applicants 2 opportunities to obtain a general season buck deer permit. The dedicated hunter quota and the general season quota is the same quota that you guys approve in April. It comes out of the same quota, and essentially these applicants have two different opportunities to obtain a general season deer permit. So we're always looking for ways to get permits into the hands more often for general season hunters, and this is one thing that we saw that we could help that. So the division is recommending to allow hunters to apply for a general season buck deer permit or the dedicated hunter program, but not both. What I noticed when my team and I were analyzing this data, if this was currently in 2019, that would have freed up almost 1,000 permits to go through the regular portion of the draw, give another 1,000 applicants a chance to draw a deer permit in the regular season. Moving on to management buck deer. This hunt began in 2009 as any legal weapon hunt on the Henry Mountains and the Paunsaugunt unit. At that time, it was approved to issue 30% of the permits to the youth, 30% of the quota to anyone who's 65 or older, and 40% of the quota to everyone else. Now, over the years, these hunts have been divided up into different weapon types. We now have archery, muzzleloader, and any legal weapon hunts. And what that has done is we've taken the same quota but divided up into different weapon types. And so in 2019, there were hunts that we actually didn't have enough quota to give those allocations to the youth and to those who are 65 and older. So our hunters are applying for these hunts in February, thinking that they have a chance because 30% is allocated to the youth. But in reality, it's not, because we didn't approve enough quota for that. So because of that, the division recommends removing the permit quota allocated to the youth and to those who are 65 and older. Moving on to variances. Sometimes hunters cannot obtain or use their permits because of events or conditions that are beyond their control, such as illness or injury to the permit holder, illness, injury, or death of immediate family member, or military deployment or mobilization. The division has some options to help these hunters out, and I'll go over those options with you. The first option is we can reinstate bonus or preference points and waive the waiting period for the following types of permits: general season, limited entry, public, CWMU, and once-in-a-lifetime permits. The second option that we have is we're allowed to grant season extensions to the same hunt or a similar hunt to the next year for the following types of permits: once in a lifetime, conservation, private limited entry landowner, poaching reported reward, say that 3 times fast and we'll be good, and then the private CWMU permits. Currently, there's no variance option that exists for our wildlife expo permit holders. Some hunters that have been approved for season extension have been applying for one year after year, dating back to 2015. As we've been approving these through the variance committee, it's raised some concerns of this can put more hunters into the field than anticipated. What's happening is these hunters are rolling over year after year after year, and when they go hunt, there's more hunters than we thought, because the list that we approve season extensions are your once in a lifetime type of hunts. So there's only a handful of hunters out there anyways. If we add more, it could cause impact. And the also concern that we were seeing is that it can affect the over or under harvest for that year, and then can affect biologist recommendations. So the division recommends amending the variance rule to allow the following. Wildlife expo permit holders have variance options that extend their season to the following year. A one-time season extension only for permits obtained through a DWR drawing, and a maximum 2-year season extension for holders of a conservation permit, private CWMU permit, or limited entry landowner association permit. Now, the reason why there's a difference versus the 1 year versus the 2 year. If a hunter draws out in a drawing for a permit, they're using points, waiting periods. If they're still unable to go hunt because of one of the qualifying reasons, we can reinstate those points. We can refund them. We can make them whole through our refund rule. Now, through the conservation, if they buy a voucher through a conservation group or a CWMU operator or an LOA, they're not going to get refunded that money that they donated to that organization. So we're proposing to allow a 2-year season extension to get those hunters, the capability to go out for 2 years, so they can get healed and get out there. And that's the reason why there's the difference between the 1 and the 2 years. And then surrendering private vouchers. Sometimes hunters purchase and redeem vouchers for the conservation, limited entry landowner, or CWMU hunts, and then can't use them because of the following reasons: death of the permit holder, injury or illness, military deployment, or there was an error issued in issuing the permit. And the variance or refund rule doesn't always provide the accurate surrender option. So the division is recommending to provide conservation permit holders and the limited entry landowner voucher holders the same permit surrender option that's already provided to our private CWMU voucher holders. And what that is saying is, right now, if you have a private CWMU voucher and it's turned into a permit and you get sick, if you get the proper documentation, turn it into the division, we can turn that permit back into a voucher so you can allow a family member to use it instead. We allow that currently for CWMUs. And what this is stating is we would like to extend that to conservation vouchers and permits and the LOAs. So it's this, they all can do it. So like I said, there's a lot of recommendations here today. So I'm just going to take a quick second and go over all of them and go over a summary. So starting off with surrenders, if you surrender a permit at least 30 days before the season opens, your previous acquired bonus or preference points will be reinstated and the waiting period will be waived if applicable. If you surrender your permit less than 30 days before the season opens, you will lose your bonus or preference points, but the waiting period will be waived if applicable. You must submit all required forms and paperwork within 90 days of the season ending to qualify for a full refund. You will receive a full refund for your general season permit and have all of your preference points reinstated, plus 1 for the current year, if you accept a reallocated permit for the same species. The waiting period for a limited entry buck deer hunt will increase to 5 years. You will forfeit your preference points for almost any over-the-counter permit purchase, with just a few exceptions. You can apply for a general season buck deer permit or the dedicated hunter program, but not both. Remove the permit quotas allocated to the youth and to those who are 65 and older on the management buck deer hunts. If you draw a wildlife expo permit, you can request a variance that extends the season to the following year. If you obtain a permit through a DWR drawing, there's a 1-year limit on a season extension through a variance request. If you obtain a conservation permit, CWMU permit, or a limited entry landowner association permit, there is a 2-year maximum on a season extension variance request. Conservation permit holders and limited entry landowner voucher holders will have the same permit surrender options already provided to CWMU private voucher holders. And then last but not least, a little bit of housekeeping. Figure since I was going on, might as well tweak a little things. These changes will allow us to help improve the overall customer experience. So the first one is to allow group applications for bonus points. People are applying, and when you buy just points, you have to do one person at a time. We just like it so you can do multiple people at a time and just buy points. That mostly affects non-residents when they're buying points. Allow the DWR to establish time periods for applicants to withdraw, modify, or edit their applications. What this means is, with this language change, that now gives us the capability to work with our contractor to start allowing people, start the programming process to allow people to edit their applications. Instead of currently right now, you have to, if you make a mistake on your application, you have to withdraw and then resubmit your application. With this language, this would give us the capability to move forward. So then maybe we give the capability of just allowing you to edit your application instead of having to do a full withdrawal. Next one is to allow up to 4 youth to apply together in a group for the youth Indian elk hunt. And then clarify that you only can draw one once-in-a-lifetime permit in the same year, in the big game drawing or the sportsman's drawing. Like, this is how it currently is. We just felt like we needed to make it a little bit more clearer in rule. If you draw out on a once-lifetime permit, you can't draw another one in the same current year. That's how it's programmed. We just wanted to make it tighter in rule. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, questions from the board?
On the dedicated hunter tags, where you can only apply for one,
Mm-hmm.
what happens if you're a lifetime license holder?
The way we have it written is you would have to decide. You could do either or.
Made reference to an exceptions list where you wouldn't lose those. Do you have a slide that says that, or list those?
Yeah, it's right there. So it's just the 3 right now on the exception list. So the youth archery, buck deer permits, mitigation, and then the antlers control permits.
So can you clarify the landowner permits that we give out to the private landowners?
They-
for wildlife using their,
They are on the list of that you would forfeit your preference points.
But not in a limited entry area, only a general area.
Correct. These are for the general season, preference points that we're talking about. So currently, we offer 2 different, programs for general season permits. We have the landowner and then the landowner association, appreciation. I even get confused. And these landowners may purchase one of these permits if they own, they have qualifications for those, and they get to hunt the whole unit, not just their land. And that's why the division put them on the list to forfeit, because they have the capability of hunting the whole unit.
Okay, seeing no other questions from the RAC?
Lindy, on your summation of the changes, on number 1, it talked about surrendering with less than 30 days, or maybe it was with 30 days, but it didn't say anything about you losing that year's point, although I think you mentioned that earlier in the presentation.
So for our current recommendation,
Yeah. So if you go back to the first one,
So is that we'd reinstate your bonus or preference points, but you would not get one for the current year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Right, we'll have the RAC make their motions, and we'll start on this end with Kevin. I just want to clarify that the Central Region was really feeling good on this one. They had more motions than the rest of the RACs combined, so.
Let me find it here. Okay, the Northern Region made a motion to recommend the Wildlife Board provide one youth permit for management buck hunts where 2 permits are approved. Follow the previous youth allocation formula when greater than 2 permits are approved. And that passed 4 and 3 against. And then there was a motion made to recommend the Wildlife Board accept the balance of the presentation as presented, and that was unanimous.
Okay, on the Northeast RAC, there was a motion made to leave the dedicated hunter option of applying for both pools as is. It failed for lack of a second. And then there was a motion to add an exception for a work-related situation similar to the medical. And that was driven primarily by what's going on in the Uinta Basin with the energy industry and companies changing. People have vacations scheduled and find out they work for a different company when they go in Monday. Is that an accurate way to describe that, Randy? So that was what was driving that. And with that one exception for the workplace situation, it approved as presented 7-0.
Mr. Chairman, you're right. We decided to break this out to discuss each of these individually. Unfortunately, most of the motions supported the division's recommendations as presented. There was only 2 of the 7 that deviated, and so this could have been done in many fewer motions. If you'd like, I could just cover the 2
That'd be good.
deviate. Okay, the 2 that deviate from the recommendations. The first was concerning the choosing between dedicated hunter and general season. We did make a motion to support that change, and it was passed 7-2. But then there was an additional motion to ask the division to consider adding the dedicated hunter program as a hunt choice in the general season draw, and this passed unanimously. So to clarify that, essentially what we're looking for there is, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. Let's rather than keeping them as 2 separate programs, because we're talking about general deer and general deer. It's the same thing. So let's combine the programs and make them one application rather than 2 applications you have to choose from. And it's just a different hunt choice is what we're looking for there. The other motion that deviated from the recommendation was to leave the youth any bull group application to only 2 youth, and that passed 8-1. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
Thank you. Risha?
In the Southeastern RAC, we made the recommendation to change the penalty for someone turning in a tag less than 30 days to losing a point and incurring a 1-year waiting period. We felt that this would hopefully alleviate people doing that, and this passed 7-1 with 2 abstentions, and we accepted the remainder of the proposal as presented. And really quick, I want to give you kudos. I just applied for spring turkey on the website. It was awesome.
Braden, with the Southern RAC, we maybe had the opposite problem of Central. We wanted to go home at this point in the RAC. And so we didn't have many motions. We did have one motion that failed, which was to amend the proposal so that the individual would not lose their points for purchasing over-the-counter permits, and that failed 2-7. And then we accepted the remainder, or we accepted as presented unanimously.
Thank you. All right, so we will go to comments from the audience. We'll first start with Bryce Pilling, and then we'll go to Jeremy Anderson.
Bryce Pilling, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife again. I'd like to thank the board member again. We totally support Lindy's recommendations and thank her for all the time and thought that she put into this. It's been a long time coming. Been a long day.
Thanks.
Jeremy Anderson, Mule Deer Foundation. In all of these racks, I've said the same thing, but I really commend Lindy and her team. That's quite a thing they bit off there, and I can't imagine it was easy, and I'm sure it was time consuming, and just want to show our appreciation to that team. And this thing is attacking point creep, and it's doing it aggressively in some areas, and there's even some areas where even I kind of cringe, but this is the only way this thing's going to happen. You know, she talks about, you know, making a dent in it or a drop in the bucket. I think this is even a little bit more. I think this is a great thing. It's going to help this point creep problem. So, Mule Deer Foundation, we fully support the plan as presented. Thank you.
Okay, Wade Garrett.
Wade Garrett, Utah Farm Bureau. I too appreciate Lindy's time, but we do have one issue from our organization. I had talked to Troy Justison, and he was always going to support my thing, but he had to leave. But that said, our issue is with the landowner appreciation tags and I can't remember the other term, the 2 landowner tags. We have concern with that. There's about 1,000 of those given. Am I correct, Lindy? I'm rounding, but there's about 1,000. Of those, 500 of those permittees probably fall under the thing that I'm going to explain. And this isn't personal, but the best way for me to explain is tell you our situation on our farm in Nephi, because I try to farm for a hobby and work for a living. So we live in Nephi. Our farm ground is all west of I-15, which is in the Tinnick Range. We grew up hunting the Nebo unit, which is now basically 3 points, if I'm correct, to draw pretty close. I think I've had 2 brothers not draw 2 years, so I'm guessing it's going to take 3 points, so give or take. What concerns us is we feel we give to the wildlife by providing habitat, tolerating the deer, and that's kind of our dedicated hunters as ranchers and landowners. And so for us to lose our points, not to be able to hunt Nebo and give up those preference points if we take the tags, which right now, if there was even more options for the tags, it may be helpful, but I have to use it or a family member has to use it, or I lose that tag. And we have lost them a couple of years because we didn't have enough people to hunt them. I'm okay with that, but for agriculture and for the strides we have made to cooperate with landowners, that piece just really concerns me. And I know that everybody has a piece, but I think the landowners bring a unique situation to this, that we're trying to cooperate. And I think it has built tolerance, but this is something that could hurt that in some pretty key areas, in our opinion. So we accept the plan other than that small piece with the landowner tax. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any clarifications from the division? I think our RACs did a good job on going through those motions. I don't think I'll spend a lot of time going back through those. I think the board will understand what those are and be able to pick up on those. Or discussion.
Linda, you know, in the northeastern RAC, there was a ton of discussion over work-related issues. That area is an area where there's a lot of service companies that, when there's problems exist, whether it's in Montana or North Dakota or wherever, those employees got to jump and cut and run, and they could be gone. And so there was a lot of discussion over work-related things that also that if there was a variance or some kind of a work-related thing, how much, I can understand it could be used the wrong way. Okay. If it was so hard that you really discourage it, how hard would that be? Would you have to go to the boss's boss's boss, or the owner of the company and the President of the United States, or how would you have to?
It's hard to say, because I do see a lot of potential for abuse. It would be, you would have to go like the owner, but then a lot of people are owners of their own company, you know, and so it would be really hard to administer if we went as an exception just for work-related surrenders. It would, does that kind of help? Like it'd be hard to tell the ones that are really having work-related issues for surrender permit, or ones that are saying, hey boss, will you sign this for me so I can surrender my permit and go next year.
One thing that I wanted to add before we got too far into it was, I would just say that as we get into this, there has been a tremendous amount of time, and there is so much thought. When you tweak one of these, you really have to be careful. And I would just say that as we get into this, that if there are some modifications, that we make sure that it is vetted through the division, because I have seen where we have to, you don't want to have to reconvene because we made a mistake here. So let's just be really careful, because there's a lot of thought that goes into this.
I just wanted to add a little bit of information to the Central RAC. The Leave the Youth Bowl at 2 youth rather than 4 was, I understand there are people that, well, I have 3 kids. That was a way to just keep spreading that out into families. And so, I mean, that's what that was completely one family maybe having all of the tags, a couple of families is where.
If it was appropriate to clap, I would, Lindy. I agree with Bryce. It's been a long time coming. And as we talked about a little earlier, you know, the intent of this is to really focus on this point creep issue. And it's a big one. And I think you guys have taken some big strides to get there. I agree with you. This is just hopefully just the beginning, because we've got a lot to accomplish there. So hats off to you. I think we also all need to remind ourselves, I got quite a bit of input on this issue, and I think we all need to remind ourselves that we're all going to have to sacrifice on this one. This is going to hurt everybody. And I agree, I cringed on quite a bit of it, but I think this is one we're just going to have to bite the bullet and work through some of this. I do have a couple of little tiny issues, one that the Farm Bureau brought up. Very small. I mean, they're not significant changes at all, but I love the concept here.
And landowner tags, I kind of have a problem there too. Our wildlife use their land, and we appreciate it. We need it, and we probably shouldn't be doing just a little bit there to aggravate them. So I'd like to leave them exempt. Feeling there.
So Lindy, let me make, on that issue, on a landowner tag in a limited entry, if they give that back or buy another tag, they do not lose their bonus points, but then they can also sell that tag.
So the limited entry is the LOA, so the Limited Entry Landowner Association. Those are those ones. Those are bonus points. Those are where you can still hunt the private land, and you can sell those vouchers. The ones that we're talking about is preference points, which is just a landowner permit or the landowner appreciation permits. And those ones you can't sell to other people, you don't gain anything. You can either, depending on how many acres of land you have, you can get up to 5 permits, or you can just get 1 if you own so much land.
Just trying to balance, are we treating both those landowners the same and fairly and all that?
Mr. Chairman, if I could chime in then, if we're to that point. Donnie and I actually sit on a working group between ag and sportsmen where we've tackled these issues and potentially to make some changes to the landowner rule. We just feel like there's some inequity within the rule with regard to limited entry and general season. And the goal of this, one of the goals of this, is to incentivize landowners. We've talked a little about it already. Make them want wildlife on their property, to help alleviate some of these depredation problems. And we want to incentivize them. No matter whatever it takes, we've got to get them on our team. We're not going to have healthy wildlife populations without private landowners, and that includes general season private landowners. And so I think in that group we've already conceded a little bit that we're gonna rewrite this thing and incentivize these landowners to make this work for them. And to me, that is a great reason to add them to the exception list. And so I would love to see us add general season landowner permits as well as general season landowner appreciation permits to that exception list that's already been listed.
Lindy, can you talk to that? Do you see any problems with that?
No, I don't. Just add those to the exception list, and unless Mike has.
How many of those we issue a year?
So in 2018, we issued 1,001 permits between the 2 programs, and 564 of them actually applying for general season permit in the big game drawing. No.
I'll second Wade's motion.
That was a motion.
I might have seen an eye roll.
Oh, you saw an eye roll.
All right, we've got a motion by Wade, seconded by Carl. Any discussion on the motion?
I'd like to just speak in agreeance with that because I've had several contacts from people. We don't have a lot of landowner permits or that kind of thing in where I'm from, but folks from down south have expressed that need, and I agree with that.
Call for a vote. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, number 10.
We were just voting on that issue.
Man, I was ready to move.
Yes, it's not that late, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we approve the remainder of the division's recommendations with one exception. And it's basically for the same reason. We have private land only antlerless elk permits. The intent is, this is a tool to get hunters on private land, to alleviate some of these elk problems, to get rid of some of the elk that are hiding on private land. This is a tool we're using, and to me it doesn't make any sense to penalize people for using this tool that we want them to use. There's lots of ways to get elk permits, antlerless elk permits anymore, and to me, I think this could be added to the exception list as well.
Lindy, we're just talking preference points for cow tags, right?
Yes, private lands is included on the lose your preference points, because it is. If Kobe could come up and address you guys on this one, I would appreciate it. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
and then if you can look up how many permits that might be, or
It's about 3,100
3,100.
of private land cow.
I think as an agency, we feel differently on this one. And we're not trying to devalue this as a tool, but if we're honest, we are trying to devalue points, right? Put everybody on an equal playing field. With 3,000 of these, it's not like there's a few hundred. This is a big deal. You know, we have a few elk units this year, and Lindy, please correct me if I'm wrong. We have a few antlerless elk units this year that it took 7 points to draw.
That's wrong, Cody.
Some people had 7 points.
So, anyway, is it 2? Was it 2, Lindy?
None of them took 7.
Yes, there were some units that people had 7 points to draw out for. That doesn't mean it took up to 7, but they had 7 points.
Mr. Chairman, I've looked into this extensively because this came up with the Central Region rack. There is not a single cow unit that took 7 points. There are people that had 7 points. That's very different from requiring 7 points.
I think even bigger than that, though, is if folks don't shift, and when we look at units, and I want Lindy help me answer this. What would be the max number of years you'd have to wait for some of the most difficult units to draw if people don't shift?
Yep, about 45 years. Well, 45 points. No, if it doesn't shift, and since it's a preference point system, we take the people off the tier, and if we don't add permits, we don't add any applicants, some units it could take up to 40 years if you're on the bottom. Because some units we don't have a whole lot of cow elk tags for.
And that is what we're really trying to address. So for that reason, we don't feel like it's a good idea to eliminate these. When points are worth less, everybody's playing on an equal playing field. And that's what we're trying to accomplish with this.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like I've got to interject here.
I will give you some time, but let me do it
Thank you.
just a bit.
We can make this easy, and I'll just make that a motion. We'll see where it goes.
Okay, with that, let me give Ben some time just so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, this came up in the Central Rack, and I didn't have the data to argue it at the time, so I've since looked it up. I've spent hours looking over our draw odds for 2019, specifically the cow hunts. The 3 hardest units to draw are all CWMUs. It was the Houston East, the Skull Crack, and Deseret. Deseret was drawn with 3 to 4 points. Skull Crack was drawn with 4 to 5, and Houston was drawn with 4 to 5. Again, there are people that had 7 points. That does not mean it took 7 points. And to me, that is, unfortunately, I feel like that is intentionally misleading. So keep that in that for what it's worth. I think that needs to be taken into consideration.
We brought up this question out at the Northeastern Rack, and then I visited with the biologists, and we're still trying to figure out why control tags and private land tags are not together, either on one side or the other, how they are different, where one is accepted and one's not. Because we feel like the intent is the same.
And we do view them differently. So antlerless control permits are typically really low success. They're in an area where it's along with a buck or a bull permit. Private lands tags, on the other hand, it depends on the year, but last year they were about 44% success. And usually people that buy these, sorry, it's a good song. Usually folks that buy these, thanks Bryce, they have a pretty good indication that they're going to harvest an elk. And so from the division's perspective, that's the difference. Antlerless control is a lot lower success, and it's more of a tool, valid private public land, goes along with your buck tag. You can hunt overlapping seasons. This is different. This is access to private land where you usually have a pretty good chance of harvesting a cow.
Thank you. That answers my question.
All right, does that give you enough information?
I'll still make that motion, see if it gets a second.
You have that motion? Okay. Is there a second? Motion by Wade, second by Donnie. All in favor? And Wade, opposed? Okay, motion fails. Randy, Carl, and Brett.
I guess one of the other bigger recommendations out of the Central RAC was to combine the dedicated hunter and the general season because it's just mule deer. I just want to open up that discussion to see if that's anything anybody wants to do.
Yeah.
Maybe Lindy's going to tell me
I
that
didn't fully
doesn't work.
understood what that meant, so.
I'd like to explain that. So what their recommendation was to take it and allow people to, their first choice be dedicated hunter, hunt number. Second choice is an any legal weapon hunt. Because they come out of all the same quota. Once Central made this recommendation, I talked to Ben probably a little bit before the RAC in regards to us, so I kind of took a step back and looked at that. It's not a bad idea, but there are some legal issues because of points. We have the dedicated hunter preference point and the general season preference point. We can't just add them together and then say go. What would we have to do would be like a year or two from now is give the public notice saying, hey, this is the dedicated hunter program is going to end where you can apply for it. It's going to be merged into one application. So it gives the dedicated hunter applicants that have those preference points a chance to utilize those points. And then we say by 2022, those points will no longer be able to be available. And now it's all in one application. So that is possible, but it would be somewhere a couple of years down the road because we have to give notice of that kind of big change.
That helps, thank you.
I'll make the recommendation that we ask, that we continue the way that we are right now and give the division a year to evaluate combining those two systems and bring it back to us.
Mr. Chairman, that was exactly our intention. It wasn't to do it this year. Our motion was to work towards that.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Carl, seconded by Wade. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Unanimous.
Make the motion that we pass the remainder of the proposed rule amendments to address point creep.
I'll second that.
Motion by Carl, seconded by Randy. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous.
Okay, last one for the night, guys. Okay, so I just want to point out this is an informational item. The Wildlife Board asked me several months ago to bring forth a timeline of our big game application drawing, just to better explain and then look into it and see if there's any tweaks or anything we can do. So tonight I'll be presenting an informational on our big game application timeline to you guys. So first I want to give you a little history of our current timing and our dates. The application is open for 7 weeks. The first 5 weeks, you can apply for hunts, bonus points, or preference points. The last 2 weeks, you only can purchase a bonus or preference points. You cannot apply for a hunt during the end time. The application opens the last Thursday in January, and it closes for hunt applications the first Thursday in March, and then closes for the point-only applications the third Thursday in March. And the results are always posted by May 31st. This timing structure has been in place about 5 or 6 years now. This is the latest that we've actually had it. Before then, it was, first part of January when we did our application. And we've moved it back a little bit into now February, March timeframe. The reason why the Wildlife Board asked me to do this informational is because we are hearing some concerns from our public. The division's hearing them, the RAC's hearing them, the board's hearing them. And those concerns are hunters are applying for hunts without knowing the exact quota. And also the length of time between of when you apply and when the results are posted. So what I want to do on the next slide, I want to explain the process. I want to explain to you what it takes to open up a draw. What's going on behind the scenes while the application period is open, and then what's happening after the application is closed, and then what it takes to finalize the big game application. So first, November 30th through December 30th, all of our hunts are coming to an end, and our hunters have 30 days to submit their harvest survey for the limited entry and once lifetime hunts. From December 31st to January 31st, the division is gathering the harvest and age data, and all age data is due back to the division by January 31st through the contractor we send the teeth to. The big game application opens up on January 30th and it closes on March 19th. February 2nd through the 4th, the age and harvest data is analyzed by our biologists. And then it's sent from February 5th to March 1st. The analyzed data is sent to our biologists in the regions, so they have a chance to review the harvest, the classifications, and age data, so they can make their recommendations to their regional managers. From March 2nd to March 15th, our big game coordinator reviews those recommendations from the regions. Then March 16th through March 20th, the big game coordinator meets with our director's office for review and then approval of those recommendations. From March 20th through April 30th, the draw contractor reviews all of the applications for errors, duplicate apps, revocation, dedicated hunter, and lifetime applications. So what this means is what they're doing after the application closes, they take all of the applicants and they put it into a computer simulated, and they look for duplicate applicants or ones that look similar with client information. They want to see if someone tweaked a name, they're going by John instead of Johnny. They're looking for duplicate apps. They're looking for people that are on revocation. Applicants applied the day before they're actually suspended their hunting privileges. And so we want to make sure we still get every applicant that shouldn't be applying out of the draw. We're also adding in the dedicated hunter, the second and third year applicants. We still remove that quota from the drawings. We're adding those numbers in. And then our lifetime license holders don't have to submit an application to receive their general season deer permit each year. So what we're doing is we're adding an application in for them so they can get their permit. And then on March 24th is our internal, the internal meeting that we have, which we call the brown bag. And this is to review all of our RAC presentations. So every presentation that comes out to you guys through the RAC and board is going through this internal review to make sure it's all nice and pretty for you guys and I'm not missing a comma or something like that. From April 1st through April 30th, our draw contractor implements and tests programming changes to the draw. So what they like to do is they like to take the raw data, the current applicants and run tests to make sure all the programming is correct, to make sure all the correct allocations to hunts are accurate. And they like to use, so they're not using like 1,000 applicants, they're using the actual number of how many applicants we have for that current year. So they're putting all that in place during that time frame. And then April 7th through the 16th is the RAC meetings where we take out our permit recommendations to the public. April 30th is the Wildlife Board meeting, which you guys will end up approving the quotas for our big game permits. And then May 1st through May 4th, the division reviews your guys' approved numbers, and we go through all those and make sure that we have it correct, because we all know they are different from what we take out to the public, so we want to make sure that we have the correct numbers and it wasn't miskeyed or typed wrong. And then on May 4th, the division, so the licensing team will submit that to our draw contractor. those quotas. And then on May 5th and 6th, the draw contractor programs that quota into the program. And then on May 6th, the division, so the licensing team, reviews the programming and approves it. So what they'll do is they'll send back all the hunts with the correct quota and re-review it to make sure it wasn't fat keyed or mistyped or it was swapped around. We want to make sure that it's an accurate quota going to each unit. And then from May 6th to May 31st, we run the draw. We review it, and then once we review it, we approve the draw, and then we start charging credit cards and send out all the emails. So one thing I want to point out to you, when we say run the draw, once that button is pushed, when we hit run draw, it takes about 7 days for it to actual run. So the computer is going for about 7 days because of the volume of applicants we have and because of all the, what's the word? We have so many unique, we have so many, I'm trying to think. My mind's gone blank. We have so many different things. It's not straight across. It's 20% here, 10% here. We have so many exceptions to the rules. There we go. And so it takes about 7 days to run it. And then once it's ran, the draw contractor, so everyone calls them Fallon, even though they're really system consultants, but people say Fallon, they send those results back to us. We don't see the names, but we see each hunt number, and we see how many permits were issued under the allocation and the quotas and the percentages, and we make sure that it's accurate. We look at all the permit numbers to make sure that they were issued correctly. And then we review the emails that go out, make sure that it's correct. And so that's what we're doing during that time frame. And then credit card charges. You would think that once you got hit, you would pay, but that's not the case. It takes us a month to retrieve payment for permits. We run credit cards 5 times. We send out emails saying if you don't pay us by this certain date, we're going to give it to the next alternate. And there's been cases where we've given up once-in-a-lifetime permits to the next alternate because we didn't get payment. But we try to be as friendly as possible to give everyone an opportunity to pay for that permit instead of just the first hit, because life happens. You just don't know, and we don't know the exact date we're going to charge cards either. So that's what's happening during that time frame. So in summary, there's dozens of crucial tasks that are necessary to prevent errors in the big game application and in the drawing. And the division's top priority is to make sure the draw is 100% accurate. We want to make sure that whoever draws a permit is eligible for that permit, that we issue the correct number of permits. We want to make sure it's accurate on any way possible. But we do know that there are technology that keeps advancing, and we know that some of this may help streamline the processes. So such as e-tagging, we're in the process of looking into that. We changed some statute to allow us to move forward with e-tagging. And we know this may help reduce the time that it takes to gather data and make recommendations. So our biologists would be able to get that data quicker so they can make the recommendations sooner. We also know there's some tech solutions out there that would help preserve the integrity and fairness of the draws, and to also reduce the time it takes to review applications for errors and fraud and that type of stuff. And we're looking into those, and we're trying to figure out how we can put those in place so then we can get things done quicker and fix the timeline. And so as of right now, the division is recommending to keep the same application time frame, because that is our top priority, for it to be accurate. But as technology advances and as we start putting these processes in place, we'll come back to you guys and let you guys know, and hopefully we can shorten some of those dates and get it better for everyone so we can get results out quicker and recommendations and quotas to everyone sooner. And with that, thank you.
Thanks, Lindy. Questions from the board? There's a lot there.
There is. And that's just, like I said, that's just wildlife and licensing portion. That doesn't include other sections in the division that helps. If that, we'd be here another 30 minutes.
Any questions from the RAC? That was informational. I don't have any cards from the audience. Justin?
Alrighty. Unlike my long-winded colleagues and friends, I'm going to try to make this short. My name is Justin Shannon, Chief of Wildlife, and today I'm going to give a presentation on the CWMU Advisory Committee members, some changes we're looking to get approval from the board on. So the CWMU Advisory Committee, this is regulated out of Rule R657-37, and under Section 15 it says, the CWMU Advisory Committee members shall be nominated by the director and approved by the Wildlife Board, which is why we're here today. And the purpose of this committee is to hear complaints against individual CWMUs, review operation of the CWMU program, hear variance requests, and make recommendations to the director and the Wildlife Board. The makeup of the committee as follows. We'll have 2 sportsmen representatives, 2 CWMUs, 1 agriculture, 1 public at large, 1 elected official, and 1 RAC chairperson or member. And today we're asking the Wildlife Board to approve 3 new committee members, nominations, and their associated terms. So our current committee members are as follows. For sportsmen, we have Greg Wilding and Matt Brimhall, who we're looking to replace. Also for CWMUs, we have Tim Price and a vacant position. It was formerly held by Wade Heaton, which I want to thank Wade publicly for all of his help over the many years on this committee. I think he's really shaped and influenced it for good. Also for agriculture, Eric Thacker is a representative there. Mike Christensen is our representative for public at large. Elected official is Evan Vickers, who we're asking to replace as well. And for the Regional Advisory Council, it's Mike Lauder. So the new committee member recommendations that we'd like to bring forward today are for sportsmen, Clint McLean, and he would be on the committee for the next 4 years. His term would expire in 2023. For CWMUs, Chris Robinson, with the same expiration date, and then for elected officials, Joel Ferry with the same expiration date. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions from the RAC? Comments from the, I guess we did you guys vote on this from the RACs? So there's no motion. I don't have any comment cards from the audience. Need a motion.
Sounds pretty cut and dried to me. I'll make a motion that we accept that as presented.
I'll second it.
Motion by Donnie, seconded by Brett. All in favor? Unanimous. I don't see any other business, so I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So seconded.
All right, motion by Carl, seconded by Randy. All in favor? Thank you.